Head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hi, everybody. I'm Michelle, the beautiful.
How are you, my love? Well, pretty in pink.
Pretty in pink.
Pretty in pink.
So the weather here has been stupid. And like yesterday, I was in a sweatshirt and jeans, and today I'm in shorts, a tank top, and sandals. They can't decide. It's like spring, no, let's do summer. Now spring, let's do summer.
It's insane. The weather's insane everywhere. We've been pretty hot here, but I just came back from the shore, so I went to the shore to get rain, and it was nice here. So that was stupid too, but
it was nice where you were, and you purposely went somewhere where it was raining.
Yeah, I went somewhere where it was supposed to be nice and ended up raining. So I was on the beach.
Should have stayed home.
I should have stayed home. I should have just stayed home. That's what I should have done. Then I came home and it was beautiful.
Well, at least it's beautiful now.
Yeah, we're good.
Hi, you beautiful people. So I'm sorry I was running a little bit late. I was taking care of some stuff with my dad, and so it kind of pushed me over my time. And then I realized that Allie and Jen are still live on Allie's channel. So then I was like, crap, and then I was like, this is like one of those nights that, it's going to end up being like 4 hours. I'm like, I don't know how long I can wait. I love them to pieces and don't want to go at the same time they're going, but I'm like, I also don't want to be here until midnight, which is like 3 a.m. for Michelle. I'm like, we're going to just do it. So
we got 3 whole trials to cover. So this is a lot.
So hi, Dolly Bear. Hi, Delana. Hi, Butterfly Kisses. Hi, Glow Bug. Hi, Dina. Hi, Ramblin' Rome. Hi, Sunset Gazing. Hi, Spicy Sugar. Hi, Kyrie. Kyrie's cooking dinner. Hi, Carrie. Muffy. Hi, Jane Doe. Hi, Angela. And other Angela. Hi, Maria. Hi, Dee. Hi, Tamara. Did I ever say hi, Tamara? Maybe I did. Is that another? No, that's the same Angela. I'm like, how many Angelas are in here? Hi, Lisa. Hi, Salty C.
Salty C.
Hi, BR. Hi, Petunia. Hi, Unsolved with Barb.
Ah, that's a cool name. BR.
All you fancy people. Princess Megan Elsa has arrived.
My buddy in chat last night.
Princess Megan Elsa. Hi, Alibi. Hi, Debs. Hi, Peyton. Hi, Karina. Hi, Elizabeth.
Peyton.
I'm all ears. I've missed the last 3 days because I had family in town. Yeah, see?
You and Tracy.
It was a little bit of a struggle. I was worried today that I was going to be behind because I was not able to take the best notes on Letitia's trial, just going every which way. And I was like, oh, but I got it. I got it done.
Got it done. Oh, there goes C-Dub.
Mama Stone.
Mama Stone.
Hi, babes. She said, hey, babes.
I will forever say Peyton now, just like you do. I can never. Yeah, my daughter, one of my best friend's daughter's name is Peyton. I've called her Peyton her entire life. Well, I talked to her yesterday, and I'm like, oh, where's Peyton? She's like, when have you ever said that? It's Peyton in chat, and when you say her name, you go Peyton, and now I have to say that.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I didn't know that I did that.
Yeah, he did. Peyton's like, yep.
Hi, Grandma Bunny. Hi, Crime Curious. It's Peyton.
Grandma Bunny.
It's Peyton. Peyton. Do you know like Peyton? Is that what you would say?
The Philly comes out, so Peyton comes out.
Peyton. Like,
but your way sounds way better.
It's Peyton. Well, now I'm gonna every time I say her name, I'm gonna be like, "Hi, NorCal Jim."
Hey,
I went the whole trial day. Hi, Sleuth Mom. Sleuth Bomb, I was in your chat all day. I literally do this. I swear, I watched the trial on Sleuth Bomb's channel, but the last couple of days, like today, I didn't even get caught up. I got caught up after you guys were all gone and done, but I did hear the great jokes from your daughter. Just saying, they're great jokes, and I hope that your voice gets better.
Yes.
I don't ever get to like tell her stuff because I know that when I'm watching and I actually can type, it makes no sense to anything that's happening in the stream.
You don't know where you are in there versus where they are.
Right. I'm just like, because I'm like, what? She did what? And I'm like, oh, you're like 2 hours and 45 minutes behind. He named
I
you
do
after
Letitia at night and probably shouldn't.
Manning. Peyton Manning.
Peyton. And she's going to put her through joke class, Sleuth Bomb.
They're good, though. They're good. Hi, May. The mama bear.
It is
Hi,
Delana.
True Colors.
True Colors.
I don't know if I missed anybody. I think I got Ramblin' Rome. I already got, her jokes are horrible. No, they're very age appropriate. My son, I think I've told you guys this. My 6-year-old tells knock jokes, and every time he says knock, I'm like, who's there? And it's something, the computer, and I'm like, the computer who? And he's like, you're on the computer, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so funny.
I love them.
They're so bad. They're so bad, but they're so age appropriate. I'm like, you know what? I'll take it because at least
joke.
it's not something weird. I mean, it is weird, but
Leave him alone.
So if you find a class for jokes, let me know, and I'll send my son with you.
I'm curious.
How are you, love? Under her top, but I haven't verified if it's a shock device or not. I thought that they did say it was a shock device. Are you back in court this week, Crime Curious? I heard your whole story about your dog and the cat, and did you hear this story?
No.
Apparently, the dog was with these people, and I'm probably going to say it wrong, so I apologize. Hi, Ava. That the cat passed away, and so they buried the cat in the backyard, but they didn't tell the kids about the cat passing away. And then her dog,
the dog found it,
and then they brought the cat to the kids, and then the kids thought that the dog killed the cat.
Oh wow.
So then her dog became a cat murderer, even though the dog was already dead.
Oh,
I taunted girl. I cement shoes. Yeah, so she had to take like an emergency trip to go get her dog because now the dog is like banished.
Oh, he didn't do nothing. He did his job. He picked up the smell. If anything, they need to give him a damn job. He did a good thing.
Well, that's what I was like. And he's a hound. I don't remember what kind of hound, but he's a hound. I was like, that's actually, what was he? She'll tell me, and she'll type it in chat. Hi, Sherry. I know the poor doggy got blamed, but I was like, he found remains. Like he's actually a star. He's brilliant, and he belongs in true crime.
She should just be walking around with that dog at this point.
I don't know if you guys noticed that there were remains in the backyard, so I got them and I brought them to you so you could see them.
I love him. Well, guess what? We love him over here. So,
hi, Thistle. Oh, you forgot your headphones at daughter's gymnastics. Oh, been there, done that. Oh, Norco says he likes when your filly comes out. It reminds him of home.
It reminds him of home. Oh, no.
Yeah, he was falsely accused and being shamed.
We are going to run with this tonight. Oh, I can't.
Let me see. Lots of PA girls in here. Alibi.
Oh,
Dying to know
alibi.
if Chris Welch still feels that the same level of respect for the defense attorney after yesterday's visitation log scandal. I'm curious. Oh, we got to talk about that. We got to talk about that.
Yes, we do.
Sleuth Mom has an amazing channel. Yes, she does. Yeah, it's a good puppy. Hi, Logical One.
Logical One.
I feel like she is heavier because she's got some side saddle
she does
going on that she did not have before. You know what? Maria Sanchez is pretty badass. She's a Russian sniper that's from Mexico with a Spanish accent, but knows how to speak English really well.
Well, she's so awesome because that's the one that she can't, she's most disassociated with, but claims to have the most of, So that would make sense for that one, for sure. Personalities are great. And the names.
Hi, Minnie Mo. Hold on, Dolly. What do you call a dog with no legs? I don't know.
We getting
I
a
don't
Jeremy
know.
joke.
Is this a Jeremy joke? I don't. You know, I'm like
Jeremy
cautious now. I'm like, I don't know. Do I really want to know? We used to do the jokes, and they're probably so not like politically correct anymore. But when I was younger, we did all the jokes of what do you call like a man with no arms and no legs in a swimming pool? Do you remember these?
No, what were you doing?
You don't remember those jokes? Oh,
You're
shoot,
frozen.
Well, his name. Oh, am I frozen?
Am I frozen? Wait,
Am
you're
I-
good now.
not
You're good.
frozen.
No,
I'm
no, you're good.
frozen. Am I frozen?
You
You're
was
frozen.
for a split second.
You're frozen. I'm not frozen. Whatever you say bounces off me and sticks to you. Yeah, you call him Bob. And you call him a hot dog. It's a dog with no legs.
Oh, hot dog.
The other one. So did you hear my joke then? You heard my joke, right? What do you call a man with no arms and no legs that is in a swimming pool? They got it. It's Bob. The other one, what do you call a man with no arms and no legs on the front porch?
On the front porch?
Mm-hmm.
In the pool, it's a hot dog, right?
That hot dog was the dog with no legs. You call him Matt.
Stop it.
Yeah.
I am too
What about
stupid.
the man with no arms and no legs on the wall? Come on.
This is where Jeremy gets it from then. Don't act like
Art.
you don't know where he gets
Call
it
him
from.
Art. His name is Art.
Art. Oh, God. Oh, I'm done with you.
Yeah, see, you guys know. You guys
They know.
get it.
Look, everybody knows but me.
It doesn't matter what you call him, he's not coming. Yep. There was a whole bunch of those.
He said there were so many of them. Oh, Art.
There's a whole bunch of no man with no arms and no legs. I know. It's so bad. That's why I'm like, these are probably not politically correct anymore. I'm probably supposed to like call him something else, but I don't know what it is. And I'm going to go with like Murdoch's attorney. It's like, I'm old and I don't know politically correct things. That's what I'm going to say.
Where's Jen Lou when we need her?
Right. She brings the good jokes here. I bring all the. Oh yeah, the prank phone calls. We always did those.
Now that was I got some legends in there. That was kind of good.
No man with no arms and no legs in the dryer. You call him Thump Thump. So bad. Hi Lucia. Hi True Crime Crazy. What's the difference between roast beef and pea soup?
I don't know.
I don't know.
We don't know this one, Logical.
Let's keep True Crime Crazy in our prayers because she's still in the hospital. All right, I'm thinking about you.
Yes, babe, definitely. We're all thinking of you.
Anyone can roast beef, but nobody can pea soup.
Oh, that's good. I was thinking something totally different, but okay.
I'm gonna turn my camera off. I shake when I laugh. That's probably not good.
Boobs are all over.
Woo, I know. It's like I was getting in the face. I shouldn't say that. It's so bad.
I virtually grabbed her boobs before on another live. It's fine. This is what we do.
True story. Oh, the poot was asking for $25K per week for expenses during the trial, according to Bland. The poot. I love the poot. What do you call a cow with 3 legs? Utterly ridiculous. What do you call him? Lean beef.
Lean beef. That was good.
All right, here's my bad Halloween joke. Clipping Crazy Town examples from today. We have to catch up. Okay, I'll see you later because I know that you have everybody. She's got her live. Crime Curious has her live tomorrow night. With the attorney Chris.
Yes.
So make sure you're subbed over there too. My Halloween joke was why can't witches get pregnant? Because their husbands have Halloweenies.
Oh, stop. That's actually good. That was good. Too many people pop in my head for that one.
Uh-oh, here we go. Where would you not find a snail?
Oh, God, thistle.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Amelia Sparkles, how are you?
Uh-oh. Where would you not find a snail?
Norcal goes, oh, it's you.
Let me see. The salt flats. No, you would not find one there. No. You would not. That's so sad.
You guys are good. You guys got some.
Okay. So here's my last corny one. I think I may have told this one before, but why didn't Barbie ever get pregnant?
Could be something with
She eventually does, though. So I mean, I guess that's kind of a mute joke now, but this was before that evolution.
It's before the 90s.
Ken comes in other boxes.
That's actually a really good one. I'll take that one.
Ooh. Hi, Maggie and me. Hi, Yorkie.
Oh, see,
And 2 times you're the cutest chipmunk ever.
he sees my bobbling head going like this every 5 seconds.
Well, I've done it. I'm probably shaking like twice as fast. Like
My hands are going and you're like this.
Ken has no pee.
This is true. This is true.
This is true. She got pregnant by G.I. Joe.
She did.
I would have preferred G.I. Joe over Ken too.
Me too. I like me a G.I. Yorkie.
Man. I'm opening a 24-hour Chinese food place, and I'm going to call it Walk Around the.
That was good. Walk around the clock.
Walk around the clock.
If you all have any dad corny jokes, just drop them in here. We're good.
Oh yeah, you got any more? Man, I needed it.
Oh, C-Dub, same. I was a My Little Pony girl too.
And Care Bears. I loved Care Bears.
Yes.
I think I've said this too before, but I only ever bought Barbies so that when my friends came over to play, they wouldn't play with the toys that I liked. They could play Barbies. I didn't want them to play with my.
Look at your face. You're so serious.
I am serious. This is true. I had a whole box, like a little suitcasey type box of Barbie dolls, and that's what when my friends would come over to play, all my other toys were put away, and then I would bring out the Barbies, and so they were like, "Oh my gosh, you've got so many Barbies!" I'm like, "I know. Here we go."
Did you premeditate your play dates? Let me find out.
I really did. Here we go. What did the ghost say to the bee?
The ghost say to the bee.
Hold on. Oh, hold on. NorCal had one already. What do you call a sleeping bull? A bulldozer. That's a total dad joke. The Care Bear stare.
Yes.
So Jen Lou and I have a meme that we share, and it's the Care Bears, and they're like driving in the car, and it's like they open the door and they're like, "Get in, we're going caring."
We're going caring. We do.
Okay, hold on. So what did the ghost say to the bee? I gotta figure out this answer.
Yeah. And then I think there's one more that I'm probably going to actually fall off my chair about.
Said booby.
Booby. That's really good.
Said booby.
You put 5-year-old humor.
It's perfect though.
It
Perfect. Hi, Punksy.
Punksy. Wait,
Okay,
I think
hold
we
on.
have one more.
There was one more. Did I miss it? Hold on. I'm gonna go back up.
Hold on.
Did I miss it?
There's a sun emoji right next to it because the name's not popping up for me.
Okay, hold on. How do you make a handkerchief dance? You put a little boogie in it. Put a little boogie in it. Yeah,
I love that one.
You girls are funny. Is there another one? I'm missing it. Is it after?
I think she has a son next to her name, but I can't see the name.
Oh,
like it's my Wi-Fi.
Okay. A dyslexic person walks into a bra.
Wait, where'd it go? Oh. I saw the beginning in that one and already started laughing. I was
Oh
like,
my God. Because they're dyslexic. They walk into a bra instead of walking into a bar. Oh my gosh. What do you call a nun in a wheelchair?
This is good.
Hold on, let me see Maggie.
Maggie, I don't know yet, babe. Hold on.
I only know dirty, dumb jokes. All right, well.
Love you, C-Dub.
I think I'm like, some of them aren't like showing up.
I know, even the names, it's kind of weird.
Hold on, I'm going down slow so that I can figure it out. Virgin Mobile. That's what you call it, not in a wheelchair. That's so bad. Oh man, I can throw dad jokes all night, but I will most certainly get blocked. Probably not here, no.
Yeah.
Maggie, I didn't see yours. Maggie, I didn't see it. Hold on, I'm going back up so I can see Maggie and me, Maggie and me, Maggie and me.
Oh, I see it. We have to show it. I think chat held it, T. You might be able to see it now. Go right past NorCal's Depresso comment, and she's right under there.
Go past NorCal's Depresso comment? I don't even have that.
You have Dolly Bear's, looks like limbo comment.
A limbo comment?
Yeah, and then Maggie's right
What's going on in chat?
Go all the way back up. Go up a little bit more.
Okay.
You'll see C-Dub. You'll see NorCal.
I see KW10. I didn't even notice she was in here.
I see. And I don't see her at all. Hey, Dina.
Okay, can you read it?
Yeah, hold on.
Okay,
oh, wait, Maggie, you have two.
I'm back at the snail. Dang it.
Hold on, wait a second. All right, this is the first one from Maggie. You need to hang in there or they will think we are nuts. Is that it? I can't tell.
There's got to be a joke before that. That's got to be the punchline.
Oh, wait, here it goes. Here it goes.
Is that a boobs one? Because I think that's a boob one. What did the boobs? Why?
Oh, here it goes.
What is it?
Do you know what one sagging boob says to the other?
You gotta hang in there because they're gonna think we're nuts.
They're gonna think we're nuts.
Oh
like I knew I'd seen the boob one. Hold on. You're giving C-Dub the giggles.
That is too bad. Okay.
There's another one.
Oh shit.
And don't forget, sometimes, guys, for some reason, YouTube will hold certain comments and it won't show us because of like a word or something or like a capital letter, some stupid stuff.
Let's see. What did the blonde say when she opened a box of Cheerios? Like, oh my God, donut seeds.
Wait, what's it say? Donut seeds.
When I tell her and it's she totally inspired a joke time. This is all her fault. We should totally do a comedy show. We'll have to do it like, since it's you, does it have to be like after dark because yours are all like dirty jokes?
Yeah.
3 old women are sitting on a park bench. A man in a trench coat comes and flashes them. The first woman had a stroke. The second woman had a stroke. The third woman couldn't.
Oh, well, I'm done. I already know, but I was. Third one hit the jackpot, huh?
So bad.
Hey, Allie.
Did you hear the rumor about butter? Well, I'm not gonna go spread it. That's a good one.
That is a good one.
How do scientists keep their breath fresh? Ooh. Hold on. Hi, Allie. Oh, shoot. Am I missing the result of this one? Hold on. I'm trying to find it.
Hey, Seth. Oh, no, you did. Angela.
I missed it?
Yep.
Oh, I'm on it, but I don't see the answer.
She's the third one up. Go all the way to the bottom. Yep. I didn't want to say it because it's that good.
That's a good one. Sleuth Mom, I hope you're writing these down because she needs these for her stand-up comedy act. Hi, Seth.
How are you, Seth?
Oh, poor Thistle doesn't have earbuds and she's at her daughter's gymnastics. That's going to be bad. The parents around her are going to be like, you're not welcome here anymore. You've got weird people that you talk to on your phone.
Who do you hang out with all these jokes? Boob jokes.
Right. Do you know why Santa is such a jolly dude? Oh, no. No, Maggie, I don't. Why is Santa so jolly? Hold on. I don't see the answer yet.
That's it.
Logical. Just learned the word for constipation in German. Far from pooping. It's like Farfanugan. Far from pooping. Hold on, I'm trying to find Maggie's answer. It's not here yet. It's not showing up yet. We just do this all night.
Yes, yeah. Like
this
my
is
cheeks hurt already.
I know my eyes are like watering.
Well,
because he has a lot of who's. Because he has a lot of who's. I don't get that one. Why is it jolly dude? Because he has a lot of who's. Is that like something I should get? And it's like over my head.
I don't know. I'm confused. Hold on. Don't take
You're
much.
gonna have to break that one down to me like I'm 5. How did the blonde break her leg raking? She fell out of the tree. Oh, dumb blonde joke. Okay, NorCal says, do you know that after male bees meet, they die? Honey,
Oh,
Cheerio!
wait a second. To read it.
Yeah, Cheerio, I'm out.
That one was good, NorCal. That was good.
Hold on.
A lot of hose.
Am I missing anymore?
That's good.
Because he has a lot of hoes, not
Yeah,
who's.
hose.
He has a lot of hoes. That's why he's jolly. I just got it.
First, I'm like, wait, does that say
I was thinking,
hoses? I'm like,
who's,
hold on.
Whoville? Like, did he get who's from Whoville? It's because he's got a lot of hoes. Ho, 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 ho.
Got a lot of hose from Whoville.
Man. I just read the jokes in the comments. Okay, that's probably good. Right, my poor neighbors are probably scared of me because of what they hear on YouTube all the time. Mine probably should be. I can't spell. Yeah, hose. Ho, 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 ho.
Oh, hose.
Then she corrected it and she said hoses because he has a lot of hoses. So he has a lot of who's. He also has a lot of hoses, and then he's got a lot of hose.
No, Maggie, that was great. Thank you.
I object. Okay, hold on. And then Sunset Gazing chimes in but says Sapta has a lot of hose. The spelling is amazing in chat tonight. My granddad always said, when one door closes, another one opens. Lovely man, but terrible cabinet maker. When one door closes, the other one opens. You can't close them all at the same time.
It's all happening. C-Dub's ready for this web. Oh, I couldn't get that out. C-Dub's ready for the
I am. I'm going to start with West tonight. I think it's the easiest one to go over, and I also don't have a lot to show with it. The other two, I have a lot of things to go over with it. But man, hi, Britt. Man, do you know why Santa doesn't have any kids? Great. I don't know. Because he only comes down the chimney once a year.
Oh, we love you, Britt.
I'm gonna be like all red like Santa.
My cheek literally hurt.
Yes, Santa be calling everybody a hoe. He's like, you a hoe, you a hoe, you a hoe too. These are cracking me up. We need to laugh with all this heavy stuff during the day.
Yes.
Man, I know. And today was rough. This week has been rough. Thanks, Britt. I just went to bed during West last time and want to hear it because it's the only one I'm not listening to. Okay. Ooh. Hi, May. Hi, Carol. Okay. All right. Are we done with jokes? Let me know if we're done with jokes, and we can get to the.
You got a good one. Throw them in there.
Oh man, I get the tears out of my eyes. That was awesome. Thank you guys. I really needed that. Yeah. I really did.
May.
Your puppy's very tiny on my screen, but I can tell you right now that it's a puppy and it's very cute. Maybe you can see it better now. There you go. You can see it now?
Little brown puppy.
It looks like maybe like a Maltipoo. What is it?
I don't know.
Maggie, what kind of pup is it?
Day 10, 11, and 12 we doing, or just 11 and 12?
Oh, shoot. No, we got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for West.
Gotcha.
So you'll be happy to know that with the West case, that they did say today that they are expecting it to wrap up in May now instead of June. So I thought that was good. I mean, May 17th, they think it'll be given to the jury. It's a Cavy Poo. So it's a Cavalier King Spaniel and a Poodle. That's very cute.
Oh.
We all needed that. Yeah.
Hey, Cat.
Hi, Cat Pool. Hi, anybody who popped in that I might have missed. Okay, so we'll start with West. Let me find my right notes. Let me back that ass up for a second. Hold on.
She's ready.
I'm not even in the right spot, not even in the right case. I'm all over the place. I got all these jokes. I'm going to go back and write these down too. Sleuth Bomb, if you wrote them down, send them to me so I can tell not all of them. Some of them I can't tell. I'm all about a corny joke stream. Older I get, the more juvenile my humor. Thanks for the laughs. I know, isn't that funny? It's like the jokes that we did find funny when we were little are now like funny again.
Mm-hmm.
Like when we're in our 20s or like even our early 30s, we're like, oh my god, they're like so lame. Like we need way cooler jokes. But now I'm like, give me a good dad joke, give me a good blonde joke.
We do. We remember all that too.
And if you are watching the Letitia trial, you can give her, a good, what does she call, a thug life joke? Because Maria's a regulator. That's what she said. And as soon as she said, I was like, regulators, mount up. That's exactly what I thought. Because Maria likes rap music. Is Maria the one that likes rap music? I think so.
She's all into Tupac. Well, her and Letitia shared the whole rap loving situation.
Okay, so you ready? We're going to mount up.
Let's do it.
Later. Goodness gracious. Okay. So let me back up to Monday.
Monday, right? Okay.
I think we're doing Monday. We did that one already.
Was it Detective McNabb with the video from the 19th? Or did we do that?
We don't have court Monday, do we?
I have day 10. No.
Just no court Monday.
Wednesday. That's
Y'all got me very confused on taking all these separate days off. We have no court Monday for West. So we only have Tuesday, Wednesday. So we have yesterday and today. Because I'm like, wait a minute. These notes we already went over. It was from the Casa Loma apartment lady with the ice chest. So I'm like, we already did that. So
April
Tuesday.
Brown, criminals?
April Brown. Yep, that's the first one. So once again, this, honey, you can't be jealous. You helped me pick out most of this stuff. West is the only one I'm not following completely, so I really enjoy hearing your updates. So thank you very much. I only have so many hours in a day, and the other two are time consuming. They are really time consuming. I know. This was a task that I assigned myself, and I probably shouldn't have. And then all of a sudden, Michelle took it on too, and she's like, if you're going to do it, I'm going to do it. And we're going to do it together. And I was like, all right, we're going to do this. And it's probably a really bad idea. And I probably should have figured out one to not do, but I just couldn't. Unfortunately, and I hate to say this because I those boys are still super important to me, but that trial is so bad.
Terrible.
His trial is so bad. And I was thinking about it today. And what I'm realizing is I think that this trial has a lot of contention. I think that might be the right word. I don't know if it's not or not, or if it is or not. But because if you noticed in other trials, if you listened to the other two, or hi Barlena, or if you have listened to trials before, there's always a lot of stipulation to things. So they don't have to do a lot of this back crap to lay these foundations. And I'm assuming that they did not have this because there are people who are up on the stand and not just for the basic evidence purposes, but like literally you got a phone call on, December 22nd. And it's like, yes, I received a phone call. Okay, thank you. You're excused. And it's like, okay, what? Like half of it doesn't go together and they don't have the good solid flow. Hi, Nicole. They don't have a good solid flow. Hi, Dawn. So now I don't have a good solid flow because I'm going to stop and keep saying hi to everybody. Hi to everybody. Hi to everybody coming in. But they don't, and it's really, it throws me off, and it's hard to listen to. I mean, the positive is that they don't have a bunch of videos and audios that they're playing right now, so we don't have to try to squeeze out a word or two and maybe get something.
Sadly, though, I kind of wish I heard Jacqueline a little bit more. Like, I feel like I have such a headache between Letitia and even Lori. Like, I know so much about them personally, and Jacqueline is just like, they were seen on day, and then I reported them missing this. Like, there's nothing there. I almost wish there was. Like, give me something, please, something.
No, it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah.
And there's just nothing huge. And it's so hard because it's like there's just nothing. There's not the biggest thing was the ice chest. And to me, that's still
It's not
you got to put
proving
a
to
lot
be
of
much
puzzle
either.
together around the ice chest. Otherwise, I don't know.
And who I thought's testimony,
what you think?
what was his name when we did the presentation? Officer Hernandez. I thought his testimony was going to be great, or I thought there was going to be something in that, and I just, once again, nothing.
Oh, another thing that was actually really interesting is all 3 trials went over phone data at the same time.
Yes,
I was like, I don't know whose fucking phone is where anymore. I think Lori might be in California, and I don't know Trezell is maybe in Florida. I don't even know. Everybody's phone data went at the same time.
Yep.
The ice chest. Okay, so the neighbor Maria del Carmen Noriega Salas testified that she saw on 9/19 of 2020, she was cleaning out her daughter's apartment because her daughter had moved out. They both lived on at Lotus Lane at the Casa Loma apartments. And she saw Jacqueline and Trezell carrying a blue ice chest with a white lid to the trash area, like the dumpster area that's like enclosed. And then she saw them leaving, and they did not have that. They did not have the ice chest anymore. There was a lot of back and forth on whether if she actually recognized them or didn't, but there was a translator involved because she only spoke Spanish, and it made it a little harder for her to get her point across. But she did a really good job of saying, like, no, that is who I saw, that's who was carrying it. And then they were like, well, you didn't see them throw it away. And she's like, well, no, but they went in with it and came out without it. And that's on the night of the 19th. So that's like the biggest thing right now. But the 19th is interesting too, because if you go date wise, they got the keys to Cal City on 9/11. They quote unquote were moving from the apartment the weekend of the 18th, so the following week. So the 19th is going to be tough because when you're moving out of somewhere, you do throw a lot of stuff away that you don't want to take with you to other places. The biggest part was that she said that they were both carrying it. One had each side, had each handle. But we don't have a good timeline of when they believe that Orrin was killed, which would supposedly be before the move. So are they considering that might be Orrin? They don't really clarify this.
They focus on that September date. Well, that week in September, the 11th to the 17th, right. I believe.
Right. Hi ATS. Hi Roxanne. They said that the other children are going to testify that the kid Orson made it to the Cal City home, but he was only there very shortly. So now if they're moving into on the 18th weekend, does the 19th mean shortly? Because that's who knows? So does that mean it's Orson that they're implying is that in that cooler? I don't know. What did I make out of the diaper DNA today? Okay, we'll get to that, Marlene. We'll get to that. Don't skip me too far ahead, because then I'll get really all over the place. Okay, so that's really where we ended at last week. And then, so we started yesterday again. So a lot of this testimony is kind of just blah, because it's just people coming up saying, this is what I gained, this is what I got, and this is where it went, and then they get down. So we could go through some of it kind of quickly. Do you want to start, Michelle, real quick?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna grab a drink.
We'll go with we'll start with April Brown. She's a criminalist with the Kern County Crime Lab. She was tasked with collecting blood from the Chevy van and some other evidence here and there. She notes that there's no large pools of blood, but spots of blood on the exterior of the van and rear bumper. Again, it's a lot of just, like Teresa said, intentional testimony, I guess, just to state the actual facts for the record, I'm going to assume, but unless they're going to circle back with this some way, somehow, but not too sure of that. Next, and they're very quick testimonies as well, unless stalling kicks in, which is Jacqueline's attorney. Typically, testimonies real fast, crosses even faster, and they just go on. Then we have David Hunter. He's a special agent with the FBI for Bakersfield. Specifically works crimes against children. He searched the west backyard on the 23rd. He said that he found 2 locations where the soil looked a little disturbed. So it was flagged and excavated. Soil samples were taken, but no human remains obviously were found or even detected. Hennessy's on cross, and he reminds him of a tip coming in from Texas. And David Hunter basically says that he passed the tip off to a detective in Bakersfield, and that he himself did not check or follow up with this tip. And there was no report of this tip in Texas or anywhere else. Then Stallings, she's up on cross.
She's something.
She really is. She really is. I have more notes probably about her than I do the actual probably trial.
She talks more than the prosecutor talks, for sure. So Stallings, if you remember, is Jacqueline West's attorney, one of her attorneys. They each have at least two that are there. Seth, thank you.
Thank you, Seth.
I appreciate that, Seth. Thank you very much.
We love you tons. Thank you.
Okay, keep going.
Oh, hold up. So we have Stallings. Basically, she comes in and asks him if he disturbed the soil or if he, if it could have been him. And he says, no, he does not recall. It's that simple.
Yeah.
Do you want to go?
It's really kind of uneventful. But the biggest part that I took away from that part was, if you remember the lady with the canine dog last week, she came in and she said that there was 2 mounds of dirt, the 2 mounds that Jacqueline had brought up in her interviews, her recorded interviews.
Oh.
And the dog did not hit on the 2 mounds of dirt, but when they kind of kicked some of the dirt around, it got disturbed. So he comes in now after that and sees that there's these 2 disturbed spots in these mounds, and that's what he's looking for, is anything that's disturbed. And so he decides to dig, and they don't find any evidence of human remains there. So she's just pointing out, like, once again, she's really hardcore on the sloppy police work kind of thing. So she's like, did you not know, like, did you not read any reports or talk to anybody that the canine so-and-so was there and that they actually moved the dirt? And he's like, no, I didn't know that. So basically, like, you guys are idiots and you excavated somewhere because you saw 2 little spots that were moved, and they were moved because of you guys. So that's kind of what I took away from that, was just more, more just bad policing and bad communication on the police side.
The investigational end of it, I'm sorry. I try not to agree with Stallings on anything, but she's right. I'm sorry. For what they should have, just to not have basic reports, to run into these frustrating testimonies where she can even back these people into a corner. And then it's like the tone is set for the day of where it's like the defense is winning per se, and the boys are just like,
the boys are lost.
Yeah, like I'm lost in this freaking trial. Like
it's no body. It's no body homicides, and so far there's nothing that substantiates that these boys are dead.
Nothing.
Not yet. We have, if there is, we haven't got there yet. There's no big bombshell. The big thing that I can say is obvious is they know what happened. They know when it happened, but we don't. Does that mean that they killed them? We don't have any of that yet. Maybe we'll get there. Maybe we won't.
It's getting scary. Hey, Ellie.
Oh, that's very possible.
Yes,
and
Ellie.
The other thing, because we talked about this last week too, is they've gone over all of this surveillance and these different stores, and what they show is that they're never together. And I think that the defense is actually really making sure that that's important to the jury, because that means one would have done something and they're never together. They don't go to the store together. They don't do anything really together.
And even when they do, they divide. He'll go to one, she'll go to the other, or whatever. Even when they go to their parents' house, even down to their phone calls, it's never a time where he's talking to his mother and Jacqueline gets on the phone. It's Jacqueline talking to Wanda. Like, it's just very... Mm-hmm. It's going to create that, and it's
going to have that divide. It scares me that there's not going to be a conviction. I 100% agree. And if the boys are found, I've said this over and over, if the boys are ever found and these guys were found not guilty, that's it. They're never going to be retried. They're going to walk away scot-free. And if they're found not guilty, the next thing that means, they get their kids back.
Oh, I'll fucking lose my mind. I would lose my mind. Oh my God. You're right.
They're not guilty.
You're right. You're right.
So that's scary. Now, will they ever be approved to foster or adopt again? And what happens to the two that are not biological? Technically, they're legally adopted. They're their kids.
Yeah. And now you have one who is about to speak on them. How does that work out for that child? You know, how does he go home?
That's not going to, yeah.
You know?
I don't know. Well, technically, there's nothing that they have no record that says that they can't adopt more kids, but they could find some loopholes. I would assume, like, hey, you lost 2 adopted kids. We can't put more kids in your care. Same thing like that Latoya that had Oren and Orson when they were Sincere and Classic. You know, they found a loophole to remove the boys from her, and they tried to say they were doing it like to help her out because she seemed overwhelmed. Well, she was kind of overwhelmed. Her own daughter just went and accused her husband of abuse for a scratch that she had on her leg that was unsubstantiated and nothing ever came from it. And she lost the 2 boys she was about to adopt.
This is why I still feel like Classic and Sincere were targeted. They might have made it like through the referral, and maybe one was just looked at over the other, and then Ryan just so happened to have another one, so it became 2. I can't help it, say like there's just something not right in all of this. There just isn't. They ended up in hands they shouldn't have. They were taken out of hands they shouldn't have. And then even if they feel Ryan wasn't a good fit, Mrs. Sanders though, and Ryan and Mrs. Sanders are meeting 2 to 3 times a week, seeing these babies together, there's something completely wrong here. They were working towards reunification, not from that.
Well, I don't know, because she says, okay, so we'll get that because the bio mom ends up testifying too, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet. So I don't want to jump too far ahead. Because there's another neighbor that actually did an interview from Lotus Lane, the Casa Loma Apartments, who did an interview on YouTube. And if you guys followed the case closely, you'll probably remember when he did it. His name is David. And he did an interview before he ever went and talked to the police. And he said that he only saw 3 to 4 of the boys and that the boys never came outside to play. Do you remember there was a neighbor that said like they saw the kids basically come in and out of the house, but the boys were never allowed outside to play. So he testified. And then she gives them, of course, Stallings gives them a bunch of crap about going on a podcast. And it was a YouTube thing. So I just I don't know, that's kind of stuck with me. I thought that was interesting.
I think it's Ryan Hulse. He's just a patrol officer for Cal City.
Who's that?
Detective Ryan Hulse.
Oh, that, okay. Before that, you have, in April's testimony, did you go over, I walked away for a second. Did you go over the car seats and how she talks about that 2 of the car seats weren't latched properly? Because I found that kind of interesting. Like they were trying to show that those 2 car seats were like just thrown in there to make it look like there was a bunch of car seats, even though there wasn't. But I'm also kind of confused because the oldest kid's 10. Why they had 5 car seats in this car? They have 6 kids. The oldest one was 10. The next one was like 9 or 8. That's a lot of car seats for some older kids. I don't know.
Even if you go back to the family picture where they're at the restaurant, the other 2 foster kids, they wouldn't need seats unless they were really.
No, so they do have it. Like, so Jeremy is 6, and I'm in California, so he's still in a booster. Like in my husband's car, he's in just a booster seat, and in my car, it's still a high back booster because I just never changed it. So they do have to have some type of car seat. So they don't clarify what kind of car seats there are. That's the other thing. So it becomes kind of just important later because then they go over all the DNA and stuff from the car seats. So that just kind of becomes like a bigger thing. Like, yeah, do they clarify boosters? How many boosters? But then even at 8, 9 years old, you don't typically have a booster unless you're really small. Because it also goes by weight limit, and I don't know how big the other kids are. So. Until feet are solid on the floor? Okay, California doesn't do that. My poor daughter would have not been in a car seat, or would have been in a car seat until she was like 12. She was always so very tiny. I remember this total side story, but when she hit 40 pounds, she worked so hard to get to 40 pounds because she struggled. She was so little because she knew when she got to 40 pounds, she got to change what type of car seat she was in. And so she worked and worked and worked. And I was like, that's just how it is. And she was like, ice cream, give me everything. And she'd like get the scale out and she'd like say she was little. So it's just
such a baby.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah, 8 is about right.
8.
So I guess that maybe it depends. So I guess if the second one was 8, and I don't know their exact ages, I just remember the oldest was 10. 40 pounds or 8 in Pennsylvania.
It makes sense because you know what he was. I believe they were what it was like 5 and 6 and 6 and 7, something like that. Were those two? So that would make sense, and that's even them going like.
Okay, so they're probably boosters, not like they just call them car seats. But the biggest thing that I took away from that was that 2 of them aren't strapped in. Mama Stone.
Right?
Schmidt's still in here. Schmidt's still be in one too. There she is. Yeah. My boy can go to a backless booster at 40 pounds, but to not have one and just sit in the seat regularly, you have to be like 90 pounds. Typically, the rule of thumb is you can sit in the seat without one. It really depends on the car and the kid, because the seatbelt has to lay between your shoulder and your neck. If it's off your shoulder or if it hits your neck, then those are unsafe. So it's supposed to be where that sits, and then their knees have to be able to bend over the edge. So if they sit down and their legs end up going straight when they're all the way back, then they're too little. So if they have to be able to bend their knees naturally at the end of the car seat, the actual car.
It has to actually bend on its own. So and their backs up on the thing.
Normal rule of thumb to get away from an actual car seat or booster or anything.
My God, it's been that long with my kids. I don't even remember. That's sad. I don't remember. I don't.
It's changed from the time I started having kids to my last kid. You only had to have forward facing, or you only had to have backward facing for the first year. Now they're like at like 2 or 3 years or something crazy. I don't even know. Yeah. And like the kids' legs are like up the back wall or back of the seat and stuff. And I'm like, that doesn't seem safe, but okay.
It's the new rules. It's fine.
You don't wear your seatbelt when you're in the back seat. That's probably habit, because we grew up. There wasn't. I think my first cars I was in when I was little, they didn't have seatbelts.
Nope.
I had a phone book to see out the window. They didn't care about safety when I was a kid. Well, I know that when I was a baby, my mom tells me that my car seat was a laundry basket. They put me in a laundry basket and they put me on the floor of the car, and that's where I lay.
At least they cared about you, because I fell out twice and they didn't put me in anything.
Oh, that's so bad.
In front of the same corner store. Every time they'd pull the Yui, it would be right on Pete's corner store, and I would come right out that car. It was like 3 times it happened. It's just
so
like,
messed up.
Not okay. I know.
Don't here. Here you go. Just lay down right here.
I have other people that tell me that story, like that they remember that when I was a little girl. I'm like, what?
Oh, that's totally illegal now, Quinny. You can't do that. You can't be in the back of pickup trucks. No. Out in the country, you can get away with it, but no, you cannot. If they caught you driving down the street right here in the back of a pickup truck, they'd be mad. Yeah, stuff we did as kids was definitely not legal. Okay, so I'm going to tell you another side story. So this is just because of being kids and shit that I did that I won't let my kids do. So I picked up my daughter from school today, and she's like, they like a whole little group of girls walk to a friend's house that lives like right next to the school, so they have to cross the street and they go over there. She gets in the car and she's like, I'm so mad. There was going to be a fight after school, and they didn't want to wait. They wanted to walk, and they can't walk alone, so they have to walk together. So if like one is still there, they have to wait, or vice versa. So she's like, there was going to be a fight after school, and they didn't let me see it. They wanted to walk, and they wouldn't stop and see it. And I was like, who is going to be fighting? Like, you guys are in 6th grade. What is this? Like, what is happening? And she's like, so-and-so and so-and-so. And there was supposedly going to be like a knife involved. And I was like, what? Why do you even want to see that? Like, you don't need to be around for anything like that. And she was like, well, we all knew about it like in 1st and 2nd period. Like, it was already going around the school that there was going to be this fight after school. I'm like, well, then somebody like had to have told a teacher or a principal or something. They didn't go the whole day with nobody being a rat. It's just impossible. And then she's like, well, I think that they told the vice principal. She's like, but I don't know. She's like, but I wouldn't even be able to, I wasn't able to go see it because they wouldn't stay. And I'm like, good. I don't want you to see it, especially if there's going to be a knife involved. She's like, it's not like I was going to be right next to the fight, Mom. And I'm like, oh, okay. I don't really care. She's like, did you watch fights when you were younger when kids fought at school? And I was like, that's kind of right. That's a trick question.
Mm-hmm. But our fights were different. Our fights, we had a decent chance of living to see the following day. These kids fight. They don't fight. They don't use their hands. They use guns and they use knives and things. And just very dangerous. You got 14-year-olds who think that they're 34-year-olds and they're just reckless. Just completely reckless.
Well, that's why I was like, you guys are in 6th grade. Why is there a kid bringing First of all, that kid's going to be expelled.
Yeah.
And here I am like all total like mom mode. And she's like, did you watch fights when you were young?
Yep.
And I'm like,
Kind of did.
I don't really care
But
what
you're not. You
Yeah.
get home.
Rules are different for you, but nice try.
It's kind of good that she's with that group because it forced her to go home. You know what I mean? Like, that's a good thing. Go home.
It's like, you bad child. She's like, I wasn't going to be like right next to the fight, Mom.
I could
like,
so see her face right now, too. I could see that face.
Lisa Lee says, whoever signed the approval to approve the West as qualified foster parents needs to be held accountable for forging documents because the West didn't meet the standards to qualify for facts.
I agree.
I couldn't agree with you more. And I don't know if we're ever going to get to find out any of that documentation because of the fact that it's so, it violates all the privacy laws and crap. But I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. Okay, so I just backtracked on that because I wanted to go over I didn't know if she went over the 2 car seats because I think that might come up later. It's like this trial is really trying to find the little pieces and parts that you think are going to be important that aren't necessarily important when they're talked about. And then sometimes you're right and sometimes you're wrong.
Oh, yeah, that's true. There's times I remember to write certain things down. And then there's times like with this, I didn't write that other part down because I'm like, oh, we're not going to need it for that. It was like,
I don't know because I'm like, maybe that's going to be important.
Yep.
Because if they brought it up for this random witness, like you noticed that. So I'm like, okay, are they going to try to say something? Okay. So now we're at, what was the other guy's name? Brian.
Yeah.
Brian Holsey, the Cal City cop.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think there was anything important about him either.
No. He was just basically in charge of canvassing the area. He offered some warrants and he got Trezell and Jacqueline's DNA samples. Unless you have anything else to say, that's kind of all he did. Yep.
That he drove around, I got on cross with Stallings again, of course. That he did not look for surveillance, not knock on doors, but he didn't even look at the houses to see if anybody had cameras. And he did not stop and talk to any of the neighbors to see if they saw the boys. He literally just drove around and looked for them, and that was the extent of what he did for the investigation.
Is he the one that, did he reply that the reason why he didn't write the report, like, was he the one? He replied that I didn't write a report because I was driving around looking for kids.
Something like that. I don't know if that was that him? Because I didn't write that down.
I don't know. I think there's 2 that said something.
He did end up writing a bunch of search warrants for them. This also really bugged Stallings, even though this is very common in all of them. It really bothers her that people don't write their own warrants, that there are other people who sit down and write all the warrants or write all the reports instead of each individual officer doing it themselves. But it's really not uncommon. It happens in every single trial. The next lady was Megan Silverlake. She was a field photographer for the FBI. She enhances videos and audios. She was sent 3 videos at the beginning of 2021. So like 4 months later, she changed the contrast, the lighting. This is actually made me think of Christine. I was like, she should have sent them to her. She changed the contrast, the lighting, the sharpening filter. On cross, they talk about the other methods that were used. She got 2 videos from December 19th, and then she got 1 video from December 21st. So remember, the 19th is when you only see Trezell and Jacqueline getting in the van and 4 kids. They leave that way and then come home. And this is interesting because this is one of the things I was asking about was, is there a video of them coming home? But once again, they're trying to just say, like, can you see anybody carrying them? Because you only see 2 people arrive home. And then the 1 video from 12/21, which is when he goes out and drives around and you can see in the backyard. So that's it though. Yeah. That's all she testifies to. Then the next one is Austin, and he comes in and he did the serology on the diaper. So this is another thing that I say, like, people are coming in just little tiny bits and pieces. Let me see if I have something that would work. Okay, so this piece of paper is collected as evidence. They take this in. Okay, so I'm the crime scene tech. I get this, I put it in the bag, and I put my little seal on it. And I want you to test it for DNA. So I'm going to send it to Michelle, and Michelle does the serology on it. So what that means is Michelle decides, what would be the best parts of this to take for DNA, saliva, whatever I'm looking for. And she cuts that little piece off or swabs it, depending on what type of evidence it is, puts it into a littler package, and then sends that over to like the DNA analysis. So the serologist is literally the person who prepares it, gets it ready in the solutions and whatnot, and sends it away. That's a serologist. That's it. They don't test it. They can if they're a serologist and the DNA tech, but not normally. So there's one person who's sitting there clipping things, swabbing things, putting them in fluid and vials and sending them to the DNA people. So he does the serology on the diaper. So he basically has the dirty diaper that was found, takes a little chunk of it, gets it all ready to go, and processes it, and then sends it off for testing. Doesn't do the testing himself.
Yep. And he swabbed the inner lining, correct? Did I hear that right? Because that's the other thing. You're in audio.
That was pretty much it.
Yeah, like the audio, you're in current time. You miss whatever you miss. If there's a signal delay, whatever, you just miss it.
Ain't no going back.
Yeah, I have a lot of notes that are not finished.
Yeah, so if they get off, we know why.
Cat.
Let's see. In the 80s, there were more girl fights at school. Well, you guys still talking about fights. Now KE can be picked apart every time in court. It's so annoying when small things. Real question. How strong is the actual evidence in the West case? That's the one that I don't know a lot about. Too many parents killing their babies. I agree. And then Grandma Bunny actually says, what is the proposed motive here? Hi, BG. They do keep collecting the money. They get $1,000 a month per adopted child. So they had adopted 4 children. So their main source of income, and in my opinion, their only source of income, was the $4,000 they got from they had 2 biological kids, and then they got $4,000 for the 4 adopted kids. So that's how they lived. And she homeschooled the kids. That's another weird thing to me. Not that I disagree with homeschooling, because I do like it, but the fact that she homeschooled the kids is just, it's odd. She made sure they were so cut off from everybody all the time. And that's kind of scary in a situation like this.
Yeah.
So motive, my opinion on motive, and that is strictly my opinion, is they did not like these boys. They annoyed them. They bugged them. They took too much attention, too much time. Their own kids and the other 2 boys they adopted were very self-sufficient. They kind of took care of themselves. They fit in. They listened. They didn't have any type of learning disabilities or verbal disabilities. And Orrin and Orson apparently did have something that's kind of noted throughout many of the witnesses. They were a little slower. They didn't use their words a lot.
They were definitely behind for their congressional ages, so to speak.
Right.
Sure.
So to go over like what is the actual evidence, that's tough. We don't have it
Much, guys.
Well, we don't know. This trial is supposed to go till May 17th, and he said they're actually going pretty quickly because it was supposed to go till June. So think about. We still have quite a while to go. That hopefully something comes in, but right now, I don't see him having anything. They're gonna have to prove it. And I kind of was thinking this today too, because today they talk about like swabbing the car seats and blankets and so on and so forth. It's almost like they're trying to prove the negative. Yes. They're trying to prove the boys were not in this house. And can they do that? I think they can, but can they prove that the boys are dead is really what I'm not.
And like I said, better have something for Casaloma. They have to have something waiting. It's going to be the only thing that could possibly, they live there, but spent a lot of time at Wanda's around this time. So, there's only so much back and forth between I've dug in and out this case. I just don't see what.
We don't have it. Yeah. If they have it, we don't know it.
Yeah, literally.
What we know is they were in charge of them and they're gone.
Yes. I still think that they were going to be groomed and possibly trafficked in the sense of they would sell them, keep them, and make more money off of them that way, type of thing. That's how I see them.
You almost have to be able to prove that they weren't trafficked, because I'm telling you, that's another really big thing. And if the prosecution can't rule that out,
I think that's why if you notice, a lot of the boots on the grounds, they kind of stopped going live around that point because they knew that they were saying a lot of that because they couldn't help what they were picking up. But at the same time, it wasn't helping the boys, and it was kind of working against this whole case. So I kind of stutter when I say that, but just kind of knowing the ins and outs of Wanda and whatnot and that whole situation over there, I can't help it. I can't.
There's something just off with the whole thing, but the proposed motive from the prosecution is pretty much what I was saying. They just think that they wanted the money.
Yeah.
They wanted the money and they didn't want to take care of them.
Yeah. That's literally what they lay out in opening statements too.
Yeah, me too, Delana. Okay, so let's get back over here and see if there's anybody. Okay, so the serology guy. The next big one is Ryan. Ryan takes the stand. What did you think about Ryan taking the stand? So Ryan Dean is the bio mom. I learned some things when she took the stand that I didn't know, or I should say some things were clarified for me. Like, so I didn't know that she didn't know the boys were adopted or their names were changed until after they were missing. I knew she didn't know they were adopted and that their names were changed. I just didn't know when she learned that. Mm-hmm. And she apparently didn't learn that until the news.
It was almost, I think she said that a family member had gotten some type of like, it was a notice about something else because she had their address under some type of benefits or something like that. And something went there and she got a little inkling of it and then made some calls. Nobody called her back. And then boom, news happened. And here.
So she saw the boys' pictures. Yeah, she saw the boys' pictures on the news and knew who they were because she'd still had a relationship with them somewhat. And they had different names on the screen. That's how she learned. I didn't know that.
Yeah. She said instantly she got that gut terrible feeling, like what she thought, what was happening. And then here everyone's like, no, this is them just trying to connect with them as family. And she's like, they're not supposed to be their family. This was never a permanent thing. And just like that.
No one has found them between the two homes. No, they have not been found. Drugs and religion have not been mentioned.
Nothing.
Nothing about either one of those.
No.
Jacqueline will be going to prison on my side of town, Chowchilla State Prison, and my cousin has plenty of friends doing time, so know what that means. A fresh black eye every day, yeah.
Lisa Lee, I don't know where you're from, babe, but I kind of loves you. Just saying.
I kind of loves you. The thing is like we do feel like a lot of these people get prison justice, and not to say that prison justice doesn't exist, because we know that it still kind of does, but it's not like it used to be. I mean, if you think about how many people are in prison for killing their kids, there's a lot, or killing a kid.
You see, like we kind of say, like, oh, hey, you end up in jail for that, you're done. Da, 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 da. I don't think
it's not like that anymore.
Yeah, I don't think like it's almost okay to in a prison anyway to molest a child and do things like that. Where years ago, our generation, you couldn't do that. Like you would be getting a black eye every day.
Yeah, you used to just get thrown to Gen Pop, and Gen Pop would take care of you. Now they have a lot more restrictive. They do. It's a lot more restrictive, so they kind of keep all these people together. So it's like, yeah, they don't kill each other, and there may be a little bit of prison justice, like maybe a black eye or some, whatnot. But it's definitely not like how it used to be.
It probably have to be a high profile case to even get. Like, I actually believe that Letitia, they wanted her ass. Like, I believe that, but I think it's because of the case and how much it was known.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I mean, they just keep them either in solitary or restrictive custody, and then nobody gets to them. I think almost every case we talked about recently, they put them in where, they just get to walk around for an hour and then they go back to their cell. And a lot of the times they're walking around for an hour by themselves. There ain't nobody to hurt them.
Nope.
That's why I said they're still definitely, yeah. Dahmer and Jesse Anderson were gone within 2 years. We don't have that type of justice anymore, but that's why I said there is the prison justice, because now these people are in solitary, which I think would probably drive them absolutely bonkers. You do not get people to talk to and be friends with and all that fun stuff that you get to do in prison, the other fun stuff. So anyway, so we talked about that Orrin, who's the oldest, remember, Orrin, she had named them Classic or Sincere and Classic, and Orrin was 3 months old when he was taken. He was taken because he had broke his leg. She was not home at the time that happened. Orson was only a few weeks old. We knew this basically because of the LaToya, who had come on and was their original foster parent. And she had a good relationship with LaToya, and they would actually meet up like 2 to 3 times a week, and they talked on the phone and stuff. They were close. The only thing I don't understand about this is that LaToya talked when she was on the stand and said that she was actually working to adopt the boys. But Ryan says that she was actually taking parenting classes and stuff to be able to get the boys back. So if they were in such good graces,
why was there confusion with that?
Why is there confusion? So did Ryan start to do all this stuff to get the boys back once the boys were taken from LaToya, and she was like, wait a minute, this isn't going to work, because she did not have a good relationship with Trezell and Jacqueline.
Mrs. Sanders. She did say that she was kind of helping Jack. I mean, oh my goodness, I'm going to confuse him. Ryan now, because like Ryan was going through some health issues after she had Orrin or Orson, one of them, and like trying to get her life together. It was something like that. I remember Mrs. Sanders saying. So I think you're right. That would be. There was paperwork on this.
Yeah, so I wonder about that. Like, when did all that start? They didn't really give out like a good timeline for it. But she talks about like how Orrin was a happy, smart, funny little boy, and how he loved music, and Orson was always very happy. She didn't know the boys were being adopted. We talked about that. She learned after the boys were missing, which was shocking to me. I thought she had learned it after they were adopted, but not after actually they were missing. She had no contact info for the Wests. She was taking the parenting classes. She learned the boys were missing by someone, and then she saw it on the news, and that's when she found out the names were changed. She asked the West what happened, and they lied to her. And I thought she was really upset when she says this, and she's like, I asked them what happened, and they lied to me. And the defense objects, and then it ends up being sustained and stricken from the record because that's, speculation. And the defense. Oh, hey, I hear me.
That was.
She had never been to Cal City before that day. When she got there, she helped search, and she talked to law enforcement. She gave a DNA sample. And then Cross, for Trezel's attorney, was
Asked her.
Does she remember if she's the one who told LaToya that the boys went missing? She says kind of. She's not 100% sure. Just kind of remembers. Here's the big part: is that she actually lives in Arlington, Texas, which is the same city and state that the tip came in from. The tip came in about seeing a sighting of the boys. Was Arlington, Texas. So that's where she lives. She said that so Stallings gets up there, and Stallings tries to say that that Ryan Dean was confrontational with Jacqueline during the court appointed visits. And she was like, I was never confrontational with her. Then she asked her, have you ever lied to police? And she says, yes, I have. So that was not good. Then on redirect, they talk about how she wasn't home when Orrin's leg was broken. Okay, let's see. Recapping, we do our recaps Wednesday nights and Saturday days. So we do 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, of all 3 trials on Wednesday. And then we do Thursday, Friday of all 3 trials on Saturday. So 2 days a week. Ryan has 2 other kids too. She has never had. Their dads raised them and always have. Sorry, she never wanted them boys back. She lies. She has never won any. She's never won any of her kids. She never won any of her kids. Like, did she ever fight for them though to even win them? I think that my personal opinion, it is what it is. I like that name though, because it is what it is. My personal opinion is that she liked that she was able to see them, and they basically were taken care of 100% by somebody else. I think there's a lot of, and once again, I hate to talk about victims in cases and be like, any type of derogatory, because once again, no matter what happens, they don't deserve to have their family members, killed or taken, in horrible ways. I feel like she was an immature mom and appreciated the fact that she got to see her kids, but then didn't want to take care of them. That's, C-Dub, I love you too. But I do think that's kind of where she was. And that's why I brought up the fact that was she taking these parenting classes after LaToya lost the kids, because she had such a strained relationship with Jacqueline and Trezel, that she knew that she wasn't going to be able to have that mommy time that she wanted with a couple that was actually going to take care of the kids. Ultimately, she didn't do anything to the kids, so I mean, it kind of is what it is, like your name. Ironic. So, the next witness is actually Jacqueline's sister. So when they talk about Jacqueline's phone, she really only talks to 2 people consistently, and it's her sister and her mom. Her sister, when her mom testified, she talked about that she had moved to Oregon and she was living by her other daughter. Because there's 3 kids. The mom has 3 older kids. But she talks about she was living in Oregon next to her daughter. And so her daughter, Perla, who is Jacqueline's sister, testifies and talks about how she moved to Oregon in 2017. Jacqueline and Trezell only had the 2 biological kids when, hold on. Wait, what? Yes, it is. Wait, what? That's scary. Oh, yes, scary. So Jacqueline and Trezell only had the 2 biological kids when she moved. So she had never met any of the 4 adopted children. The biggest thing was that Jacqueline uses her and her mom as alibis on the fact that they saw Orrin and Orson after the prosecution wants to say that they passed away. She talked to her on Facebook Messenger mostly, and Jacqueline mostly sent pictures of the dogs and not the kids. What'd you think of that?
Shitty. She does mention the one video chat call though, where she says, I believe she originally testified that she did see the boys, but then now is saying that she just saw a bunch of little heads.
Right.
Did you catch, like, I don't remember her testifying the first time around. I don't. Like,
at the grand jury, she testified. You don't know that.
But like, I don't.
No preliminary hearing. So you don't know you don't know who and what was testified to at the grand jury. Those are sealed until trial.
But she says something that she wanted, like she was video chatting because it was one of Jacqueline's biological kids' birthdays, and she wanted to sing to them, or her kids wanted to sing to them.
Mm-hmm.
So you very much knew the birthday of your nephew. You guys talked because that's Jacqueline's only really, it was her mother and her sister that she talked to the most.
Mm-hmm.
I just have I don't know.
It's very strange.
Very strange. And she lived with them. She was one of the apartments in Casa Loma, or she lived with the mom, one of them.
But she left in 2017, so a few years beforehand, because she was in an abusive relationship, so she left. So, but it is when her mom testified, she made it very clear. My grandchildren are Jacqueline and Trezell's biological children. So the other 4 boys were not her grandchildren, even though they were adopted. It was very clear in her testimony that the biological kids were her grandchildren. And then now this one, Aunt Perla, only talks to the 2 older boys, doesn't even recognize the little ones really at all, the little 4. And she is singing on FaceTime with her kids to the oldest child, but just saw, like you said, just saw a bunch of little heads. Doesn't know how many. And so apparently her testimony kind of changes, because she does say something at the grand jury that she doesn't say here. So they kind of call her out on that. But she talks about that she's actually going through chemotherapy, so her memory is basically shit. And in fairness, I get that. So it's like, okay, before they bring that up, I'm like, what the hell's wrong with her? Why is she's not making any sense? Like, she's like, I don't remember what I said. I don't remember. And I'm like, you're lying. And then they said that. I'm like, yep, I get it.
I'm so sorry.
I don't actually know. I know I felt like an asshole. I was like you probably actually have no idea what the hell you're talking about. But still, the bottom line for her testimony for me was that she did not have any relationship with her nephews. And she never came to see them. She moved in 2017 and only ever come back to Bakersfield one time. Most likely probably because she was scared, because she had been in an abusive relationship that she went to Oregon to get away from. But still, I don't know. It was very odd to me. So that was the big thing.
Mascara. How are you?
The mascara. I feel like so many people want to have kids, but a lot of people don't want to be a parent, and it's heartbreaking.
You got it, Delana, babe. We got it.
There's also a lot that want to have kids because they think it's going to keep their partner. And then when it doesn't, now what do you do with this kid that you didn't want to have? You didn't really want. You only wanted him to keep the guy. The next one is Detective Perez. He went and here's another example of surveillance where they're split up and they go to different places. So he got surveillance from Lowe's, Winco, and Costco. Trezell was at Lowe's and Winco, and Jacqueline was at Costco. And this is in October of 2020. No one was with either one of them. So they didn't bring any kids or anything with them. They also went to a place called, and somebody who's local might know what this is. I don't know what this is. Yokut's Park. but there was no video there because that's where the phone had tracked him to. They went to a Food Max, a building that used to be a company that used to be Food Max, and tried to get video from there. Basically, all they're doing is trying to figure out any time the boys were last seen on any type of video, any type of surveillance, anytime, anywhere. But these guys don't take their kids anywhere, so you're not finding anything. And unless they have somebody who's going to come in and testify that back in June or January of 2020. You saw the kids everywhere, and then all of a sudden you didn't. I don't know how you're going to, once again, this goes into how you're going to prove nothing changed. These people never brought their kids to the store with them. They never went inside. It's very odd parenting, in my opinion.
Very odd.
He went through the Instagram and the Facebook profiles that belonged to Jacqueline, who mostly contacted her mother and her sister. There's a picture from 2019 that shows Jacqueline and the 4 kids on Facebook. And in 2019, they did have Orrin and Orson, but they're not pictured. There's a message that on December 23rd, 2020, which we've heard about this message before, but he's apparently the one that found it, where she's telling somebody to tell the boys to ask for a lawyer, and not because she doesn't want law enforcement to twist what they say.
Oh, she's telling Wanda. The boys were with Wanda?
Yep, the boys were with Wanda, is Trezelle's mom.
Yep.
We didn't know that part, but we knew about that message. Most of the conversations were in Spanish, so they did end up having to get some translators to come in and actually translate all the messages. There's another picture from 2019, December of 2019. So a year before they're reported missing, and it's only the 4 kids, no Orrin and Orson. February 4th of 2020, there is a picture that shows the entire West family that she sent to her sister. So it's got everybody, all 6 kids, Trezelle and Jacqueline. So that's February of 2020. May of 2020, she talks to her sister about an incident where Orrin ate Orson's food, and she sends a gif of like a frustrated and angry gif is what they say. She tells her sister that Orrin and Orson have certain traits that they had to have gotten from their bio parents. And I was like, that was a little bit of a dig, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
On June 8th of 2020, there's a message that refers to the little one's birthday. He is a little weird one. He stands or sits all day.
I'm already pissed.
So she only refers to him as the little one, doesn't say his name, calls him a little weird one. This is in June of 2020. And then on September 12th, so remember, they get the keys for the new house on September 11th. On September 12th, there's a photo sent to her sister of the 4 older boys only. There was videos that they found on her device that they think were taken actually from the oldest brother from July. And I think this video has actually come out, and they even took some still shots from it at one point.
They did.
Or the still shots came out of the video.
Yep.
I remember something about that. And I think that's 2 of the pictures we have are from this video.
Exactly, Jay. Yep.
So it's Orrin is on 7/25/2020. There's a video of Orrin and Orson. It's a 6-minute video. Orrin's playing, and then you can see Orson in the background in a diaper.
And they're at Casa Loma in that picture because it says Lotus Lane.
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh. And
So
for
that's
me,
the apartment.
that shows like if the older boy was kind of like taking videos and was keeping them in his phone, he definitely took on that older brother role or that secondary parent role that they were talking about in the second indictment, I believe.
Right. Well, and remember, they tried to say that the older boys didn't like the younger boys and that they wouldn't play together. And then here you have the oldest boy taking videos and playing while Orrin is playing and Orson's in the background doing, what babies do.
That's it. I feel terrible for the biological kids and the other 2 fosters were they adopt? Oh,
they already adopted.
I just feel terrible for them.
So there's another video from July 26th of 2020 where Orrin and Orson are seen in the van. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that was important. Okay, so he also is involved in wiretaps that are done from February 24th of 21. Remember, they're not arrested until 2022. So February 24th, 21 to March 14th of 21. So they recorded, they were wiretapping their calls, which they also have to get translators in to help translate the calls later at a different point too. The Facebook records are over 4,000 pages, but only a small part were actually relevant. So that's where they focused at, which was the photos that were taken. And then they talk about how he was there for the DNA testing of Charles, which is Orson's dad, and he was present for the taking of DNA from other people. Yep. The next one is Carlos Arvizo, who's a Bakersfield detective. He's one of the translators that comes in, and he was the one, if you remember, FBI went to Maria's, Jacqueline's mom's house. FBI went to her house in December, and they had a hard time communicating with her, so they got a translator from Bakersfield Police Department to come in, and so that's this guy. So Carlos Arvizo, he comes in and helps translate. He does say that Jacqueline and Trezell were at the house, which I thought was weird.
Yep.
I don't think we'd ever heard that before.
Nope.
So I made sure to note that, like with a little asterisk, because I was like, okay, that's got it. Maybe that's going to be one of those little. Is that important later?
It's all leading up to those dates, where it's all in between those dates.
Right. Jacqueline's mom had testified that she didn't know her daughter was moving to Cal City until after, but they do have the messages that she does tell her mom in September she was moving to Cal City. So
yep.
Once again, there's definitely a language barrier with the mom, or just some resistance, maybe both. I don't know. Yeah. She tells her mom that this is on September 18th. So this is moving weekend, September 18th moving weekend, that they're going to get the U-Haul to come back and clean up the apartment, but they're waiting for Wanda, Trezell's mom, to come. And you guys are talking about being weird. And I get that. I don't know. It's just weird that she doesn't ever call him by his name. She just calls him weird. Her only interaction about him, and she doesn't even say his name. I don't know. I found that weird.
I definitely call them weird, that's for sure, but not their first names.
But they're waiting for Wanda to come and take care of the kids so they can go back. And so on the 19th, they do go back to they go back and forth. So there's messages between her mom and her saying like, hey, we're here, which is at the Casa Loma apartments. And then, hey, we're back at the Cal City house. So they go back and forth. So then there's the wiretap that comes in, trying to get during the wiretap. And there's a conversation between Maria and Jacqueline where Jacqueline is telling her that they're trying to get out of Bakersfield quickly. And that is dated March 12th of 2021.
Don't like that one neither.
Nope. Why are you trying to get out of Bakersfield quickly?
Yep. There's, I don't know if you got to that part yet. That's why I don't want to interject yet. But are you going to talk about the sock situation? Like, is that on your notes?
The sock situation? Yes, that's coming up. That's not him. I think that's the next guy.
Yep.
The one that comes in to translate a lot of the recorded calls. Senior Officer Jamie Orzoku. Hi, a human being. We're doing West right now, and then we'll do Vallow and Stauch. Bakersfield Senior Officer Jamie Orzoku. I don't know how to say it. I'm probably saying it wrong. He assisted with 4 wiretaps, translating 4 different wiretaps. And the one call, here's the big one. The one call, Maria, which is Jacqueline's mom, and Jacqueline were talking about how a sock had gone missing. And one of them made a joke and said, maybe it will pop up like the missing children. And they laughed.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what to do with that. I don't know. Is that like a language thing that maybe was interpreted wrong? We don't understand the context of the actual conversation. And that's kind of what I don't want to go too fast, but that's kind of what Stalling brings up in her cross. It's like all she kind of comes in on. But I don't like to specifically say missing children.
Yeah. Well, that's from March or February or March of 2021, so they are missing.
Yeah. And now think about it. Now, I don't know. We don't know what law enforcement. I don't know what law enforcement has yet, and I don't know if they're going to play any more of this. But remember when the neighbor, AV was talking to one of the neighbors who picked up the conversation from Jacqueline's mother, and they put it in Google Translate, and apparently she was talking about the whole trafficking situation.
Yep.
or just talking about kids being trafficked and things like that. It's just
Yep.
odd, the things that she, like, I can understand it all being mixed up because of, you know, the whole language barrier, but there's just certain things that she says that just, they don't sit right at all. And then
No,
it
very
follows
weird.
up with a laugh.
It's very weird. It's very odd conversations, very odd personalities, and very odd relationships.
Yes.
So the next one that pops up ends up being the Bakersfield police detective Thomas Hernandez, who eventually, when Bakersfield takes over the investigation, he does become the lead investigator. So he went and listened to an interview at the Jasmine Center, which is the place where the kids were taken before they were placed into foster homes. They go to this Jasmine Center first. He helped write warrants and got DNA from. Oh, he took the DNA and sent it to the Department of Justice so that it could be on record in case any remains were found. That was the end of yesterday. So then there was today, and he was still on the stand, but they really should have just finished it yesterday because he's on the stand. They asked him, the prosecutor asked him about swabs for Oren's dad, and that he was around for like taking the DNA swabs for the other West kids. And that's the last of his questioning. And then the defense says, well, we don't want to question him because he's actually going to testify later as the lead investigator when he comes back into play into the investigation. So we'll just question him then. And I'm like, okay, so that guy totally had to come back for like no reason.
Oh no, he set out to do all their damage control. I can almost promise you that.
Oh yeah, they're going to be blaming him for a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, this you were ready for this, and they didn't deliver for you. You gotta wait even longer. She really wanted Hernandez and Anson's testimony, and now it was kind of a dud.
They gave me nothing. Nothing. I was like, hey.
So the next lady comes up and she tested some samples. She basically did some serology on some of the other samples. That was it. The next one comes up. It's a DNA tech. She actually created a chart of all the DNA profiles so that people could actually tell Jameson. Yeah. Jameson. Isn't that what I said? Jameson Center. Wait, Jameson. Yeah.
Yeah. Jameson.
Am I saying it wrong?
You said Jameson, right? I don't know.
I don't know what I said. Maybe I didn't say it. It's Jameson. Jameson. I don't know. Maybe I need better enunciation. So they talk. So on cross-examination, they just talk about the profiles and how do you create the profile and what are you looking for and so on and so forth. So basically, going over the 24. They're looking at the 24 locations on DNA, so on and so forth. Then the next guy comes up, and this is the criminal list. So he's now going to do some actual DNA on all the stuff that the serology people sent him. Kyrie, did I say it wrong? You got to tell me if I said it wrong. Did they do luminol testing in both the places they lived? They have not really told us that. They did luminol testing, or Blue Star actually. They did Blue Star in the van and found little tiny specks that were smaller than a grain of rice on the back bumper of the car, and they didn't take them for testing because they didn't seem significant. So this guy is pretty much on the stand for a while today. He's pretty big, but he does a lot of the DNA testing. So today was when I was thinking they're trying to show that that the boys were not at the Cal City home because everything is basically coming up negative. So they're testing all of these different things, trying to find a profile that matches Oren and Orson. And mostly everything that they test comes up negative or is inconclusive. So I don't know if I want to go through like every single thing, but they tested a whole bunch of the garden tools, shovels, 4 shovels and a rake, all negative. They tested a toothbrush, it was Jacqueline's. Tested another toothbrush, and it was one of the other boys.
I didn't like that they tried to pass it off though, as the boys. Like I remember when all that happened, and like that was like a supposed.
The one that was like the one is this. Well, there's 2 other toothbrushes they say that he doesn't test later. And there was the ones that were like supposedly so old they were like stuck to the medicine cabinet like shelf.
Yep.
But we don't get to know which one
is what.
It doesn't make sense. CDUT, for real, how do you listen to West all day because you have to and still catch up on Stauch and Vallow? Well, I listened to West on my computer, and I listened to Stauch on my phone, and I listened to Vallow later. So I typically really count on Nate. So, I mean, if you really, my Vallow updates, besides some of the stuff that I have in my own pocket or my own files, you really could get basically what I'm going to give you from Twitter or from Nate, because that's who I count on for that. And then I listen to them later. So like I have not listened to today's testimony in Vallow.
We'll do that tonight. Vallow will be tonight. Like the West boys get most of the day because it has to be in current time, so we can't miss anything. I try to do Letitia right after that, and I do her in like, I try to go 1.52 if I can. So that knocks it down to like 3 to 4 hours. And then I'll pick up Vallow after that. Vallow gets my extra minutes if I have it.
Oh, Kyrie, you're not being obnoxious at all. No, I wanted to know if I said it wrong because I didn't remember if I did.
Yeah, no, we play all the time here.
If I say it wrong, tell me. I don't want to repeatedly say it wrong and look like a moron. So no, I'm not one of those people who's like, hey, there's a booger hanging out of your nose and then not tell people. Like if you got a booger hanging out of your nose, I'm going to tell you because I don't want you to walk around the rest of the day with a booger hanging out of your nose. Exactly. And I don't expect anybody around me to let me walk around like that either. So no, so tell me.
You're totally good, girl. You're fine.
CW, the easiest thing is the timing is different. So there's very few parts of the day that I have to listen to both at the same time. Not to mention, depending on which one I feel is more interesting, I'll put my focus towards. I don't know. That's just kind of how I do it. Or if I think that there's something important that's happening in both, I'll pause Stauch and listen to West to write it down. If I feel like maybe something's about to happen, like some bomb's going to drop and then it doesn't. But that's kind of
that's the thing. Like Letitia's trial is just so damn interesting that it's hard to pull away. Where it's like Jacqueline and Trezell, it's not much, and it's almost like torture note taking at a certain point. You know what I mean?
It
like,
really is.
It is. It's
I'm
just
like, does this even matter? I don't even know if I want to do it. Hi, Ossine. So there's, like I said, so they do a lot of the mattress pads and blankets. And I'm not going to go through every single one of them because it'll end up being very boring for you. But
it's all the same thing.
Basically, every mattress pad from the house and the blankets. And what they were looking for was Orrin and Orson's DNA. So they were checking like saliva, urine, things like that would be like maybe in kids' beds, and trying to find any trace of them there. And basically, everything was either did not show Orrin and Orson there, or it was inconclusive. That's what I got out of that. What do you think?
I'm with you, babe. Nothing.
I wrote like not 0-0, not 0-0, not 0-0. That's really what I got.
Yep. Everything. It's
there was one that was a potential, possibly Orson, but it was inconclusive.
And I think that
was on a blue mattress cover. So there was at the blue mattress cover, and then everything else was inconclusive or not 0-0. And they did the van also, basically checking the car seats to see if any of those had DNA from Orrin and Orson. Right. Basically, everybody was excluded, or they were both excluded on everything, except for one was possible Orrin, and one was possible Orson, and another one was possibly Orson, but not enough to be conclusive.
Yeah, which would make sense for the car seats because of the other. It's the corner of the mattress, or the mattress cover.
Right.
Orson. That's a little. What's that?
So about? I thought it was. This is where I took it today with this. When I talk about like the little pieces that might be important later. They're testing all of these mattress pads and all these blankets. Are they going to be able to show when these mattress pads and blankets were purchased? Like all these trips that they took to the store and stuff, because when you move, you buy new stuff, right? So did they go and buy new stuff for the new beds? And if they did, then they wouldn't technically have Orrin and Orson if they were dead, right? Now, one possible sheet has Orson, But that goes and coincides with what the boys are saying, that Orrin never made it there and Orson did, but only shortly, only for a short amount of time. So does that mean does that prove that? Because that's the only thing I could kind of come up with after all that stuff today.
See, like, and if that's it, extra scary.
That's like I said, because they were really trying to disprove the boys were not in this house.
They're trying to push Cal City out. Like you said it perfectly. I'll say it again. You said it perfectly from the beginning how they was going to conduct this trial, and they're going to work their way backwards. And that's exactly what we're getting. We're almost out of Cal City right now, literally, and they're going to dig back in there. And I'm hoping the closer they get to, like, as they backtrack to Casaloma and Wanda's and whatnot, I'm hoping that's where some good stuff comes out at. Because as of right now,
I hope so.
This is shit. Not good.
Has anybody seen the boys physically with Trezell and Jacqueline? Yes, the family has. Trezell's family has seen them all together. They had gone there, and at one point, Trezell's brother even like decorated like gingerbread houses with the 4 older boys. But they did go to a bunch. But anyone else could say the fuck out of my chat when corrected on something. But Teresa's one of the cool bunch, a down to earth kind of girl. Well, thanks. Well, because if I say it wrong and then I continue to say it wrong, you guys are going to be like, fuck, she's saying it wrong again. Girl can't ever get it right.
No, we like to have fun, if anything. Say what you want. Do what you feel. Just be kind to each other, if anything. You can torture us all day long. We don't care. But just be kind to each other and we're good. Have fun.
So the next guy comes up, and his name is Darren Wonderly, and he is in charge of getting the call records. So he actually gets the call records for Ryan, bio mom, Ralph, which is Orrin's bio dad, and Trezell and Jacqueline. Both Ryan and Ralph, their phone records show that those phones had never been in Cal City before the boys were missing. So that was the big thing there. They haven't talked about, what's his name, Pettis, which is Orson's dad. They didn't do his phone, or if somebody else did it and it's not on here yet, but he's not included in this. So they go over a ton of the stuff from Jacqueline's phone and Trezell's phone. The biggest thing I can tell you about Jacqueline's phone, and I won't go through all the dates, but they do 2 different sections, and that's actually where they end up ending it today, is on the second section. But they're going through the whole weekend of the 11th. They go from the 11th, the 11th up until like the 19th, 20th of September. From the time they got the keys to the house to the time that they are supposedly moving weekend. And there's just a ton of back and forth. She goes from Cal City back to Bakersfield, Cal City back to Bakersfield. I wrote down all the times and all the dates in case it is important later for something, but I don't think it's really going to matter now and nobody's going to remember it. So that's the big thing with her phone. His phone is a little different. So they do the same time frame, but he has a couple other stops. He's going southwest of the apartments a few times. He goes to, he's caught on Highway 38 and Highway 43 before he comes back to Lotus Lane. There's a couple different things. He's hitting on 915. He's in the Mojave Desert, like between Mojave and Tehachapi. What is it? Tehachapi. I got it. You guys don't have to tell me I'm wrong on that one. I got it. Tehachapi. Took me a minute to read my own writing. So he's got a couple that are kind of moving around a little bit, but hers aren't there. So that's the big one there. And then on her phone, they go back and they're starting to do the 21st. And okay, so somebody needs to help me with this one. And anybody who's listening, or tell me what you think. On the 21st is the day they're reported missing. Her phone pings in Bakersfield near Potoma Avenue on December 21st, early in the evening. How is she in Bakersfield early evening on the 21st, but she was supposed to be home wrapping presents? What is that? Are they proven that she wasn't even there?
Trying to. But
that's going to be big if that's true, because that would blow their whole story out of the water too.
Yes, she's part of the story.
I hate these people. I agree, but I'm really concerned.
Yes.
how credible is something coming out of the family's mouth? I would, before the trial, I would have agreed with you. After listening to his dad and brother testify,
Yeah.
I think they did something now. I think they were very defensive of them at the beginning, and now I think that they're like, no, something's fucking wrong here, and you guys did something, and you're lying. So I don't
think they also realized how much they could possibly be drug into this, because I actually now think that they didn't know a lot of things that could have been going on at their home, that they just think, this is my son and his wife and they have children and they're off doing their thing and they want to barbecue in the backyard. They want to light fires. They want to go move. They want to whatever. Great. As long as we get to see our grandkids, that's all we care about. And that's kind of how it was.
I always try to go with, like, if somebody came right now and tried to tell me that my brother did something to his kids, I'm going to be like, no, he did not. That man loves his kids. Like, I get it. Like, my brother is, in my opinion, not going to do anything to his kids, but I can see where some of these people are, these siblings or parents. So I don't know, but I'm also interested because we haven't heard from Wanda. And if anybody's tied up in the nitty gritty, it's the moms.
Yes. Listen, if anything, Wanda changed a lot in this. And I think if they didn't start putting the pressure on Wanda, this would be 10 times worse than what we're already dealing with. Wanda ended up she filled in the timeline and she gave the correct version of the story on a particular weekend versus what they were giving. And they kind of make it kind of clear in the second indictment. And her testimony, and I say this every time, it ends up not happening, but her testimony, like I thought Hernandez should be pretty oomph at anything, because we're not getting anything big in this. So I'll go with oomph.
Right.
She should have something. She should be able to clarify some dates, some times, and where these kids actually really were and who was with who and how many.
If anybody was going to be the last one to have to see those little boys, would be her.
Yep.
So did she see the boys when she was there babysitting so they could go and take care of moving out of Casa Loma?
And there's something about that September 11th to 17th that she changed on. She either gave more to a story or she spoke up. Maybe she realized she was being brought into this and maybe didn't realize the entire time. I don't know, but we've saw detectives and things out at her home. We know they've been out there. So that's the part I'm kind of struggling with that. But maybe it just could have been something as simple as Wanda didn't realize that she was being named here with these kids. Or maybe she did know. I don't know, but she definitely changed it. That testimony is going to mean something.
Oh yeah, I've seen it. Oh, I've definitely seen that video. Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah.
And there's no doubt in my mind that they did something to these kids. My concern is, I hope they can prove that they're actually not alive. Yeah. And I know that the oldest son talks about Oren, and when and if they're going to testify is going to be big. Wanda, I think, is going to be big. Those are the ones that are.
Well, because Wanda and the biological son, their testimonies are going to counteract each other's. So that has to make sense right there. And that should be what should poke some real life holes in Jacqueline Trezel's story. Because, again, everything we're getting, it's not doing anything. It's not.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet.
I don't count them out yet, Michelle. They're just very slow.
This whole friggin' trial makes me, nervous. Just really nervous.
I know.
I know.
It does me too. But I'm not going to count them out. I'm hoping that they come through with something, and we'll see. So that's where we're at. We end it with what could potentially be a bombshell of Jacqueline possibly being in Bakersfield on the night of the 21st. We don't know that yet, though. We don't know where that's going to go.
Nope.
Yeah, he's not gathering no firewood. Didn't they end up proving that he didn't even need firewood?
Exactly. He didn't even need it.
Did that ever end up getting proven? I remember that being like a whole thing, but I don't remember if it was ever actually proven.
A creator had found what is it? I'm going to say this wrong. Like an electric fireplace or something. Like he didn't actually need firewood to put heat. or to have heat or whatever.
Yeah.
You
Yeah. He said, yeah, they did prove it.
Hey, Seth. Seth is back.
Seth can't sleep. He needs somebody to sing him a lullaby. He needs a lullaby. Okay, so any final thoughts on West, and then we'll move on to Vallow, or do you want to move on to Stauch? Let's move on to Vallow.
You want to do, babe?
They're both so big. They're both so big.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do Vallow. You want to do Vallow? Okay. Who's ready for Vallow? You don't want me to sing.
Take our real live deep breath. I got a little emotional with that with this trial. Summer's phone call. I mean, a couple things happened.
Oh yeah, so let me make sure I pull that up because we are going to listen to that too. But that's not till Tuesday. So let's talk about Monday first. Okay, Monday. Here's a lot of the phone stuff. Phone stuff. I think a lot of the phone stuff we already knew before, though. So hold on, I'm looking to see. Because we knew this had come out in Chad's preliminary and before that too. Let me see.
Like
Hi, Nina. Nina says she's going to protest if they're found not guilty. I don't know.
I'll be with you, Lisa.
So it's crazy. In my opinion, there was criminal activity coming out of Wanda's house at some point involving the boys. I'm not saying Wanda absolutely knew about it, and I'm not saying it's a fact either. Just one of my opinions. I have a lot of opinion with you. Yeah, I have a lot of speculation about the West family in general. So I get it.
Lisa Lee, if you have time, check out the criminality case file that we did for this. There's a lot about Wanda and Phil's house and things that could have been going on there and things like that, since you seem to know a lot of that anyway. If you want to check that out, you'd find some of that interesting.
Okay, logical one. Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work and the dad jokes.
Love you,
Thank you for coming by. Okay, we're going to start on Vallow. We'll start Monday with Vallow. Want to make sure we just go over some of the key points. I know a lot of the stuff that does get covered, on other channels because they do like nightly recaps. So I don't want to bore you guys with all this little details. But Monday, Summer Shiflet does go to court, and she's in the court with her uncle and her cousin. And I thought that was kind of interesting because she's allowed to sit in the courtroom because of Tylee. Oh, Mama Mueller, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mama.
That's okay, Pink Dahlia. I'm just glad you're here.
We love you.
So on this, we ended last week with Detective Stubbs on the stand. So he's back on the stand, going over Lori's Verizon. I think, you know what? Let me see. Somebody made a little chart, but this was only off of last week. So I'm going to pull it up. Let me send it to myself real quick, because there was a couple cool things that were in it. Somebody took the time to do this. Is not my handiwork, and I wish I could give whoever it was props, but I found it in a Facebook group. So if it was you, very good job. If it wasn't you, thanks for watching.
And thank you very much.
And thank you very much. And let me pull this up real quick, because they put some time and effort into it. But because this was from last week, they don't have all the stuff that he testified to on Monday. So I said I have more stuff to share with these two cases. See if you guys can see this. So they made this little chart that actually helped me a lot. I wonder if they put their name on it. They didn't. But if you know who did this, tell them they did a really good job. Because they tried to, because there's so many phones. There's so much stuff. There's so many accounts. Hi, that girl, James. Well, we're just starting Vallow, so you missed West. But we're just starting Vallow, and we still have Stauch. So
thanks for being here.
What they did was they kept getting all these different phones, but they kept attaching their own Google accounts to them. So this is like dumb criminal 101. If you get a fake phone or a burner number, don't hook it up to your own Google account, because they can
let them find the password book either. That's just not the best idea.
Right. So somebody put this together, and basically it just shows like, this is the phone that was here. This is the one that how it was saved. This is how many phones there were. This is the accounts that were attached to the phones. And then Lori's phones and Alex's phones and kind of all of that. So it's like I said, it's just a good, good little chart. So you can see which phones are what. Can you guys see that okay? Okay. Like I said, I want to just kind of hit some of the things. They found 2 phones in Lori's apartment, and those 2 phones were actually tied to Alex Cox. The one that they really focus on is the Gmail account connected to Homer J. Maximus. So that will come up through the next few days of testimony. So just kind of remember, I kind of just write down Homer. So they used all the phones that they did, phone numbers that they did have to try to do a tap and trace on Lori, Tylee, and Alex. 2 of the phones were tracked to Hawaii because Lori took Tylee's phone to Hawaii with her. Hi, Ashley.
Ashley. Same, Ellie.
10 of the devices were found in Lori's rental car. They also had a notebook that was full of all the phone numbers and the emails that were used for all these phones. Freaking idiots. They used the data from those phones, and they created a map on Chad's property where they tried to use like geolocation to see about the dates on September 8th and September 8th and 9th and September 22nd and 23rd, which is the dates that they believe that Tylee and JJ died. So they used the geolocation and create like a map over his property of any of the phones that were actually pinging there. And the person's phone who pings there both times is Alex. Because we learn later that Alex does not turn off his location.
No.
He just leaves that on. He just likes to leave his location on so anybody can track him anywhere.
Pretty much.
But and Lori and Chad both think to turn theirs off, but don't think to tell Alex to turn his off. We're on Lori Vallow's case right now, Seth. So there's the searches that are talking about how to remove the seat from the Jeep, and searches on being possessed, signs of possession. They have tons of burner phones. Chad Googled the wind direction on September 8th. He Googled the wind direction for the following day, and it was southwest. And then he Googles, what does southwest wind mean? So that he could figure out. I hate these people too, man. So he could figure out which direction the wind was going to be blowing, because they obviously already had a plan in place of what they were going to burn, because he tells them that he had a plan to burn like loose debris and stuff from his property. But we know what they burned. And so he's looking for the wind direction because he doesn't want the neighbors to know what he's burning. He's sick.
Look, we have one who can't even lie good enough about firewood. And we have another one who knows he's going to light something on fire and Googles the wind direction. Like, it's just, yeah. We'll never.
They talk about that Lori had Googled the malachite rings. This is also something that we knew, but basically what we do learn is that she ends up that she had one that the people couldn't fulfill the order on Etsy. The next one, her credit card got declined, which just makes me laugh. And the third one, she ends up having to use Charles's Amazon account, which is like $808. And she orders the malachite rings. And then we learn that she had to return Chad. She gets him an 11 and a half. 11 and a half. And she gets a 4.5. She has to return his. She gets an 11. And then she has to return it again because he needs a 10.
Peter Griffin needs a 10.
Peter Griffin needs a 10. But I mean, she obviously thought that he was even bigger than he was. She's like, let's get him an 11 and a half. She ordered these, though, before Tammy was actually dead.
Yes. Yeah.
On the day of Tammy's funeral, this bee is Googling wedding dresses in Hawaii. On the day of Tammy's funeral.
Yep.
So, FYI, just speaking about Tammy in a little fun moment. It's not fun, but interesting is that Chad's next status hearing is on May 4th, and that's Tammy's birthday.
Yeah, you said it. Yeah.
And I'm like, she will get you. So 10/9 is the day that Tammy was shot at. They talk about that Lori and Melanie traveled to Missouri, which we know. We also know that Tylee's phone had traveled to Missouri, even though Tylee wasn't around anymore. They get wedding photos from the flash drive of Lori and Chad. And then, according to Nate, they actually showed wedding photos that we hadn't seen. So I'm hoping that maybe that'll get released later, even though we do know the ones that are dancing and he's playing the ukulele, and the one with the picture of their hands together where you can see their malachite rings. So now he's on cross, and Thomas is actually talking to him about why he says that burner phones belong to drug dealers. Is there any evidence that Lori and Chad were involved in any drugs? And he says no. He says, but they're typically used for people who are trying to hide stuff, which I just loved, because I have some people in my history that I know that had some burner phones, and I was like, yeah, you're trying to hide shit. Even the cops know you're trying to hide shit. And then Thomas is asking him. Thomas is one of Lori's attorneys, and is asking him, like, why did he care that Chad looked up the wind direction? And he's like, well, because Chad never looked it up before that, and Chad had never looked it up again.
Right.
So it was obviously important for that day, and it stood out. They asked him, do we know what size rings that Chad, Lori, Alex, Zulema, basically, do we know what size anybody wears? And he says, no, we don't actually know what size. We don't know who those rings that were ordered are for. Oh, the diaper DNA. Did I not touch on the diaper DNA?
What?
Hold on. We're going to go back to Wes for 2.2 seconds.
Yeah, we talked about the inner lining, right? Or did we not?
I thought we did, but maybe I'm wrong, because I don't remember if we talked about the results.
Oh, you know what? We may not have.
I think it was, I just want to double check because I don't want to say the wrong thing. Oh, we did, though. Maybe I didn't, because I skipped to the car seats. No, we talked about the phones.
Oh, yeah, we did. And we were talking about the mattress covers.
Oh, yeah, the diaper. It may, let's see, only one diaper. Hold on, I'm looking for it right now in my notes.
I thought it came back with possible of one of the boys and then maybe possibly two of her kids, though.
Yeah, but it was interesting. I remember thinking something about it went on. There was two contributors. Orson was excluded. And Orson was the one that would have even potentially should have been in diapers. And Orson was the one that was excluded. So that was important to me, because nobody ever mentioned that Orrin was in diapers. There was not enough statistical support to determine if Orrin was a match. And two of the other children could not be excluded. Other children were too old to be wearing diapers. Right. So that whole diaper thing still has nothing. I'm not 100% on the whole diaper thing, because Orson would have been the only one, in my opinion, that should have had a diaper, and he was excluded. So thank you for reminding me. I don't know why. It was because it's like two lines in the middle of all this phone data and stuff, and I missed it. Thank you for bringing it back, though.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, now where did I go here? Next big person who gets on the stand is Nicole Heidemann. She's with the FBI. She goes over the Chad's Gmail account and the Lolly Time account. She has a PowerPoint where she shows all the findings. Ned Schneider is searched on Chad's phone on 13119. That name is important because that ends up being the name that they give to Charles as the one zombie who was taking, or the one demon who was taking over his body. My 10-year-old was a micro preemie and super small and still has to sit in a car seat. Aww. Oh. But Ned Schneider was supposedly, so it's Ned Schneider's obituary from Louisiana. What we were told from Annie Cushing, who is Joe Ryan's sister. Joe Ryan is the third husband of Lori. His sister runs the YouTube channel A Murderous Heart. And she said that Ned Schneider is actually Charles's friend from his childhood who passed away unexpectedly. And so, as many people think that Charles made up all of these demons and stuff that were coming in, to her, it was showing that it proved that Lori had to be in on it, because how would Chad have ever known about that?
Ned. Did he die in 1970?
Yeah, I believe that's it. Yeah, Ned Schneider, obituary, Louisiana.
Yeah. They were Googling a bunch of like all their astro signs and to see what linked up with who and all that just craziness. Like they're
Oh, that's the next one. Yeah. So he's Googling the star signs. Well, he Googles the May 4th sign. That's a Taurus, and he's a Leo, so he wants to see if they're compatible. And then he Googles the Cancer in the Leo, which is him and Lori. And he's doing this in March of 2019. They met in October of 2018, but they were sealed. They were sealed in the temple in November of 2018. So, then more malachite jewelry. He also Googles I'm going to say, I always say it wrong. Eplos. Googles him in June, and Charles dies in July, remember. And on 7/9/19, which is 2 days before Charles is killed, he Googles when you surprise someone with accusations. I thought that was kind of weird.
so weird.
9/28 is when, or 9/8, sorry, is when he Googles the wind. And on 10/8, he Googles the Rhode Island area code, which comes up later because he goes and buys a burner phone that he assigns a 401 to, so that he's now, got a phone from Rhode Island. One thing we learned that I didn't know before was that Lori was looking for life insurance policies for children. And she's doing that in July after she finds out that she's not going to get the life insurance from Charles. So talk about majorly premeditated. She was looking for a payout, found out that Charles was not going to be the one to give it to her, and they'd already gone through all of that because he died on the 11th. So now we've got to look at the kids and see if we can get some life insurance on them. Wow. And that's Lori's phone.
Yep. Gerber life insurance at that. Like she went for the commercial stuff too. Like it's just terrible.
The commercial stuff. Then towards the end of July, she's looking at getting rid of JJ's service dog, which we know that she ended up getting rid of. On 8/25, she gets the wedding bands. Toward the end of September, by the 24th, she's calling the elementary school and saying that JJ's not going to be returning. September 30th is when they remove the back seat from the Jeep. On 10/2, or when they Google remove backseat from the Jeep, sorry, and they didn't actually physically remove it that day. 10/2 is when she looks at the Gilbert, Arizona news, which is also the same time frame that Brandon was shot at in Arizona. And then 10/22, she's looking at more wedding dresses. This bitch. Okay, so then Lori had 6 phone numbers. They used 3 of them that they said they were interested in. Alex had 6 phone numbers, 3 of them which they were interested in. Chad's phone number, Chad had 9 phone numbers, and 3 of which they were interested in. So they picked like 3 to go through. Chad's number register went to the. I think that's basically going to be on this chart. So I'm just leaving the chart up, so I don't have to go over all kinds of different things with you guys. I just want to hit the major parts. But she saves him as Bishop Miller in one phone. He's also Bishop Shumway in another. He's Melanie 2 in another one. I think he's Bubby in one. And then we know that Chad called the mortuary when he pretended to be from, I think he said he was from Iowa. He pretended to be from Iowa and that he needed a quote on how much it would cost to cremate his uncle who had passed away in Arizona. So Lori's phones are getting the wedding quotes, the shipping address with Charles's Amazon account. Alex's phones. One of Alex's phones was saved. This one was weird to me too. One of Alex's phones is saved as Spencer's wife. Does anybody know the importance of that? Who the hell's Spencer's wife?
Right. It would be Spencer. Another zombie.
I'm wondering if anybody in chat knows the significance of Spencer's wife. Because here's the other issue I run into with this is I do not know a ton about the LDS Church. So some of the names and stuff that they use come from that, and I don't know that. So I only learned that either from you guys or from like watching Annie and things like that, because I don't know enough about their religion to know if these names actually mean something to them or if they're just completely made up. Okay, so we're talking about a bunch of the ordering of the rings. And then Chad's message and Lori about that Adam is getting his bachelor's and Leah and Joe are getting their associates, but they're all going to be walking at the same commencement. So he feels like she, quote unquote, might be gone by then, but still has to deal with all this hoopla. So, because he believes that the Lord is making him wait until all of this is done. I think Spencer was a character in one of Chad's books. Interesting, small town girl. But why would Alex be Spencer's wife?
It's Spencer's wife, small town girl.
So then they do this whole little exchange in July 22nd of he's like, I love you, and she's like, I love you, and he's like, not as much as I love you. And then it's like, hopefully we can be there soon in Hawaii, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like, what are you guys in middle school? I love you, I love you.
It's the most like disgusting things are happening, literally. And this is what these two are just like gushing about on the phone. It's just terrible. Did you get to October T already? Like, did you go over those?
I'm kind of skimming through them. Is there anything? It was one important in October. Bring it up if you want to.
So, I think it's October 2nd. They searched the Gilbert, Arizona news, and this is right around the time that the Brandon person.
Yeah, I did mention that one.
Oh, and I have that down with the Amazon purchase.
Oh, well, yeah, it's all at the same time. This case is like entering the straight Twilight Zone. I can literally hear the intro music. They talk about how Chad and Lori visited temples together, and apparently at the temple you have like a card that you check in with. And I learned from Nate actually that the biggest, because I was like, why? They asked them like, the defense asked them like, did they go in a group of people or did they just go by themselves? And the defense is like, I don't know, or the witness is like, I don't know. I only was looking for the two of them. And then Nate actually told me why that was important, so that he didn't tell me. I mean, he told the world on his YouTube. It was not like Nate and I were hanging out having a conversation, just me and Nate kicking back. He said that in LDS, apparently, if you go to temple, people treat it like it's like a date night almost, and you don't go with somebody else's spouse. You only go with your own spouse. And so Charles had passed away after. They had attended after Charles had passed away some, but they were also attending when Charles was alive and Tammy was alive, and they were entering together almost every time simultaneously, except for once. It was 20 minutes apart. But apparently you don't go to temple with somebody else's spouse. You can take a date, like a boyfriend, but you don't go with somebody else's spouse. I thought that was so interesting because I was like, that was a point for the defense until I heard Nate, and I was like, oh.
Right. Nate makes so much more sense out of it, but I still don't understand and I mean, I get that it's tracking and it's time stamping and all that to prove something, but I don't know.
That this was actually only a fraction of the temple times that they attended. So I thought that was another interesting point. They went to the temple a lot.
He's doing some things at the temple. Just saying.
And in these searches and in these messages, they kept talking about Tuesdays, which the defense goes back and forth. Like, according to prosecution, JJ and Tylee actually died on a Monday and Tammy died on a Saturday. So if Tuesdays were so important, like, why did you even flag that term? Like, what was the importance of it? That's the end of that witness. And then Nick Balance actually comes up. It's not how you say his name, but that's how it's spelled. He works with Cast. So there's only a handful of these cast members, and there are 2 of them testifying on the same time frame in both trials. I was like, come on, got me some.
There's like maybe like 18, 20 of them like all together. I think he said that they just updated like their actual, like they're like a unit now. Like they finally got to a point where they might have enough people to have a unit.
Yeah, that there's 20 of them on that are full time. Yeah. And there's like 70 total, but they are doing it like part time. But I was like, gosh, like now we've got all these cast people coming up here. So that's the Cellular Analysis Survey Team. So they take all of the cell phone data and they put it onto a map. And so he talks about that a lot. And this is a lot of what we also knew is how the phones were kind of tracking around. And mostly the important ones was the messages that were from Chad to Tammy. It's supposed to be sacred. See, that's why I said I don't know enough about the religion, but I didn't realize that. That's important. That's important now that I know that. That Alex's phone was tracked to the area of Chad's house on October 9th when Tammy was shot at. It was also tracked to Chad's house on 10/18 at night, which Tammy supposedly died in her sleep from 10/18 overnight into 10/19. And Alex's phone was tracked to a church down the street. Alex's phone is also tracked back onto the property on September 9th and September 23rd, which is the day they believe that Tylee and JJ were buried. There's a lot of communications back and forth between all of them. I'm going to try to skim through and see what was important. If you have something, I'm going to grab a drink real quick. If you think of any of the searches that like are not searches, but the phone locations that we didn't really know of. Because like I said, a lot of that came out at the preliminary hearing.
You went over September 9th that morning, right?
I just kind of said it.
Okay.
Go ahead. You can do the detail.
So on the morning of September 9th, Alex's phone mostly pings at Lori's that night. I just said the morning and said the night all at the same time. I have to get out of all these trials. I'm confusing everything. Alex's phone was pinged at Lori's that night. The morning that Tylee died, tons of communication between Alex and Chad, and then a ton between Alex and Lori. The phone very, very active between 1 and 5 a.m. Yes, and don't take any makeup tips from Lori. Yes, Selena. I was waiting for that.
Yes. Don't take any makeup tips from Lori. It's weird that they're basically like up all night. So like whatever's happening, it's happening overnight on both nights. There's a ton of phone action from the 9th or from the 8th to the 9th and then the 22nd to the 23rd. It's very interesting that they like were just in constant communication over all of it.
Delana, if you need anything, Dave, just message me. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I said I'm kind of just skimming through because, like I said, a lot of that we knew, so I didn't want to. On Cross, though, the one thing that he does make sure to point out is where Lori's phone was on October 19th, and it was in Hawaii. Remember the whole alibi that Lori wasn't around when Tammy died or when anybody died. She was at her apartment when the other ones died. How she knows that? If you don't know what happened to your kids, how do you know where you were when it happened? Freaking ridiculous. But she was in Hawaii on 10/19. And then we have Summer. And I think a lot of channels have covered the whole Summer thing, so I don't want to go too far into it. But Summer is she's younger than Lori. She's 2 years younger than Lori. And so what I want to talk about is this dynamic. And do you guys watch Hidden True Crime? Are you guys familiar with that channel?
Yeah.
Okay, so Hidden True Crime has done a ton of interviews on the Vallow case, but I believe it's a couple that do it, and he's like a psychologist or psychiatrist, or I think he's a psychologist, and then she's like a retired journalist. But they do a ton of interviews, and most of the time they've done these interviews, it's really been on Chad's side of things. It's kind of who they've been able to interview. Well, she did an interview the other night, and she did it with I'm passing out Dr. Pepper. I just got one. I need to open it though. She did an interview the other night with Lori's cousin named Megan, and Megan had just gone on News Nation too with Ashley Banfield. But I want to play. Hold on, I gotta pull it up still though.
Yeah, hold on, I didn't see that.
It's a very good interview. It's probably one of the best ones. I mean, I watch all of them, but it's probably one of the best ones. And I think probably because it was the first time we've really heard anything about Lori's side of the family. I should say that close to Lori's side of the family.
Yes.
But there's a
I've watched a lot of interviews. I haven't seen this one though. I want to see that.
Yeah, so this one just came out. I just want to pull it up real quick. And you guys are going to laugh at me, so don't laugh at me. There was a spot that I was like, ooh, I want to make sure that you guys hear it. And so I was like, okay, go to the 50-minute mark and then play this. But I don't necessarily remember what was in it. What was at the
No, it's important. It's
because
fine.
this was a couple days ago, and now I have forgotten. But I know the 50-minute mark was really important. So we're gonna go there, and I'm gonna show it to you.
Do it, babe.
I don't have my camera. Okay.
Maybe I follow them on Twitter. I feel like.
I didn't see them yet. Thank you. Okay, so this is Megan, her cousin. Let me tell you exactly how it's her cousin. So this is Lori's mom's name is Janice. Janice's younger brother is Megan's dad. I know I want to call her Megan so bad, but her name is Megan.
Oh, that's like actually how it's Megan.
Yeah, it's Megan.
Megan.
So we're going to go to the 50-minute mark, and then we're all going to be surprised on what's said because I don't actually remember. Thank you for sharing her channel because this is a really good interview. You guys need to go watch the whole thing.
Thank you, Lily.
She's talking about the dynamic between just her family and Lori's family, and then she's also talking about Lori growing up and things that happened, and they were all very close. So she's only 1 year younger than Lori. She's 18 months younger than Lori. So and she said there was like 20 some cousins, but her, Lori, and Summer were all in the same age group. So they were the closest of their, that was her closest cousins.
Oh, this should be a good one.
So afterward, you got to go watch the whole thing though.
No sound, babe.
No sound?
No sound.
Okay, hold please. Hold please.
Right here. Thank you, Delana, for dropping that link too. Love you.
Okay, we're gonna try it now.
So beautiful. It was not like, how are things going? Are you okay? It was never
Go back to
treated less than.
I'm gonna go back a little earlier than
and
what I wanted to hear.
it also went to this whole obsession with
She's beautiful.
outward appearances, and just the beauty aspect of everything. It was like you always got complimented on what you looked like before anybody said anything else. You would walk in the door in the Cox household and they would say, "Oh my gosh, you're looking so beautiful. Your hair is so wonderful." It was like this fake, very sugary, sweet sort of, "I just love your outfit. Oh my gosh, you're looking so wonderful. And your children are so beautiful." It was not like, "How are things going? Are you okay?" It was never any of that kind of conversation. And that's what I think, and that's what I think explains this disconnect that you see in Lori's behavior, where she wants to appear super religious, but in reality, she's not. And I remember being super shocked. One of those first times we went to visit, we would go to church with the Coxes and we'd go to sacrament meeting. And then after sacrament meeting was over, Lori and and Adam wanted to load us up in the car and go to Del Taco. And I was shocked because you don't do that. Like, you go to all 3 hours of church. You don't ever go anywhere on Sunday. You don't go to fast food restaurants. You don't spend money. You keep the Sabbath day holy. You go home and study the scriptures, or you watch a Disney movie or something, family appropriate. Right. But I was on board. I was like, yeah, I would love to go to Del Taco instead of going to Sunday school. That's way more fun. And then they would come back for the third hour, so nobody knew they were gone. So it's like this little nudge, nudge, wink, wink, like we're living the commandments, but we're really not. And that was pervasive throughout the entire existence of this family culture. It was.
So I thought that was really interesting because Lori does have this whole thing about her appearance with the makeup we just talked about, with how she looks to other people. You guys don't know what happened. You don't know what happened. And the fact that her cousin is talking about, this was like a family dynamic thing, that they focused on how people looked all the time, and appearances of how religious you are. So more into the interview, she talks about like the extent of, they would say they were very, very religious, but they would go to Sunday school, which was 3 hours long, and they would skip it. They'd go in, check in, they'd skip it, go to Del Taco, and they'd go back and pretend like they'd been there the whole time.
It was good to say that they did all this stuff, but they weren't actually doing it. They weren't as holy rolling as they put out to be.
So she says that Lori's dad, which is her Uncle Barry, was like oddly kind of inappropriate with Lori as well. And, you know, we'd always heard the conversations that Alex was kind of inappropriate with Lori, and that a lot of it had to do with looks. And she says that her dad actually is the one who paid for her boob job. That her dad paid for Lori's boob job. I was like, well, that's interesting.
Oh, okay.
So, all right, I wanted you guys to hear that. But then I want to talk about, hold on, let me pull it up too. I want to talk about Summer's phone call. We don't need to go over the whole thing because it's obviously up already. And most of you guys have probably heard it. I think like every channel I watched last night played it, so I've heard it a whole bunch of times. But there's a couple things that's in there that I want to talk about. I just have to find it now.
Yeah, Summer's call kind of got me.
Oh, wait, I have it right here. Hold on. A lot of people were like, wait a minute. You know, that like felt bad for her, Summer. And I did feel bad for Summer. But there's some weird things that she said that I'm like, eh.
How are you? Not good. And how are you? Not good.
Summer's crying, Lori's not. I'm gonna pause it so I can tell you guys. So when we listen to some of it, I find it very interesting that Summer constantly brings up how the kids were buried. Okay, I want to preface this. I get that Summer's definitely emotional, and Summer's definitely a victim of Lori, and I don't want to go over all that because, like I said, I talked about it on everybody else's channel yesterday. Everybody's heard this call, so I want to talk about the little oddities that popped out to me. I can sit here and spew the whole, like, yes, Summer is definitely a victim. I get it, but I want to talk about just those parts. Hi, Dina. Yep, we're still going. Oh yeah, it's a long one because we've got all 3 trials. So she only talks about how the kids are buried. She never talks about that the kids were murdered, or who murdered them, or how they were murdered. She talks about how they're buried. And don't get me wrong, Tylee especially, and it's horrendous how they were buried. So I see that. And then she constantly talks about how much she loved her, and she doesn't understand why she didn't talk to her. Why she didn't talk to me. Like, why didn't you talk to me about it? So I was kind of like, are you mad that Lori didn't tell you what was going on? Or are you mad that the kids were buried? Are you mad the kids are dead? I was very confused on that. So she's definitely upset, and she definitely, oh, no way you did? Okay, thank you. That's why I'm like, I don't want to like harp on it, because obviously everybody's going to come and be like, Summer is a victim.
I don't know what to
I get
say.
it.
I think she's, if anything, she's absolutely grieving the loss of her niece and nephew, but of her sister too. I think it all probably fully hit.
Right. Like, just tell me what happened and I'll support you. And that was not like a trick. It wasn't trickery.
For 2 weeks, so I don't know anything that's going on. I haven't talked to anyone. Well, they know that they found Tylee buried in a pet cemetery and Titi buried on Chad's backyard. And we don't understand how that happened or why. Can you tell us? I don't know what to say, Lori. I mean, you know how much I love you, and Alex was sick to my stomach. I was thinking like anything, you would never let anything happen to the kids and just let them be thrown away like garbage. I can't take it that you would let this. It's too painful. And you think I let that happen? Yes, I do. That's nice. Is there another explanation? I'm willing to hear it. I don't want it to get... Absolutely, but I can't talk about it. You went off to Hawaii and were dancing on the beach while your kids are in the ground? You had to have known when they were there. I just can't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. I want to believe the best in you. I really do. I love you with all my heart. It kills me. But they were just little kids. I don't understand. I don't understand.
I think the next important part's about to come up. I should have time-stamped it, but I didn't.
You know me, Summer. That's what I thought. You still do. Lori, if you let that happen to them and didn't tell us and left me in the ground like a piece of trash, then I don't know you because you would have never done anything like that. That's correct. And if you knew and didn't tell us, that's not okay. We love them. We would have taken them. We would have taken care of them. You could have gone on and done anything you...
Okay, so I'm going to hold real quick right here. Because for anybody who doesn't know a lot about this case, when Lori was about to go through the divorce with Charles, she went to Hawaii and didn't actually come back to, she didn't call, didn't text, didn't come to see JJ for 58 days. They've made it a very big point. It was like 58 days. During this whole time, Tylee's actually just left at Alex's apartment. And you're muted, honey.
So you said Tylee left Alex's apartment?
Tylee was left at Alex's apartment during this whole time. Lori had gone to Hawaii, where she was trying to recruit some of her Hawaii friends. But Tylee was left at Alex's apartment. Alex was a truck driver, so he was hardly ever home. So Tylee was kind of on her own. I mean, she did have this money because she was getting the Social Security from her dad, Joe Ryan's death. So she wasn't like financially, in trouble or in need, but she didn't have her mom. Nobody was talking to her. And the part that, and like I said, people are going to get mad at me about this, but Summer lived right there.
Oh, did she?
Summer wasn't taking care of Tylee. Yeah. So like she says, like, I would have taken them, and I get like, okay.
I can't stand when that's said, to be honest. I don't know. It's becoming more frequent that we hear in these calls and things in these cases. And it's just, I don't know, it's becoming annoying, especially when it comes to the kids. Because it's like, if that was the case, then why, then they some way somehow should have been in your care then, or you should have been fighting for that or something. Like, I don't know.
It's just kind of, yeah, it's kind of weird. It's like, okay, your niece was there. She was right next to you, and she was living on her own at 16 in an apartment with her uncle who.
So she was close by this entire time to
at this point she was. They had lived in different states at different parts of time, but at this point she was not far from them in Arizona.
I didn't know that.
It's interesting, right? So I'm like, okay, yeah, I get it. And we got graced with Letitia Stauch's Google searches has arrived. We're not at Letitia Stauch yet. So.
Soon.
Maybe you can have another account that's Lori Vallow's Google searches.
Yes, please. Yes. Google accounts.
She doesn't know how the kids have died at this point. So why isn't she asking? We technically did not know cause of death for anybody until today. We had a good suspicion, but we didn't actually know. It wasn't ever told to us. The other thing about this case that's horrendous is the bodies of the children have still not been released. They're not buried. They're still locked up, and they will probably be locked up until after Chad's funeral. I wish, after Chad's hearing, Chad's trial. Let me see. I don't know how much further the other part is.
You wanted. That's what you think? I don't know what to think. None of us do. You haven't told us anything. We believed you. We stood up for you. I cannot. I would love to. You cut me and Mom off for 4 months and told everyone not to trust us because we'd tell Adam. And now we find this out and you expect me to just keep going on faith when there's been zero explanation and you expect me to just keep believing without ever having a question? I'm not saying that. That is what you're saying. Either explain it or don't expect me to not be upset and doubt you when the kids are on Chad's property. I'm okay. I love them with all my heart. I would have taken Tylee and JJ in a heartbeat. And everybody else would have too. You know that. If they were in any danger. I have no idea what happened. You're right. Nobody does because you said nothing. Because everybody sees what's on TV. That has nothing to do with TV. This is when you're in my conversations before you left and cut me off. And now you expect me to be there for you and you were going to abandon me. And if you weren't in jail, you wouldn't even be talking to me and we wouldn't even know they were dead still. This is your opinion. Yes. I deserve more than that. I've been there for you like a rock. And I went on TV and defended you. I've done everything to defend you. And I still would right now if you would tell me the truth. I would love to. Well then. Love to. You didn't want to in October, November, December, January, or February when you weren't in jail. Why didn't you tell us then? What? You didn't call me when Alex died, which now I'm glad he's gone if he was a part of this, but you didn't call to tell me Alex died or that your kids are gone? Nothing? You don't think that's going to cause pain throughout our entire family? That's never my intention. Well, you don't think I'm in pain? No.
See how she sings that? That was never my intention. You don't think I'm in pain? I think you're muted again.
You do. Sounds like a demonic robot. Like,
you don't think I'm in pain?
she sounds like a
It's sick.
like, I don't even know what to call that because this is beyond evil. This is beyond evil. Like,
I think that she's like, nobody knows what happened. That we are talking about. We are, Annie. We are. Yes, and
yeah.
She is very manipulating. I think that there's another weird thing that comes up in a comparison between the Stauch Trial and the Vallow Trial. Is now that the Stauch Trial has all the experts on the stand and they're talking about things that actually, the signs they look for in somebody who is insane. And even though Idaho doesn't have insanity, I'm like, she really probably should be evaluated because she was hitting a lot of those freaking key marks today.
Seriously,
testimony. I was like, whoa.
Like Letitia's trial, they're listed, they're going up and down, and for some reason, all I can think about is Lori. Like, very much hit.
Yeah, it was weird. And so
I think you were dancing on the beach, having a great time, getting married. And you took pictures to prove your kids don't deserve a burial, but you need to get wedding pictures? You don't think that's upsetting? Nobody knows. I'm sorry, honey. Then nobody knows except for you and the Lord. Yeah, ask him. I have. And guess what? I don't have one scripture that says it's okay for children to be thrown away like garbage in the ground.
Still nothing about how
okay. There is nothing in the scriptures that is godly about hurting a child. Nothing. And they deserve a proper burial with family that loves them at the least. I can't support that. That's hurtful to everyone. That's the most selfish, incredibly selfish thing I can think of. I can't think of anything worse. upset with them. I never have been. How can you just go on without them, without any upsetness, and without telling us anything, and then expect us to understand? No one knows in the world. Nobody in the world knows what I've been through. And I don't expect you to.
What
all you see
she's
is
been
what's
through.
on TV.
It's
No, that's not
self-esteem.
what he says. And all the influences of all the people around. Okay, so now I'm deceived. No, everyone in the world is deceived except for you. No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying that. I'm saying nobody's seen me on the floor crying. Nobody knows what I've been through with my children that I love more than anything. Lori, fine. You were dancing on a beach with a smile on your face, taking wedding photos. Yeah, months later.
There it is. There it is. How does she know it's months later? She doesn't know when the kids died, doesn't know what happened to them, supposedly, right?
I barely know anything about this case, and just listening to that 11, boom, right there. I was like, are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
Right, Tamara,
Just
what
told on
she's been
herself.
through. Exactly. Right.
Nobody knows what I've been through. Nobody knows. Months later, Tylee supposedly killed September 8th or 9th. JJ, September 22nd or 23rd. She gets married November 5th. Months later.
Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. Good job, Lori.
Yeah. And there's nothing in that call that I don't know if being calm when you're talking about your dead children is like a sane thing, but like, and now I'm going back to even Summer. Like I'm noticing now, like the cry kind of. She's very mad that she's about to lose her sister, no doubt. And I wouldn't be surprised if Lori was more like a mom to her in some way, some sort, or like you said, they're just very, very close.
Right.
Her emotions get revved up when she starts to focus on more or less what you're going to be leaving me with, or what you didn't tell me, and things like that.
So during Summer's testimony, there's a couple things that caught my attention too. Is she talks about that in the end of 2018 that her and Alex had brought up the fact of the multiple lives in the past creations, and that she had not heard that before, and they ended up telling Summer that she also had past lives. She says on the stand, like, I wanted to believe her, but it didn't make any sense. She doesn't remember them talking about zombies, but she does remember that Lori told her she could cast out evil spirits. They also told Summer about the light and dark scales, and she didn't know what to think about it. This bothered me a little bit because Charles tries contacting everybody in the family and ends up ultimately contacting the police and so on and so forth about that Lori's into this weird religious stuff at this moment. She thinks that he's a dark spirit, that he's been taken over by Ned Schneider or Garrett or, eventually Miklos. Nobody believes him. And it makes sense that the cops are like, dude, right now you're the one who sounds kind of crazy. But the only person in her family that believes him is Adam. But Summer was actually told about this light dark stuff at the end of 2018. So why didn't she believe him? You see what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't out of the blue for her. She knew that Lori believed in this light and dark stuff.
So in this phone call, none of this is brand new to Summer, right? This is.
But she chose to go against Adam. And the whole family basically exiled Adam because Adam tried to believe Charles. Weird, right?
Yeah. So Summer and Lori's mom, when they did because didn't they do a Dateline or a big media interview?
Yeah, one of those.
And they were in support, right? For Lori at the time?
That was when she was arrested, but the kids hadn't been found yet.
Okay. Okay.
So I'm talking about the whole, why doesn't she believe Charles when Charles is telling people that Lori's trying to say he's a dark spirit named Ned and that she needs to cast the evil spirits out of him, and how crazy that sounds. The family doesn't believe him, but yet Summer did know that Lori was believing this light and dark stuff back at the end of 2018. So it wouldn't have sounded as crazy to her. Does that make sense?
Right. Yeah.
She
No,
should have been like, wait a minute. Yeah, that was strange then. And I didn't really understand it. And now this is happening. This is kind of weird. So I don't know. That kind of bothered me. She talks about Alex. Alex got in a car accident when he was like 16, 17, and he basically just walked away from it. Her cousin Megan also talks about this, and then some other people had talked about this when the case was like current. And they said that they believe that Alex actually had like a traumatic brain injury because he never actually lived a life of like an adult. He constantly acted like a teenager. Hi, TNT. So he constantly acted like a teenager and never could really grow out of that. So multiple people in the family have said that they thought that Alex was actually had suffered some type of traumatic brain injury, and that's why he was always kind of off, and he never really held down a job for a very long time and things like that. She said that she still is in contact with Colby, and that they agree that after meeting Chad, Lori changed.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to think of anything else that was important from all of that. I think that was pretty much it. They go into, is this yesterday still? Yeah, this is still yesterday. They go into the surveillance footage that's shown from the storage unit, and Chad and Lori and Alex taking the tire in and out of the storage unit. They talk about that Alex goes back to the storage unit a few times and takes out gun cases and totes and a long rifle case. He goes to a shooting range that's not too far and signs in as Alex. Sometimes he signs in as Alex Cox, and sometimes he signs in as C. Quint. His license plate for his Ford pickup was CT or CP. I think it was CT Quint, like Captain Quint, who's the captain from Jaws. And apparently, according to Nate, he said that that Alex really loved Jaws and could quote the whole movie. So his license plate said Captain Quint, and he's signing in as C. Quint at the gun range.
Yep.
Let's see. The FBI agent Steve Daniels takes the stand, and they're talking about starting to do. Oh, girl, I've been researching like crazy. Me and more. Some wild stuff is coming our way with Idaho 4. Uh-oh.
I'm here for it, babe. I'm here for it. I just have to catch you on replay all the time because it's like the whole entire between these trials. Like the only time I even get a little bit of Idaho is like 2 a.m.
I know. I'm like, okay, I need a 5-minute Idaho update. That's
literally. Yep. I just like the way her brain thinks and the things that she can just like come up with, and she goes far into the research. And I'm
talking. You want to talk about bad jokes? There was a bad joke that said that should I even say it? You guys are gonna get mad at me if I say it, huh? A bad joke. It said that Brian Koberger might get off, and it'll be the first time in his life.
I'll take that one. We need that one. It's a true crime joke. Watch, you're gonna hear Lana tonight with it.
Okay, so Steve Daniels takes the stand, and he's part of the FBI evidence response team. So he's one that goes out and actually starts working on finding the remains on June 9th. And this is pretty heavy, and I don't want to go through all of it because it is kind of heavy, but they do show a lot of pictures of the remains. They testify about like literally the steps that they take through finding the remains. They show the pictures, most of the pictures. Oh my God, see you guys. I love that I could pop in here late at night. See, it's only 8:30 here. It's not even late. Did someone say?
Oh, that's right. We're on. I keep forgetting she's on a different time.
Yeah, she's West Coast.
West Coast.
they show pictures, like literally step by step, of how everybody, or how both JJ and Tylee are recovered at their grave sites. So I don't want to get too far into it, because that's kind of just touchy anyway. But basically, Tylee was really bad. We know that. We know that she was burned. They had talked about that she was dismembered, but we learned today that the forensic anthropologist doesn't actually believe that she was dismembered. The bones that have the sharp force trauma. Yeah, today's tweets were really bad. Imagine like sitting there and seeing them. But I know that for the autopsy photos, for some reason, which I thought was kind of weird, the autopsy photos were only shown to the jurors and the lawyers and Judge and Lori, but all the other photos of stuff was shown to the whole gallery. So I don't know what that how that pushes. A good one, T, reminds me of the Honey I Shrunk the Kids creator. Oh, you know. So today they actually continue that, and they're going through, and like I said, they go through exactly how everything is found. Nate Eaton does a great job on his Twitter of going through every single step. If you want to go through them,
He is out with it. Yes.
Read straight through. Today, the forensic pathologist took the stand, and this is when they start going through the autopsy stuff. And he does say that JJ died of asphyxia by the plastic bag over his head, along with the duct tape and being bound with the duct tape. He also had bruising and abrasions. This is huge, because what that shows is that those bruises and abrasions are pre-mortem. It's before he died, because your blood doesn't circulate. You don't bruise after your blood settles, but you don't bruise afterwards. So this shows that he was actually fighting. It's good evidence, because it shows that there's no natural bullshit that they could try to be like, nope, but we're sorry, we tried to cast the evil spirits out of him and he just passed away. This shows that somebody actually killed him. And then Tylee, oh god, Tylee's so pretty. So they talk about the fire pit, and they talk about the necklace that's found. It's a necklace with a little charm, and they found a necklace and a charm in the fire pit. Yeah, it's a trigger. That's why I said I don't want to go through them step by step. I have them all written down, but I don't want to do that. I know it's hard for you to do the kids' cases because you have little boy, but I'm so glad you gals can do it, because our children always need voices. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, TNT. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, baby.
So the assumption is this is the necklace that was found in the fire pit. Look at how cute she is. And watching Megan's interview, Tylee looks like Megan.
Yes, absolutely. I think Megan's beautiful too, and they just have this look, and beautiful blonde hair with blue eyes, like just, I don't know, beautiful, just naturally beautiful.
Mm-hmm. She's just so cute. You know that she would have been spunky. You can tell by like the videos and stuff of her that she would have been spunky. And I think it was Summer that was testifying and said that, like, yeah, she did have a little sassy streak to her, but that Lori was actually always very patient with her.
Well, when you're taking care of yourself, think about it. She probably, when you're that age and you're doing everything for yourself, in a sense, they definitely develop that sassy attitude, especially towards their parents, who should be there with them.
So yesterday, when they were showing the recovery photos, Summer was still in the courtroom and was crying. And then today, when they were showing the autopsy photos, Nate tweeted that one of the jurors could not look at the screen. Like, every time she would look at the screen, she was just crying. And he does say that Lori was wiping tears, even though she would not look at the screen when they were talking about it.
Yep.
So there was a lot, but basically the biggest parts was like toxicology. JJ had, let me go to JJ's. Hold on, let's do Tylee's because I have it right here in front of me. Was ibuprofen. This, I'm gonna say it wrong. Carboxyhemoglobin and iron. So a lot had suspected that Tylee had potentially been burned, could have been burned when she was alive. They do ask that, and they said that the levels that were tested, and why they tested the levels, was because if the levels were high, it would indicate that the person breathed in this carboxyhemoglobin, but that Tylee's were low, so she wasn't alive. I know when they were like going through it, I was like, oh my God, no, don't do it. I thought they were going to say yes, and I was like, I'm going to freak out. So, as I said, so they had the forensic pathologist on there. They also, and then they had the forensic anthropologist. Biggest thing from that was, I didn't do Tylee's. I didn't do JJ's. JJ. Where are you?
JJ, I can't even say at this point because it's just.
I know, that little boy. Why can't I
That
not
little
find
boy
it? Oh, here it is.
was just
So he had
stinking.
he had ethanol, which is common in decomposition, GHB, gamma hydroxybutyric acid, which they said could be natural or it could have been given to him. But it was inconclusive on the amount. So I thought that one was kind of interesting too. And he also had caffeine and theobromine, which is from cocoa and tea. So that's GHB. Was he actually given it or not? But what he doesn't have is his medication. So definitely wasn't getting that. The forensic anthropologist, these guys always fascinate me. They just, their brains fascinate me. Because this is like, did you guys ever watch the show Bones? This is Bones right here. Does anyone know if oxy is an upper or a downer and what it is considered a large dose? I don't actually know if oxy, what is considered a large dose. Oxy is a downer. Is that Gabacore, GHB? I don't. They said it's gamma hydroxybutyric acid.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't either. I didn't Google it. So,
You want me to put it in? You want me to Google it?
Yeah, see what it is. So the forensic anthropologist was given most of Tylee's bones. They were all X-rayed, and that was one of the things that the forensic pathologist had said is they actually X-rayed all of her bones because it was a mass of just a mass of stuff, including dirt and mud and everything else. They X-rayed it because they were trying to find if there was any type of weapon that was left, like a break off of a sharp force weapon or anything like that. So they sent the bones to the forensic anthropologist who does bones at Quantico, and she found that 3 of the bones had sharp edges, likely from a tool. There was the left and right hip bones and the back of the pelvis. So that typically in dismembering, people are cut around their joint areas, and she did not believe she was dismembered because these cuts were around her pelvis. So I'm curious what that actually means. Like, why does she have these? What are these from? The other thing that was terrible was that there was one of the bones, I believe it was her femur, had been chewed on. Which I don't know how, though, because it was buried. So did it burn and then it was left out? I don't know. See, that's what I don't know. The last thing they talk about is that they did do a CT scan, and then they ended for the day. So it was horrible. It was horrible even just reading it. I haven't listened to any of that yet because today's testimony I'm going to listen to tonight, and my husband's going to be like, I don't know how you listen to this weird crap at night. But this is going to be a bad one. Listening to him actually say it, I had a hard time reading the tweets, and I'm not even a softie. Like, I don't have like a. I mean, I normally can kind of handle it. Like my chest is, I'm like all itchy, and my chest hurts even just like talking about it.
I'm over here. I'm like, I'm breathing. I'm like, oh wait, maybe she's gonna go into. But then I'm like, I feel bad because I know we got to talk about it.
Panic attack. It's like, this is terrible. Terrible. Okay, so let me find. Where is? All right. Any final thoughts? Listen, if someone looked at all the questions that I ask Alexa, they'd have questions. Okay, final thoughts or any questions on Vallow Trial? Anything that I forgot to cover, you think I need to cover, something that's important that I missed?
I think we covered it all. See, I mean, we went through the call. We went through the medical examiner with Tylee and JJ. Went through all the Google searches and email accounts and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yes, Vanessa. Yes. How sad is that? But that, and it's sick because like my thought is like, how does that happen if she's burned and buried? How does an animal get to her? So then I start thinking like, did they leave her out there overnight and like then took care of burying the next day? I don't know. Like then I start thinking all this stuff and I'm like, that's irrelevant to me. Why am I thinking that way?
It makes me so mad. Like, cause I start going down that lane and I tried, and then it just, I mean, it can never bring you good thoughts, but you just find yourself stuck in like a place where you're like, all you're trying to do is like make sense out of something. But then when you try and picture this child and this baby, and then you add everything else that you know about the case into it, and you're just sickening. It's just.
So to talk about this, no way. They talk about that they took the tools out of the shed, obviously because she was buried and the things that happened. So they took all these tools out of the shed, and the pickaxe has a substance on one of the blades. But right now, that person testifying just took the evidence. Remember, we kind of talked about like the 3 parts. So that evidence was taken. We don't know what's happened with it yet. The femur, the large thigh bone, yeah. I do remember that Donna Serafina said cannibalism. Vanessa, I remember that. But she also said dismembered. And according to the anthropologist, she wasn't. I don't know, but that's still, you're right. She did say that. That's good. If they did that, then shit's even worse than I even imagined. So no way, we don't know if there's actually DNA on the pickaxe yet. So we've got to wait to find out. They did mention that they took the pickaxe and that there was a substance on one of the blades. So somebody else is going to end up testifying to that. Whew. This is a tough one. And then here comes Delana. She's like, let's talk about Maxwell's wax melts.
Let's do our wax melt.
That one is eerie. A couple other ones I think that she might be off on, but that one is definitely eerie.
Hey, Amanda.
You're way late, but we're just going to start on Stauch. So we're finishing up Vallow, and we'll start on Stauch.
Yes. Getting all the crazies out the way.
Here's the thing, though. And I was saying it earlier, Lori's actually closer to insanity than Letitia is.
Yes, I totally agree. Yep.
And it's ironic that they don't have that in Idaho, because if anybody was going to get it out of any of this, it would be Lori.
I agree, T. I absolutely agree. It's some of her, and I know she's lack of reaction, but when she does react is where I can kind of see like where she falls into that versus just out of all of her just, crazy actions or whatever. The zombie religious deal would, in a sense, if they had it, that could possibly work if they fought it possibly hard enough and didn't have, certain direct evidence or whatnot. But she more fits that mold than Letitia does, for sure.
Oh yeah. Okay, let me see.
I don't know enough about the case, but I think she definitely would fit that mold before Letitia would.
So make sure you guys go over to Hidden True Crime and watch that interview though with Megan. It's very good.
Yeah, I want to watch the rest of it now too. She would have like the most personal, like she would be able to tell you the most about Lori's character. You know what I mean? Like just from young kid all the way on up. And I think that's important to know all of this.
I think I could tell you about my cousins growing up, but I couldn't tell you about my cousins in adulthood. I mean, I could tell you about them, but I'm just saying like the, you know what I mean? Like because we're so much closer as kids and we played together all the time, but.
Oh yeah, for sure. Way closer as kids. But
right.
Then like like for me, all of them have siblings. I don't. So they kind of take me on as like the sibling or whatever, So I'm very close to them being an adult, but I know that's not everybody's like situation. So I would like to think that they were close up until a certain point, but I'll have to watch it. I'll have to watch it.
Yeah, make sure you go watch it. Now, there's some other really good interviews on there. She interviews Chad Daybell's sister-in-law, who's married to Matt Daybell, his brother.
Yes.
Heather Daybell. That's a good one. The first two are really good. That's a good one. I think we talked about that on one of the other lives. No way. You know what? I really thought Alex did it the whole time, like did all this stuff. But now I'm really curious how close Chad was to all of these things, because I'm feeling like he was a lot more physically involved.
Yes.
In this conspiracy involved. I'm thinking he was a little more hands-on.
Yeah.
I agree.
Alex probably did the actual, like it pulled the trigger, wrapped whatever. He did but I think
he was
Chad
the grave
did a lot of the cleanup and did the preciseness. Like,
I mean, his history as a grave digger, and then he ends up with graves on his freaking property. Come on.
And
come on.
Didn't they mention how JJ was like, I think they used the word precise too. He was like precisely buried or whatnot. And Tylee was more like rushed or something. Like, did I pick that up right?
I feel like that whatever they were thinking is like this ritual type of stuff. Because if you remember, they talked about the burning and the binding. Zulema talked about it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If they had convinced themselves or whomever that they were taken over by these different types of evil spirits or demons,
okay,
did they have to be like excommunicated based on what type of evil was in them? Do you understand what I mean? Like, I don't know. This is kind of how I felt about it.
Yeah, no,
because
that makes sense.
JJ still would have had to have taken time to bury him very precisely and in the way they did. But maybe they didn't want the mess that they had with Tylee, so they did progress. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I can't imagine what these fucking weirdos are thinking.
I'm so just like confused. I'm probably more confused with JJ just because of like the way it was done and how they buried him. In a sense, I don't get the whole bag situation. I don't know why they went that route to do what they did. That's a little too much. And
it is.
No, yeah, I don't even know what to call that. I don't want to get into that.
Lori had a light score. I believe she was 4.2 light, if I remember. She's 4.3 light, actually, I think, if my memory serves. Wonder what she's actually rated. Yeah. Okay, let's go on to Letitia and talk the final crazy. Because I know we've already been on here for 3 hours, and you guys are amazing. You guys are still hanging in here. I appreciate you guys staying and going through each one.
Yes, thank you.
So Monday morning, Johnny, his name is Johnny Grusing, he retakes the stand. So this feels like a bazillion years ago.
Seriously, Tay.
Yeah, that's true. It made about Stacy. It did. It made me really sad, but I don't want to give too much away because I want people to go watch it because it's really good. Yeah, the final crazy, Kyrie. We're going to talk about the final crazy. John Grusing. So I don't know if I brought this up when we talked about him over the weekend, but John Grusing, do you guys remember who he is? Does anybody recognize that name?
The last name definitely sounds so familiar to me, but I can't place him at all.
So do you remember in the Morphew case, there was an FBI agent who told Linda Stanley it was too soon to arrest Barry?
Oh, yes. Yes.
You remember?
Yes. How does your brain? Oh my goodness.
That's who he is.
Holy shit. Oh wow, it is.
Mm-hmm. There's a quite a few crossover with some of the major Colorado cases with the people who take the stand this week.
That Agent Grusing, like not even his first name, just that Agent Grusing. It just was like, where is his name? It's okay.
So another one, Kevin Hoyland, he's the one who was from Cast, who went up there and did all the phone stuff.
Yeah.
He was actually in multiple cases that we covered.
Really?
Watts, Frazee, and Morpheo.
Wow. Now that name didn't even, that went right over my head.
But it's weird because Christine actually remembered him from Watts. I didn't. I remembered him from Frazee and Morpheo. And I remember him from Morpheo because if you guys, once again, remember, The defense came and was pissed off about these expert testimonies that it was like 6 of them, I think it was.
Yeah.
There was 6 people who were going to give expert testimony, and they went and fought it and said that they shouldn't be qualified as experts.
Yeah.
And they ended up winning. And so they were going to be able to testify in the trial as long as they weren't deemed experts in their area of expertise, because something that the DA did that was effed up or didn't follow protocol.
Right.
And so Kevin Hoyland was one of them. So he's an expert in phone data, and he was not going to be able to. He was not going to be able to testify as an expert. He could have still testified, but not as an expert.
Right.
And then Murdoch, I think we talked about this one last week, Lex. Murdoch, we had the partner of the DNA guy, and then this week we actually had. I think it was the guy who did the Tiguan. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
I think you're right, babe.
The guy who did the Tiguan is also somebody who testified in Murdoch.
Oh, that's right.
I've watched way
Yes.
too many trials that I know any of this shit. Let me just say that.
Oh, you remember this?
Well, I think the Murdoch one for the Tiguan guy, they actually brought that one up in court. The other one, the company he said that he partially owned was that Bevel whatever, and I remember that company name. And only because I had done so much research on that stupid shirt in Murdoch. You know what I'm talking about? So,
Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about.
So Grissing retakes the stand. They basically what they do is they finish up that 5-hour interview. That's why I said it feels like an eternity. But they finish that, and I've already pieced it all together and posted it to the channel. So
You guys don't have to worry about all the
that one I did not piece together. That's not the right one. I did not piece that one together because we don't have the whole thing. So I was waiting to post that until maybe I can get it from Cora so we can actually have the whole thing. So I did not do that one. I just lied to you, and I didn't mean to.
I can't wait for that request to come back after all this. Like you're gonna have some really good stuff, and expect some good stuff from T with this one after the trial's over.
I just want to find some of the gems that we didn't actually get to see. And one of the things I want to talk about tonight too on this DNA stuff. So the serology lady testifies, and once again, she literally goes through everything that she took chunks of. As we talked about earlier, the evidence was taken by somebody, and she goes through, takes the chunks, and packages them up, gets them ready for processing, and then they get sent to the DNA lady. So she's on the stand for a while going through every single piece. But that's what she does. And I actually am going to go back and listen because I need to find one piece that I need to find out if she actually did. Now, this lady I've actually listened to 3 times. Donna Minogue is the DNA analyst. So she's the one who does all the DNA on the stuff. And I've listened to this one multiple times. And I'm going to show you guys this. Once again, this is not my handiwork, but I was going to make something like this, and then somebody else did. So I was like, hey, thank you. So this is from a Facebook group. Once again, I don't remember the person. It starts with a J. Janess. Nope. Starts with a J. And she's in the Facebook group, and she made this really cool list so that I didn't have to go make it. So whoever you are, I really appreciate that you did that.
Yeah.
If you ever hear this. So, sorry. So they go through and they talk about every single piece of evidence that was swabbed and tested and what came of it and whose profile was actually found on it. The reason I had listened to this so many times, hold on, I think my dog's trying to get in. Give me 1 second.
Iris is like, I'm here now. Yeah, guys, check out Nadine's melts. Delana drops her link. You'll love her wax melts. They're amazing. And that girl, James, thank you so much for everything you gave on like the temple and things like that, because I'm kind of new to the Vallow case, and I just was trying to catch up for the sake of the trial, and a lot of that needed to be broken down, and you filled in some of the gaps, so thank you. Tina.
Okay, so you guys, you've all probably heard my theory on this whole carpet situation, that there's multiple pieces of cut carpet, in my opinion. So the reason I went back and listened to this was to find out there's a small piece of carpet that was rolled up in the big piece of carpet in the storage area. and
Mhm.
it had blood on it. You guys remember this?
Yes.
Let me go back and I'll pull it up just because.
I like where you're going with this, though.
I gotta find it. I know I have it in here somewhere. I think I do. Anyway.
Right, no way, exactly.
I swear I had it in here. Maybe I don't.
Well, Angie, baby, enjoy.
Oh, here it is. This piece was found wrapped up in the large piece. And that's all blood, or presumptive positive for blood. Hi, Angie, baby. So I listened over and over again because I wanted to know what the results of this piece of carpet was. Guess what they don't test?
Oh, wait a second.
Nope, not tested. Trust me, I listened
Are
3
you
times.
effing kidding me?
Nope, not tested. This piece of carpet, not tested. I can tell you every single thing that is tested, and that's not one of them.
What?
And so at the end of this testimony, he asks her, the prosecutor asks her, is there anything that was tested that we're not talking about? And she says yes. And he says, why wasn't it here or whatever? And she said, because we're not able to get conclusive results from it. And I'm totally paraphrasing that. But how did you not get results from this?
Right. Wait a second.
So I'm really upset about this because I purposely paid attention multiple times to get this information. It's not here. There is no carpet from the storage room. They do have the result from the floor in the storage room, which is positive, and it was Gannon's blood.
This is a key part to, in my opinion, for her whole insanity shit deal. For me, this shows basically everything that you had laid out there, which was there were multiple moments with this carpet, and that these stories that she was putting out of what had happened or whatever, that proves that was a bunch of shit.
Mm-hmm.
So
what? Why is this not tested? And remember, I kept telling you that whole theory I had, they never said that in here. They never said that in the trial.
Nope.
That's a really big deal to me.
And
now they only have one witness left.
And the way you broke it down was clear as day once we can actually, once it's uncovered, because most of us weren't even paying attention to it. I know I wasn't, but once you broke it down and put it out there like that, I absolutely got it. I think everybody did. And I don't understand how this was not a key piece of evidence. Why wasn't this tested?
No, not tested.
It shows
I know, I was so upset.
Shit story changes. It shows the lie. It shows the fucking lie. Well, I mean, many lies, but her main lie.
Right, about her whole candle bullshit. Yep.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no, it's not in there. It's not listed. I'm so irritated by it because that would have either proved me right or proved me wrong.
Right.
So they go through basically everything, and they go through and talk about Gannon's blood's found in the garage. It's found in the carpet and the padding from his room, on the outlet from his room, in the actual electrical socket in his room. That second piece of carpet that they took from Gannon's room, also his blood. Particle board on the S-curve over at Ferry Park Road, his blood. Nike shoe swabs, his blood. Swabs from the base of the box in the garage. Remember, they showed us pictures of that. His blood. Swabs from the base of the stairs in the garage, his blood. 2 major contributors. Swab from Gannon's bed, his blood. Blue and white scrub brush, his blood. Back side of the blue and white scrub brush. 2 contributors, his blood. Red and white Brillo scrub brush, his blood. No, it wasn't suitable for comparison, but was one male. The pink suitcase that they took from her car in South Carolina, it had the blue blanket, and then that blanket had obviously had some transfer over onto the lining. So the pink suitcase matches. The blood on the blue blanket matches Gannon. Here
so
they talk
tested
about
everything she used to do it, but they didn't test what it actually went on.
Well, they test the swabs from the teal couch pillow. This has actually got a mix of 3 male contributors. Major profile matched Gannon. Minors are not suitable for comparison. The basement area rug. 2 contributors with major male profile matched Gannon. 2 contributors with major male profile matched Gannon. Minor is unknown, number 1. This basement area rug is the rug that is, you can see in the pictures, it's folded over the stain.
Yep.
Or over the little piece of carpet. The burnt carpet cutout had 2 contributors. Major male profile matched Gannon. So the carpet that was found in the trash can, the one that, hold on, I'm going to pull it up for you guys so you can see that one too. This one.
I can't believe this. I cannot believe it.
This one does have Gannon's blood on it.
Wait, oh, so that red marking mess in there is blood.
We don't know if that's the blood. They don't tell us the exact point. But it does say that it has the burnt carpet cutout had 2 contributors, major male profile. I keep saying major male profile matched Gannon. They test the storage room plastic tub. There's 4 different spots that they test, all match Gannon. The storage room floor was a mix of 2 contributors, major male profile matched Gannon. The base of the stairs in the basement, mix of 2 contributors, major male profile matched Gannon. The minor one matched what was also found on the basement area rug floor. Basement area rug. So this is unknown profile 1. This is also unknown profile 1. And then swabs from the exterior of the Amazon box that was in the storage room, all 3 stains matched Gannon. Because she goes in there and she's a flipping disaster trying to figure out what she's doing and where she's going to put all this stuff, and she's covered in blood. So she's transferring. This is a lot of transfer DNA.
Oh, yeah.
You know, or she puts Gannon in there, which I don't, it's possible, but I don't know if that was the case. But no, this piece of carpet right here, found rolled up, not tested. So
I'm so
now I'm
pissed
definitely
I
looking for it because I want to find this piece of carpet.
I just don't understand why. Like, why? You have it, you didn't test it. That piece of carpet speaks volumes in her story versus everything else. I mean, for me.
No?
I don't.
Yeah, because my theory is this was the first piece of carpet cut.
Yes.
And so I went back and I was listening to one of the CSIs was testifying, the one that finds the carpet and rolls it out.
Right.
And she says 2 corners are cut. 2 corners are cut. So the first cut has to be to replace this. In my opinion, the second cut, they don't even talk about the first cut. But she talks about that the second cut matches the big piece of carpet, matches the little piece that's found to cover up the burn area. My question is, does this waxy bullshit that's found in the trash can match the other corner? Because nobody tells me that.
Yep.
Call him. She's like, hey, what the hell? I need some answers.
That was good. No way. She's like, call them. That's what I'm going to tell her.
Just call him and see what happens.
Meanwhile, Tina's in there with me. Why?
I think that the blood is the original square. She cuts a piece, burns it with the candle and I think an igniter. I think she purposely put something in here to burn it, which makes the hole, and then goes through to the padding that you see in the other pictures. And then I think that goes to the trash to prove there's a candle and not this big amount of blood. So here, look, oh, there's a candle that's spilled. We got to clean up all the blood because the blood had seeped through onto the padding, which she needed to cover up. So then she takes this one out to the trash, and then the piece that's left in the house is the one single piece that's cut out from the other corner that they say matches the big piece. So that's my thought, and they didn't test it. They didn't even help me with my thought. So there's that.
I'm going to be thinking about this now. This is... why wouldn't they test that? It's going to bother me. Like, this is torturous. Why wouldn't they touch that?
Yeah, so they don't don't have a sample of Harley or Lena's DNA to compare to rule them out, which was another thing I thought was a huge mistake. How dumb is that? You'd get everybody in that household's DNA and compare it.
Exactly. So that defense doesn't have any of that later on. That could have been Harley, could have been Lena, could have been all that confusion of whatever that they no.
Lex Luthor, this piece right here was found rolled up in the large chunk of carpet in the storage room. This piece over here with the wax was found in the trash. Yes, I think so. I wish that we had a better view of the body cam from that night so we could actually see. But even when they played it in court, they didn't have the camera set up well and it cut half the screen. So you still can't even see it. You can really just hear it. So hopefully that's an answer that we'll be able to get after the trial's done. And I mean, it looks like we're going to the jury probably next week. So
I know it's going.
Yeah, she tried to hide this piece. Tried to hide this piece and pretended like she had to cut it out because there was a candle burn on it right here. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah. Teresa put this out like a month ago, and
It wasn't that long, but it feels like it.
Yeah, right. And you can't unsee this now. You can't. There's no way you look at this, see this now, have any inkling about this case, and not understand exactly what this is. So why didn't they? I'm just so confused.
If he did, somebody brought this up on our last live too, and I honestly don't remember anybody talking about seeing it. Somebody actually said that they saw it in the Tiguan, but they didn't check it because it was just a suitcase.
Yep.
And I have not had time to go back and re-listen. So thank you, Dina. I wish they would have proved it or disproved it. I need something one way or the other. Otherwise, I can't let it go. So anyway, so that's the whole gist of this. This basically is her entire testimony right here. And like I said, whoever made this from the Facebook groups, thank you. It was, it saved me a lot of time, and I appreciate it.
No, that's amazing.
That was Monday. So then Tuesday is when Kevin Hoyland testifies. He's the phone tech guy from CAST, the cellular analysis survey team. He's a pretty decent guy. I mean, he was actually good on the stand. I think he was very engaging with the jury and everything. He doesn't really give us a lot that we didn't already know, so I'm not going to go through all the pieces he gave us. He tells us the route that she took, what she was doing, confirms that she doesn't turn her Life 360 app off, and so the Life 360 is basically tracking her all over Colorado, and then he's the one who kind of figures out that she stops at the car wash, and then they meet up and figure out, wait, her car's wet. She kind of stops at this car wash. So there was not any like new locations. There's not any new locations that he really found. So like I said, I don't need to go over all that. We already kind of know her whole route and what she did.
Yeah.
So then after he's done, the psych expert from the jail comes in. She's deemed an expert in psychology and forensic psychology.
Mm-hmm.
She goes over basically all the intake information.
And Letitia's totally into this. Like, she is just zoned into her testimony.
So funny. It's so funny who she chooses to actually listen to and who she's just like, yeah, no.
Oh, yeah, because she wants to see if her whole crazy theory, where she jacked up at. And she literally hates, you could see it, she hates the women that are up there with all their actual degrees, with all their actual knowledge and education and experience. And she's just over there like a fucking little wannabe who's just an actual piece of, like, I don't even let me, please. She's very, very intimidated by education, by looks, by a lot of narcissistic type of shit. Only a narcissist.
Well, they do basically say that in most of all of her evaluations, she is a narcissist.
Like,
that
hey, you were
comes up
nice. I can't even get it out.
Lex, I don't know if that's the case. Somebody in my last live said that to me, and I made a conscious note to go back and listen to confirm if and when this was said, because I don't remember it any which way. I don't remember them saying that they saw it in the in the storage room, and I don't remember them saying they saw it in the garage. So I really don't know. If you find out, please let me know. He was definitely there when the cops came. That's why she had to go. Oh yeah, because she had to die. She was like, oh wait, I'm gonna go check on the box cutters. Everybody just hold 1 second. You know, these box cutters, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, she does. She has all of that. Mm-hmm,
She has it in bullshitting is what she has it in. Because she applied it nowhere in life or for anything good. And now she's a friggin' defendant up there because she killed a child. And I will not say allegedly or none of it.
She has a major criminal history.
Yes, she does.
Which they don't actually bring up. So this was something I was talking to somebody about in one of the Facebook groups yesterday. Was she talks about that she puts her into this solitary place for like the first 2 weeks, you know, and on suicide watch because it's her first time in prison or first time in jail, blah, blah, blah. But she's actually been arrested multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was having this conversation with somebody in the Facebook group about like, did they not know this? Why doesn't anybody bring up her criminal history? Because she has one, but nobody brings it up. And I'm like, well, maybe they can't because of that whole, 404 evidence rule that they're not allowed to bring it up. But I mean, for clarification purposes, this doctor should have known that. But then I was like, wait, the judge made sure to say she was only allowed, and her testimony was only allowed to go towards sanity.
Yep.
Not evidence. And so I was like, I guess it doesn't matter. And with the 404A, you can't bring in past convictions and destroy somebody's character. And 404B is you can't bring in somebody that your defendant's charges that they haven't been convicted on because it would taint their character.
Right.
I believe her doctorate has been found. I'll have to double check, but I think it has. I think she had all of her stuff transferred. I think that somebody has the transfer records of it.
The best is when she's trying to convince them. Well, and in the evaluation, I guess that they showed today, or the second one maybe, I can't remember. But
I know.
I'm so like, oh
my gosh.
Like we've had trillion phone calls and evaluations and meetups and whatnot, but she loves to mention how friggin' smart she is with all of her degrees and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But then she goes right from that and then goes right into, well, I was having nightmares and I was seeing things and I was hallucinating because I wasn't sleeping. You're just like,
so bad.
You are the most, like, you can diagnose yourself and be the crazy person all at the same. Like, she's the doctor and the patient all like wrapped in one. So she thinks like her level of narcissism is just absolutely, I'm sorry, disgusting. Like, just disgusting. That I can listen to these doctors on 2 times because it's like we already know kind of what the hell they're going to say. Because if you listen to those calls with Al, I'm sorry, you get everything you need to know about Letitia. Like, you just do. You just do. And hearing them back it up in the big clinical words is amazing. But, oh my God, the levels of shit that she is just like, oh my God.
Well, I struggled with this witness, and I mean, I don't even know. Did I write down her name? I don't think I wrote down her name, which is kind of weird because I write down all their names. But the jail psychologist.
That's Dr. Christine Moore, I think.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, Dr. Christine Moore.
Okay, so she goes through, she does a good job explaining like how everything is and blah, blah, blah. She's the one that's moved to Kansas now. She doesn't actually work there anymore. She went to Kansas and is now part of like 250 sex offender rehabilitation. This was all very interesting to me because I just graduated not that long ago. And one of the big things I did was a ton of reports on our corrections in America and our correction system. And I had to do big project. I did big projects on sex offenders. And so this was just all kind of interesting to me, her whole testimony. But what I didn't really like, this is when Cross actually, the defense team actually gets up and starts actually participating in the trial finally, which we figured was going to happen, but we finally got to see them in a little bit of action.
Yeah.
So he's kind of hammering at her about how Letitia is in prison and how she's being kept and why she's being kept the way that she's being kept. She's very evasive about it, which I thought was interesting because she doesn't work there anymore. And if anybody knows anything about our correction system, it's not pretty.
No.
It's really a mess.
Yep. Especially during COVID, it was an extra big nightmare.
Right. So she starts acting like this is just totally normal. And I get that it's totally normal for her in her business, but the problem is it is normal. So like Letitia is being held in a unit where she gets to come out 1 hour a day, and he's kind of hammering. Well, she's like alone. Like that doesn't do you any good for like your medical or for your mental health. And she's like, well, she's not alone. She's got the guards, and like the guards aren't going to like hang out and chat with you. Maybe one. Yeah. You might get one that likes you and will chat with you, but they're not all going to be your buddies. And then it's like, well, she can go and talk to the other inmates through their little window.
Yeah.
And like she's trying to pretend like that's all okay. And as much as I don't like Letitia, it is a problem in our criminal justice correction system that we are creating people who go to prison. I'm going to go off on a little tangent, so just kind of bear with me. People who go to prison and aren't convicted for lifelong sentences are supposed to be there to be rehabilitated and sent back out into society. Our system does not do that.
No.
Our system creates criminals inside our prison system. So the people who are in there and are innocent, which there are, people who are locked up that are innocent become criminals because of our correction system.
Yep. It's the only way to maintain and in a sense, keep up or protect yourself in jail. You could literally someone could start with you in a physical thing and you're just literally protecting yourself and you're looked at like across the board pretty much just the same. And if you are innocent in jail, that's enough to make you go crazy. Literally. I'm not saying that for Letitia at all.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. I didn't like that she was kind of skirting the whole the problems with our correctional facilities.
Yes. She doesn't even sound confident.
She's locked up because I think I pretty much told everybody how much this woman actually I despise her and I really could care less. And that's terrible for a human being. But overall, the fact that this witness was not going to back down from the way that things were being normal and okay was problematic for me personally.
Yeah. I don't feel like to be honest, I don't think for me, her testimony, it wasn't that great. I'm just going to say it just wasn't that great. I don't think that she should have referenced her notes a little bit more the night before, 2 days before or something, because when it came to that end, she was just like a mix-up mess. And Michael Allen's done such a great job of laying this entire case out so clear. And you can pretty much understand everything up until, for me, her testimony. She was bouncing back on her notes that she didn't remember. She was she just was not confident in her testimony. You could hear it when she's describing the things about jail or when she's trying to say, oh, yes, this stuff is okay. You can see it in her that she knows that it's not okay. And that's what bothered me about her. It's written all over her for me.
Yeah, it was just a very odd cross to begin with because the defense attorney was so, what do you call it? Argumentative or whatever you want to say.
Cook was cooked and he was.
Yeah, he was. He was all over it.
His aggression's kicking in now.
Well, and then there was like a little scuffle back and forth. And yes, Zab Girl has a really good video. I think she just put it up yesterday or the day before on all of Letitia's criminal history. So it's a good watch. Definitely watch Zab Girl. Why did the prosecution get an actual? Why didn't they, or why did they? They didn't. No, they didn't. That's, I think, also an issue. How many witnesses does the defense have? Their list is very small. I'm going to see if I can find it real quick because I do have it somewhere. Where the heck I put it? That's a whole nother question.
A Pink Dahlia. It's Dr. What did I say? Christine Moore. Yeah, Dr. Christine Moore. She's right after Detective Hoyland.
Oh, that's really great. Why is it not coming up? There it is.
Should be from yesterday, babe.
So Rhonda Niederhauser is the psychiatrist that was seeing Letitia and diagnosed her with anxiety back in December of 2019. So she's on the list. Hold on. They put it up, they added her later. So they have Dr. Dorothy Lewis. They have a forensic social worker expert, Kyle Varville. They have Caitlin Kreck, who's an investigator. They have Laura Leach, who is a PhD clinical psychologist expert. They have, this is Tisha's stepsister, Tisha's mom, Harley Hunt again, Tisha's sister or aunt, I don't remember which one that one is, Aunt Brenda. They have Katrina. They have Aunt Brenda. Amy Bolton, I think, is the one that she stayed with originally, and then Dee Dee, who is the one that Harley lives with, or lived with. I don't know if she still does, but she did. So they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They have 12 total witnesses on their list. Will they actually use them? I don't know. Okay, let me see what I missed in chat now. The prosecution said today that they will probably be wrapped up by Monday. They only have a couple witnesses left, and then they're done. Well, that's the old argument about the purpose of prison. Is it for rehabilitation or for punishment? It was designed as punishment so the government doesn't have to fund rehabilitation. It's a problem. And I think that it should be both, depending on what you're in there for.
Yes.
And I think that's the problem. Obviously, there are people who are in there that are life without parole. They're not leaving. Mm-hmm. So what's the rehabilitation? But we need to make sure that the people who are coming back into society are prepared to come back into society, and that we as society can trust that our prison system has rehabilitated them before putting them back in. And we don't trust that.
Charge and classify them properly, correctly, however that goes. You cannot put mental health patient or anything close to that in general. Like, it's just not you will be creating a monster literally inside of there if. And again, this is not for every, terrible, horrible person in jail that has committed just horrific crimes. But like T said, there are some innocent in there that should not be in there, and they're going to come out of there. They're probably going to come out a problem, and then that becomes a problem on our society.
Yeah,
that we didn't have prior. All of the whatever that happened prior to that, but it's a sick cycle that keeps happening because our justice system it's not thorough. It doesn't vet the way it doesn't do its due diligence. To get it out to an extent. And then look at the West trial, look at the West case. Did law enforcement really do anything? Like anything? I mean, there's just so many different things that can apply to all this shit that
right
ends up an innocent person can end up in jail, and then things like this can happen. Or let's say people that come in on lowball crimes and things like that can absolutely be rehabilitated. They're not killers. They're not out there looking to hurt anybody or harm anybody. They just did something bad. They made a bad decision. Whatever. Those are the people we would like to rehabilitate.
Yeah, my problem with her testimony was because she's supposed to be like the lead psychologist of the prison.
Yeah.
And if she was a prison guard and only worked on this floor where there's only these high, what do you call them? What do you call it? Like
offenders?
Felony offenders, with like murder charges, and that prison guard comes in and testifies, and that's his stance. It would make more sense than a psychologist or like an administrator of the prison to come in and be like, oh yeah, no, this is totally normal. And it's like, no, it's not normal. Yes, this is normal in that ward. This is normal for that. Like I said, that whole conversation doesn't even really pertain to Letitia. It really pertained to how I felt about her testimony. And then he was like confronting her about the lawsuits and stuff that happened during this time, because it was a big deal. And El Paso's not the only one who actually got that lawsuit lawsuits against prisons was actually a pretty big deal across the country, because when we got locked down with the pandemic, they didn't have masks for the prisoners.
Yep.
So they were now kept in these unsafe environments, and anybody who followed along, we know how many people got released from prison based on the fact, way earlier than they should have been, based on the fact that they didn't want to keep them there and have to deal with a lawsuit if something happened to them. So for her to be like, oh yeah, I don't really know what you're talking about. Oh yeah, I think there was maybe a couple like towards the end, and it's like, no, like own it, because that was a really big deal across our whole country.
Yeah.
And supplies were minimal. We struggled getting masks. Everybody did.
Yeah.
So I mean, do I hold that against her? No, but her answer just really bothered me a lot.
Yeah.
He went into her now being in charge of like these 250 sex offenders, and then he did a lot of talking about like pedophiles. And what did you guys think about that cross, about that particular part of the cross? Because I was in Sleuth Mom's chat, and we were all kind of like, why is he going down this route? What is the purpose of it? And I'd like to know what you guys think. You can go first, Michelle. Are you muted? Yeah, she was protecting herself because she, yeah. Mm-hmm. Anyone that believes that is delusional. Oh, God, could you imagine if they were together in a cell as bunkmates? Which one would get the other one on their side? Do you think that Letitia could be part of the 144,000? So, but I'm curious. I want to know what you guys thought about that, about him talking about her, about the sex offender stuff. Oh, that's an interesting thought. I didn't even think of that. They hired these two from Wish for $4.99. I think the defense is reaching is why they brought all that up. This is actually a really good point. I didn't even think about this. I was wondering if it was brought up about to kind of go over what she knows about it in means of Letitia being assaulted, and what she thought of it. Do you know what I mean? I was wondering if it had to do with Letitia. I was also wondering if it had to do with that this lady left this job because it was so bad to go and get more money, even to work with sex offenders. Defense was trying to show how the jail was so corrupt they weren't able to even notice Tisha being crazy. Yeah. I don't know. I just was really, I didn't really understand where he was going with that part. I don't think she was essayed by her stepfather. She might have essayed herself with her hand, but I don't. Betty Joe. Well, I don't think she's insane, but I would be. There's no way to ever prove whether she was or wasn't essayed at this point, but I definitely agree with this statement. See, you would think they're reaching too. I feel like they had a point to that. Let me see what else I have in my notes about her. We talked about the lawsuits. They got. This is the first time that the attorneys actually kind of got like close to fisticuffs. Like judge had to like kind of lay down the law. I'm surprised there wasn't like a gavel involved, because they were going back and forth, and then there was this whole thing about a DA theme, which I found interesting, because then I'm like, does the DA have a theme? What was the point of that? And what is the DA's theme? Oh, this was the big one. There's the big thing about the log, the log coming in. Oh, I lost Michelle. Uh-oh. I mean, she admitted that she lied about being that day of Gannon going missing, but of course they didn't give Letitia's fabricated mental health issues the time of day. I was shocked that the judge said that publicly. But we can't ever prove whether she was when she was younger. Supposedly, in her therapy sessions, she said that she was SA'd and that her mom stayed with him, but then her mom left him when he got her little brother Dakota wasted.
T, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, now I can. I couldn't before.
I had to go to my phone.
Oh, I've been following this case since the little boy went missing. By her reactions and actions, she did everything she could to cover it up. Yep, 1000%. Do Dumb and Dumber ever have a point? I actually think they're probably very good attorneys. If you look them up, they're not supposedly that bad. I don't think they give two shits, and this is their only hope of winning. And I don't think they care if they win.
Nope. They're like, just get us out of here, please.
I don't think they care. I mean, Tolini actually did a pretty good job today.
He did.
I
feel like he took one too. I don't know. I kind of like him. I actually like him a lot. What am I saying?
Tolini?
Yeah, I like him.
I like Tolini better than I like
Cook, for sure.
Yeah.
We're talking about Tolini's just easygoing, you know? Like he's got a very easy demeanor.
Hi, Elsie.
Elsie.
It's probably just deflection. I would love for her mother to testify. I want to know if it's true or not. I would be curious too. Yeah.
Yes.
She loves talking about herself. Even her so-called personalities love talking about themselves too.
Yes. Yes, they do. They love themselves just like she. Yes. All of her personalities are narcissistic too.
They completely got caught in a lie. So I don't think they actually did get caught in a lie. And I'm hoping that it gets corrected because I think it was a really bad look because I think it looks like they got caught in a lie, but they weren't her attorneys.
Thank you for saying it, T. Thank you, because it's torturing me.
Do you have Billy with you? You need to turn your camera on.
Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, the dog.
Yeah. I think that her other attorneys are the ones that told her, and they're basing that off of the handoff of information. I think that the women attorneys that she had to begin with are the ones that told her, which is why they said something towards like the end about having one of them testify, and he was like, they're gonna testify and give up attorney-client privilege. Like, yeah, I don't think so. I was like, ugh.
The judge was like, stop it. It was great.
Oh yeah, he's like, you address me, only me. Letitia said she was essayed when she was 14. So Cinnamon Bear, this is something from the get-go that many have thought, is Dakota Letitia's kid? And when the trial happened, and as soon as Dakota took the stand, I actually kind of held my breath for a minute that we were going to have like a bombshell, that he was actually Letitia's kid. Because remember, she writes that letter to the judge about her son. She doesn't have a son, she had a daughter. So there's Philly. Hi, Philly. What are you doing, baby?
Up my butt, torturing me.
But they log when the attorney comes to see him or video chats, and they don't log what is said between them. So the log only had in-person visits, apparently. There should be a log that has all the video chats, but we also have phone calls that we aren't privy to. So there's more that needs to kind of go with it. I think it's possible that she was actually told. I almost think, though, that they're making such a bigger deal about it that it's causing people to think it's a big deal. If they had just calmed the F down, I don't know if anybody would have really paid too much attention because it wasn't that big.
Nope.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Well, she lies.
That they did do, yep. Mm-hmm.
So, yes, he was hit in. Okay, so Lisa Lee, this is another thing that we were talking about, is the stepdad was supposedly killed in a hit and run on Dakota's, I think it was his 6th or 7th birthday. I don't remember. And Letitia's Google searches were Letitia hit and run, like seeing if it ever came up. I don't know. And we don't have dates for those Google searches. They're just for history. So did Letitia have something to do with her stepdad getting hit by a car?
Why would she Google that? I mean, we don't know why she Googled a lot of things, but that in specific, no. Just like if she put Letitia and Chance, whatever the hell his name was, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, nope.
I have a few of her letters, so I have to look and see which one she actually talks about it in. I don't think it's this one. So I don't. So I don't. I'm like, did she do it? Did she do something to? So Chance died in Ohio. He died in a hotel in Ohio, though. So I don't know if she would have had anything to do with that. But it's very interesting.
That would be an easy one for her. Think about it, because she that one I put nothing past that one now. Nothing. And because she thinks that she is capable of it all, oh yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, so why did she cry and act like she didn't know he was found if her lawyer had already told her? They need proof of the video chat. Well, she supposedly didn't cry or have too much of a reaction. It's kind of how I interpreted that it wasn't too big of a reaction, and that she brought up the whole Florida thing. And that's what really threw her, was that she didn't say that Gannon was found in Florida.
Yep.
So, okay, then we have the other lady who testifies today. Wait, we had, how many more ladies do we have testify? Hold on, I gotta go back to my notes real quick. So,
How far did you go when I wasn't here? Did I miss
I
anything?
have no idea. We had, so we have Torres, who did the first competency exam. Oh wait, I missed one, didn't I? I did. I missed the lady who did the second competency exam. Hold on. Oh, Dr. Jackie Grimmett, the forensic psychologist, who I actually really liked her.
Yes, same. Confident. I enjoyed her testimony.
Funny.
And she gave him something back. She gave defense something back, and it was kind of awesome.
Yeah, and then he tried to impeach her. I was like,
Yeah.
hey, Dick, what are you doing?
Yep.
But he actually, I think he liked her because he said that she's done cases for him too.
Yeah.
So I think she kind of probably knew like this was what was going to happen, but like good luck.
Yep.
So, but I liked her. She did the second, which it was weird that they had her testify first, but she did the second competency evaluation. And somebody in chat mentioned earlier, none of the people that did her competency exams were experienced with the dissociative identity disorder, which makes sense at the time of the competency exams because she wasn't insane. She was going for competency. So these guys just had to rule whether she was competent or not. Remember, competent and insane is two different things. So she had those two first, and they talked to them as experts about, did she show signs of dissociative identity disorder? But their experts don't have any history dealing with dissociative identity disorder. So that's going to be...
That's a pickle for sure.
Oh, Pink Dye, wait, I got to show you guys something for that too. But let me finish this part first. So I don't know, it was kind of weird. So she basically has anxiety. They both think that she has an antisocial like personality or a borderline personality disorder. I think they pretty much were in consensus that she does have a personality disorder, but not a mental disorder. And they did talk about like mental illness versus a mental disorder. So that was interesting to me too, because I've always thought mental illness and mental disorders really should be separated. They should be separated in general, because people are afraid to talk about mental health because they think that people are going to deem them as somebody who has this major personality disorder or something like that, versus anxiety or I don't want to say smaller, because man, they feel like they're going to kill you. Yeah. But you know what I mean? Like something that's more of that mental illness versus the mental disability, like they talked about in the trial.
Like disability versus claiming it to be a disease, something that could be somewhat managed possibly, versus something that you're, lifetime with, that it's a full, I'm going to use all the wrong words here. Geez.
I know.
I'm like, just don't talk, Michelle.
Well, I'm in the same boat, so we're probably both doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So if the brother is Letitia's child, does that mean from her mom's husband? Possibly. I don't know. It could be. I don't know that. And it's probably not even. There's probably pictures of Deborah pregnant with Dakota and stuff, and we're totally reaching. That's a total reach, speculative, just weird something I thought about before the trial ever started. There's no grounds for that whatsoever. So please don't take it in wrong, because there's no basis or fact behind that. It's just something I did. Trying to think what else she had to say. Then you have Torres, who did the first competency exam, and then she comes back and also does the first insanity exam. So she does both, but she's also somebody who has no experience in this. Never actually treated anybody with DID. So she doesn't have any firsthand experience whatsoever. That was you. It was driving you crazy. Okay. What son? I don't think she actually has a son. She references a son in her letter to the judge. And I have a few different letters, and I just, of course, didn't label to which ones they were, but one of the letters references a son. I'll have to find it and show it to you. The Don she was referring to could have maybe been from the son could have been from her miscarriage. She does talk about she's had a lot of miscarriages. And maybe that's a good point. Maybe she's in her delusional state is thinking that is saying like her son's alive because she's had a lot of miscarriages.
Mm-hmm.
She did mention a lot. And they tried to here. Okay, so this is going to upset me too, because they mentioned like that as like something wrong with her, that she said she had a lot of miscarriages, unless they can prove that she didn't and just lied about it all the time, which I think she did the last few. But her whole life, that's a problem, because there are people, including myself, who struggled carrying a baby.
Yeah.
And I've had a lot of miscarriages.
And she is known, every one of them had said it, that she adds her layer of extra ass exaggeration onto it. So, I mean, for me, when she does stuff like that, like, it's not to downplay her miscarriage or anything like that. I feel like she's just the type of person that if she got a cut on her thumb and it left a little scar, she's going to take that. And in her time of needing somebody to feel sorry for her, bad for her, whatever, because she's caught up, and just like in this case, she would say, oh, look, my thumb was da-da-da-da-da. And the issue with the thumb becomes so relevant in that moment. You know what I mean? Like, she just adds exaggeration to anything that ever happened in her life, but she uses it as like a pity me thing. But only when her ass is caught with something. You can hear that in the calls with Al, even to the littlest type of things, let alone being charged with murder. For me, and again, I'm not trying to downplay her miscarriages, but I feel
If she had that, I think that's the biggest
right.
part.
Exactly.
Is to be able to use that as part of her mental state. I think that they need to be able to say she actually didn't have any, and yet she comes in and tells you she had all of these.
Yep. Totally agree.
Do you see what I mean? So if it's late term, typically if the baby's born like as a baby, then yes. Miscarriages in the first trimester, no. If the baby's born a baby, they will give you a death certificate. Maybe she was going to run over Gannon. I thought the same thing.
Yeah.
It's possible. I don't know. I don't think we'll ever know, because it's Letitia. So I want to go over these because I need you guys to help me, for people who are watching today. They show all these video clips of her interview with Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray. And Dr. Gray hasn't testified. I don't know if he is or not, but Dr. Torres is talking, and so she's telling them about all of these personalities that she has. She has Harmony, who was the one personality that had been molested when she was young. She created her so that Harmony would be molested and she wouldn't. Taylor is her main personality, which Taylor she used a lot. She used to have a Facebook page with the name Taylor on it. And then Christina is the one that's the gymnast and is friends with all the Olympic gymnasts. And then Letitia's bipolar, and she doesn't sleep for days at a time. Letitia.
Yeah.
And then there's Victoria, who has all the empathy. So if she needed to like listen to her friends' sad stories or whatever, that's when she would bring out Victoria so she could be empathetic. She said that Letitia is the one who likes rap and is kind of a thug.
Who likes Tupac.
Yeah. So and then Taylor is actually married to Tyler, And they actually have kids, Ariana, Alicia, and Adriana.
Like, come on, I can't.
So then there's Maria, who's the protector. And Maria, you got to be careful with Maria because she's got a bit of a bad temper. And she can't bring out Maria on her own. Maria comes when Maria wants to.
Yeah. I believe Maria is the only one that she actually says can do that, because the other ones she has to signal for, right? Did I hear that?
Right. She can get them to come up. She can transfer from from her to one of them, but not to Maria. And she even brings up how in these personalities, Letitia is ambidextrous. She can use both hands. And when she's playing softball and they would like yell at her to like bat with her left hand, it's not like she could just do it, which I was like, okay, that's interesting, because later on you say you're the one who can bring out these people.
Yeah.
And Maria's the only one that can't. And Maria's not ambidextrous. Letitia is. So I thought that was kind of interesting. But there's two other personalities that we've heard about, and I didn't catch if she talked about them today. So this is where I need your guys' help. Little Lucia and Jasmine. We've heard these names repetitively, and I did not hear them today. Did anybody hear those two names and what personality they were?
I think I may have gotten a little bit of Jasmine, but I don't think so.
I didn't hear Jasmine or Little Lucia.
Nope.
So maybe they're coming up on Friday, because I know they weren't done, but Maria is a fan of music too. But Maria she's tougher, and you gotta protect. Oh, they were mentioned, Debbie, but they weren't gone into. I missed both of those completely.
Yep.
Little Lucia. I want to know more about her. Nobody's ever heard of these people. The only one that they know of is Taylor. And that's because when she was younger, she would say that she didn't like her name and she wanted her name to be Taylor. So she just named herself Taylor, or that she didn't like her middle name, which is Lynn. So her name is Letitia Lynn. And so she wanted her middle name to be Taylor. So she changed it to Letitia Taylor, and then she would go by Taylor.
Exactly. This wasn't
unalive them.
This wasn't a personality. This was something. This was literally just a name change, like that she morphed into a personality when all this shit happened. Like, come on, you didn't like your middle name, so you gave yourself Taylor. Like, what? I don't know. I'm just so over her shit.
All right. Well, Pink, you can't go because I need to play a video for you before you leave. Can you stay for a few minutes or no?
Pink.
Yeah, Letitia's a good gymnast. If you brought out like a balance beam, Christina could do a great balance beam. Maria is a Russian sniper from Mexico.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Maria is probably going to JLC Star.
Uh-huh.
I know I was
She can use all of her combat skills in there. Yes, Elsie, that's all it is. She couldn't force a personality outside of that narcissistic POS one. That's the only one that she'll be able to push up out of her. There's no other personality happening.
Maybe she wanted to be Taylor Swift before the Kim K obsession.
I bet.
Debbie, we did kind of talk about it. I just don't know if they technically lied, because what I was saying is they're not the ones who would have actually been her attorneys at the time he was found. That was the two female attorneys. So I want to hear more about whether it's a lie or not before I determine that it's a lie, because they would have been given this information during the handoff of the files. And so were they there? No. Do they know how they communicated? No, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not 100% that they technically lied. They could have. Don't get me wrong, but I think she hit him because of the bathroom issues, and that recording of her and G was trying to convince him that he did with the candle was worse. He was too smart, though, and would tell his dad. I think he was way too hurt, and she knew that Al was not going to be okay with that.
She knew she couldn't come back from this one because Gannon was not coming back from this one.
That's right.
She had her last straw somewhere with Al, and that's why Al was seeking elsewhere. And clearly her Her line was given to her with her discipline with her stepkids that she had to do everything for and hated it.
Did I miss Jasper? Hold on, does that come up later? I may have it in a note somewhere else. I may have missed Jasper. Where's Jasper? Who's Jasper?
Yeah, I don't remember that. Was he
I
today?
don't remember. Was that today too? I have, hold on, I'm looking through my notes. Maybe I wrote it somewhere else.
Oh, so done with it. Said the blonde former attorney was there today sitting behind her lawyers, or looked like her.
Ooh, I didn't even see that. We got to talk about the vampires. We got to talk about the vampires, but because Pink Dahlia has to leave, I want to play this real quick because she brought it up earlier. So I'm going to play this, and then we're going to talk about vampires, and then I think we can probably wrap it up.
Yeah.
Letitia lied about her stepfather.
Screen, you can't be over here. You need to come over here first. Okay, you ready?
Letitia lied about her stepfather dying. The prosecution says so she could actually buy some time to get rid of Gannon's body. The next lie came when Stauch claimed she had been in touch with a high-profile attorney who knows a thing or two about representing a woman in a high-profile case accused of killing a child. It was Casey Anthony's former lead attorney.
I'm not a bad person. I'm innocent. I agreed to even take a lie detector test for you.
Well, that's not for me. I'm not going to give you a lie detector test. Well, I mean,
it's not permissible in court because it's not. I said for you to believe me.
But who are you? Have you talked to them about this lie detector test, or you just told me about it?
No, I got recalled from a big time attorney. I got Baez law firm willing to come and meet me. That's how much they know it's screwed up. Do you know who the Baez law firm is?
You know I don't pay attention to that shit.
Do you know who they represented?
No, tell me.
A lot of big time names. And like People magazine, people are like pissed that they're not, that the way that things are going is not the direction of my team. And so if you don't want to be on my team to be like against them fucking everything, then these people will put it out there.
And joining me is Jose Baez, the one and only who was referenced in that piece of
get out of here. No way.
Right.
Where Letitia Stauch talked about him contacting her about representing him. Jose Baez, welcome to Sidebar. Thanks for coming on. Have you ever been in touch with Letitia Stauch?
I thought I had addressed this, I think about a year ago when it first came out in the news, but no, the answer is no. And I usually don't comment. I would say about 95% of the time, I would never comment as to whether someone reached out to our office, because much of that is covered within the attorney-client privilege. But no, we don't have. I've never had any conversations with her. We never entertained representing her. I really don't know what this is all about. I'm a little bit disappointed that it's being brought up in a courtroom. I don't think it has any place in a courtroom as to when an accused person is seeking counsel. So I think it's highly inappropriate on both sides, whether perhaps the defense objected to it coming in, or it should have been redacted from whatever audios were played. But I think it's quite unfortunate.
It's interesting you bring that up. And I will say this because if you listen to the audio clip in which she references your name and says that the Baez law firm has called her about representing her, she talks about her willingness to take a lie detector test. And she says they're not permissible in court. I think she misunderstands the verbiage, which she's correct, but they're not admissible in court. So it's interesting that she would even be allowed to talk about a lie detector test. Obviously, she can talk about whatever she wants on a recorded phone call with her husband. But it's interesting that that would even be allowed in the courtroom.
Yes. I mean, again, even the mentioning of polygraph tests. First of all, we would never call someone to offer out our representation. That's highly unethical, and it's not something that my firm participates in. So I can tell you this: we have a full caseload, and that was not a case that I was even on my radar. I'm not even familiar with the case, to be honest with you. I know it's probably a murder case. That's about the extent of it. And I remember there was some issue with her traveling to Florida, but
Sure.
that's the extent of what I know about that case. And we certainly never called her. And I think it's, again, I think it's highly inappropriate to talk about polygraphs or lawyers in a case. I don't know what that proves or disproves in a murder case, period. So I think it's quite unfortunate that this is going on.
Yeah, I think it's probably all about her telling these multiple stories. That's been a theme throughout this case, is that she told multiple stories about what happened to her stepson. She's now using an insanity defense. So it's an affirmative defense, meaning you basically admit you did it, but you're saying you didn't know right from wrong at the time.
Yeah, maybe it's part of her defense that she's insane, that she's imagining that she called our office. I have no idea.
I thought that was good. I saw that earlier, and I knew I wanted to play that for you guys. And then Pink Dahlia comes in and happens to bring up Jose Baez, and I'm like, you got to hear it. So that's why I wanted to make sure I got to play it for her before she left, because I thought that was extremely interesting that he literally is doing an interview now, even about this and her bullshit.
Oh. That was amazing. That was absolutely amazing. Knew it.
So, okay, so the next big thing, okay, so you guys brought up Jasper, and for whatever reason in my mind, I was thinking that she had named one of her personalities Jasper. Now I remember, because yeah, it is the vampire stuff. So she has these vampire friends. There is a channel called Kit Kat that she actually used to write letters back and forth with Letitia. And in my video that I made about Gannon before the trial started, I showed a little excerpt of it where she does tell her, I don't want to show her letters because they're not mine to technically show, but this one piece that I do have in that video is, it talks about that she's in the middle of transitioning. So she's got her vampire friends that are taking care of her, and that she is going to be transitioning to her own vampires soon. So let me see if I can... I just want to find it real quick and see if I can at least read it for you, or read that part to you, because like I said, they're her letters, and I don't want to. Let me just see real quick. Just that part, because it's just so interesting that it's about the vampires. Okay, this is what I showed in my video. Once I'm finished and have full powers, I won't be here or be able to write anymore. But until then, I'll keep in touch. If I can, sometimes I get to buy stuff, but I don't know how it will work once I complete the training. Because she's a vampire in training.
In training.
So Kit Kat does have a channel too. If you guys, she does read through her letters over there. Yes, Kit Kat. I think that...
I'm going to drop her link right.
I think it's just Kit now, though, huh? I think her channel's name is just Kit. But she does go over her letters and the times that she did talk with Letitia before I think she actually, wasn't, when she was unsure, what to believe and what was happening. It was kind of just trying to give her a shot. But she does go through all her letters, and she has quite a few of them. So, and then she also goes through just different conversations and stuff she had with her. So it's definitely worth going over there to look at. And like I said, I just wanted to show this one just because it does talk about that she is transitioning to be a vampire. And then we find out that she's transitioning with the Twilight people.
It is. It's just so crazy.
I can't even say it with a straight face. Yeah, so she's going to be a vampire with the Twilight people, because that's who she likes. Oh, thanks, No Way, for joining. LOL, say the Baez firm reached out to her to offer their services. What a joke. He's probably embarrassed, although it's only further promoting his firm to a large audience. Yet another lie. Well, he did, and he says he addressed it like a year ago. I believe he addressed it a couple of years ago. He addressed it pretty much right off the bat because people were all over his Twitter like, how dare you? Are you really doing this? Blah, blah, blah. And he actually made a statement on Twitter. I do have that somewhere. I really should be more organized. He makes a statement and says that he is not representing her. He is not representing Letitia at all. See if I can easily find it because I don't want to keep you guys waiting. No. Okay, but he did. He actually responds on Twitter. She's transitioning to be a vampire, Pink. She did. She wrote letters to Jules, too. I don't believe in the letters to Jules, though, that she was transitioning to vampirehood. Vampireness. Vampire land. I don't know what you'd call it. Vampire
land.
I don't know where it goes. So, yeah. It doesn't keep getting worse. Yeah, she's going to be a vampire. Per Letitia. She's so dumb.
I love Lex tonight. It's amazing.
I just love Pink's all from what to what? Like, what? No, Casey Anthony was surely, and doesn't everyone, oh gosh, to me, Casey Anthony was absolutely guilty. And then people started trying to come and talk to me about it after her stupid little documentary last year. And I was like, don't even try it.
Don't even.
Can her other personalities go in the sun? That's a great question. Somebody also asked, if Maria is the protector, why does she bring up that Maria is the one that hurt Gannon? Why would she need to be protected from Gannon? I think she tries to insinuate that Maria's like the bad one.
Mm-hmm.
You know, not just the protector, but she calls her the protector because she read some bullshit about this stuff. But in her mind, I think what she's saying is she's the one who goes out and fights and does all the bad things.
Yep.
I mean, you got to remember, she's from Mexico and a Russian sniper.
Right. Yep. No words.
Well, Harley was surprised that her mom was taking the insanity plea, and that's actually when she ended up turning on her mom. She supported her mom up until November of 2022. So that's the question. If Letitia's a vampire, could she still be one of Lori's 144,000?
She may be. Yeah.
As a vampire, though? I mean, that's pretty demonic, no?
She's got other personalities, so maybe she goes from vampire to like fucking devil angel god. Who knows? And she'll be accepted. Who knows?
So which personality was going to be a vampire?
The next one she was going to pull out of her ass, literally.
This is what I need to know more about. Maybe Jasmine was going to be the vampire.
I feel like Jasmine's going to be her. It could go one or two ways for me with Jasmine. It's either going to be her sexy, seductful, that person who can handle, like, you know, all of her sexual trauma and things like that, even though I know she brings it back to her.
She goes back and says that Harmony actually, Harmony's the kid who was molested.
Right.
She thinks that Harmony's the one who can answer all the sex stuff.
Right. Harmony can answer it because Harmony can handle it. But Jasmine is more, see how she's very uncomfortable with things like that. So she acts, and that was like a big thing to get out. I think Jasmine will be that alter, meaning like that'll be sexy Letitia. That'll be extremely confident Letitia. Very, very girly Letitia. Or very exotic type.
Because Jasmine's from the Disney movie.
Yeah, like she's very princess-like. She's very, you know. So she's
going
to be. I mean, that's just how I kind of say it. Or she's going to flip Jasmine around to be kind of like what you were saying. She's just. How do I break this now? Because it literally doesn't make sense. Like I can't even say it in words that will actually make sense.
Well, I don't know if she would. That would throw a whole new thing into the mix because Taylor Lautner is a werewolf.
Well, because think about it. That personality, I mean, she's covered pretty much every personality that in her mind could give her an out, an excuse in this entire case. Okay. Because she's thrown a lot of stories in there. So now she needs a lot of personalities to match them. And I think we might even hear some more. And there might be a whole section of vampires. And then before we know it, she's 4 different vampires. I mean, this one could keep going. I mean, like she'll be a kitty cat next and she'll be a dragon, you know, the night that it supposedly happened or whatever. Like she's, I don't know. She's torturing my life. It's what she's doing.
She really is. She does. She's like making everybody around her crazy. I love this. That she's like, Jeanette's like, I never really thought that I could be a vampire. Well, you're missing out, Jeanette. You really need to get on board here. There's a transition and training and everything. And when you're done with your training, then you probably can't talk to people anymore, though. So just know that. TNT, you couldn't fall asleep. So my phone checked. Yeah, we're going to be finishing up. Well, we cover all 3 trials at the same time because I only do this like twice a week. So they end up being really long.
And every time we say it's going to be a short one, it ends up being the longest.
I knew tonight was going to be long because 1 of the phone data and then 2 of Letitia being Letitia.
I mean, we could do Letitia for 2-3 hours all by itself. I mean, just can't.
I really could.
Mm-hmm.
And the trial is just such a good trial. And the Vallow Trial is actually turning out to be a really good trial too. It's not as good as Stauch, in my opinion. I don't think the prosecutor is as good as Michael Allen. Will my alts send me Valentine's Day cards? Should I bring up? I'll bring up her Google searches again. Hold on, let me see if I can find them real quick. Let's get rid of this.
Casey, that was funny. I was just about to comment back to you.
Hold on. Yeah.
Oh yeah, truth and transparency. I can't even get words out.
There you go.
That's terrible. Her Google searches
So,
are insane.
So which personality did the Google searches? Because remember, she does say she didn't do them.
This is a good game to play, actually. Find me a rich husband. Find me.
So let's see. Okay, so who would blood is spurting from an arterial bleed, direct pressure not controlling the bleed? Who Googles that?
Maria.
Maria did?
Yep.
Okay, I don't like my stepson. I don't like my. These look like they'd all probably be Maria then.
Yeah.
Hit and run. Letitia hit and run. Traffic accident. So it was 2 different ones. Hit and run is on its own. Then Letitia traffic accident. I really, really want to find out when these searches were, and hopefully in the core request we can.
I can't wait for you to get that back. Like that was so genius to do, and like I'm excited for it.
TT, how come you haven't gone through those yet?
Yes.
She has somebody that she's talking to that was also talking to Letitia, and was going to come on. Was she going to come on? They were going to go through the letters that this person had exchanged with Letitia.
Oh, that would be so. Girl, you need to do that. Yes. I don't think we've had that from anybody else outside of Kit Kat and Jules, right?
Well, there's and Wicked Truth. Those are the 3 people I know she exchanged letters with. Was Jules, Letitia. She exchanged letters with Letitia. Jules, Kit Kat, and Wicked Truth. So
that would be so cool.
Those are the 3 that we know of. And obviously maybe there's a 4th here now. So
I'd be really interested.
They're very interesting to just even look at the other ones.
Yeah, I want to know what's in. Like, I want to know the contents of those, just like the other letters. I'm just curious to see, like, especially now with all the personalities talk, it would be a great time to show those letters or go over them or whatever. That would be. Please let us know if you do that.
Was Al off limits to the other personalities? So this is interesting too, because what I'm feeling like they're trying to do on the defense side is to basically say that she mentally set up these alters, like as coping mechanisms. That they're not like alters as in we see like in movies where one goes from one to the other, but the psychologists that are testifying say that's really how it should be. They should not. Right. She should not really know.
Exactly. You don't know. You don't know when you're morphing into the other personality. If anything, you're knocked out at that point, or you if anything, you don't remember the transition of it, and you damn sure are not the person that says, "Hey, come on in." It does not work like that. Like, and then she creates these identities according to the case.
I call up Harmony because I wasn't allowed to like hang out with my friends, and so Harmony was like how I dealt with that. And then Harmony was the one who would be like essayed, and I would just be able to hang out with my friends. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What?
Like,
but I really want somebody besides Dr. Lewis. I want the prosecution to put somebody on the stand who understands this dissociative identity disorder, because especially murder trials really come down to a lot of the, expert on expert. I think they have enough for this one anyway, but this whole insanity part is going to be experts versus expert. And right now, the prosecution has more experts, but the defense has the one that actually deals with did.
Yep. And she's a big name. She works high profile cases. It's what she's known for. So to know that already, I would love to think that the district attorney has something to plant that ass, because it's great to have multiple lower formed experts, but they need somebody, like you said, directly handles DID, because that's what they're running with, that's what they're going with, and that's where they're nailing every other expert at. They need somebody to turn it back around and nail that back, because Dorothy Lewis' testimony, Jen Lou says it perfectly, it's going to be and I just feel like that's going to sadly, that's going to determine a lot.
She's entitled, and her personalities are like, I'm here, hello.
Yep. Narcissistically entitled, if that's even a word at this point. Yes. It's the only thing this broad should be diagnosed with. And
that would be cool, TNT, if you do that. If you do a pre-record, and I can share it when we're live talking about it, that'd be awesome. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say, I know a lot of people think that TNT defended Chris Watts, but in my defense of TNT, she really wanted it to go to trial so we could figure out the truth. But in conversations, she's never once ever told me she thought that Chris Watts was innocent, ever.
And she does not stand by a man, and she makes this very, very clear.
If you defended another piece of shit, I don't really know. I don't remember. So
right,
I think it's Chris Watts, but just wanted to clarify that.
She does make it a point to say that a man like Chris Watts and everything that was behind him, she absolutely does not support that at all. Lana is strictly
Chris Watts is a piece of shit. I think everybody in this whole chat and probably in most of the world can actually say that we know that Chris Watts is a piece of shit.
The transparent truth.
I think most of us who were stuck in Watts for a very long time, and I was one of them, wanted the rest of the information.
Yes.
You hear them say, like, we got all this discovery, doesn't that give us the answers? And it's like, hello, that was not even 200 pages or whatever it was of discovery. And listen to the trial we were just talking about, one of the trials we're talking about today, there's 4,000 pages of just the phone records.
Yep.
4,000 pages in just phone records.
And that's
so he wanted the rest of the information. Chris Watts, but now I'm like, I don't fucking care. I don't care whatever happens with that guy. I don't
that's
want
what's
anything to do with
amazing about Lana. She can take all of that evidence and doesn't actually have an emotional bone in this at all. This is strictly about facts and evidence and what her brain and I seem to be what's factual. And to be honest, when it comes to research, I go directly to, I love the way she thinks. She goes hard for her research.
Well, I don't agree on everything, and I'm very vocal about the shit that I don't agree with. But that's okay. Like I said, I could give two shits about that case at this point. I don't think I can ever go back. Even if somebody was charged, I might be able to do something with it, but I don't know. That, like, it caused such hell in life in general that I'm like, I don't know. It just leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I took a one-way speedboat off that island.
Yes.
I wish it had gone to trial. If you look at even just the weird things that we're finding out, and they might not be huge. They might not be huge things that we find out in these trials as we're going through them. But they are pieces that we didn't know. And it's like, now that makes sense. Now we see why such and such happened here.
Yep.
Nothing will bring me back to that case. I don't know. Nicole Kessinger, an interview with Nicole Kessinger or an arrest of Nicole Kessinger will probably be my only thing. Other than that, I avoid it like the fucking plague.
It's got what it's needed at this point.
It was very, very rare, and about only 5% have it. So she never worked with anybody who actually had it. Can't remember. So Sleuth Mom yesterday during the lunch hour, I think she split it off into a separate video. She did an interview with a YouTuber who's a psychologist. His name is Dr. G, and I do believe he was fantastic. So you should go watch that on Sleuth Mom's channel. But he was talking about like DID and DID and how rare it is and so on and so forth. So I asked him, like, how many people even have it? And he really couldn't put a number on it. He was like 10,000 to, more than 10,000, less than 1 million. Because he's like, I really can't put a number on it.
Yeah.
Okay, Debbie, I get it. That's totally up to you. It's totally fine. But just, we're not. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that here.
Yeah.
We're really just nice to each other in general, and try to look at like the good in people. And I want to kind of keep it that way. So I totally respect that you don't. And I don't want to get into this, but she has actually apologized directly to the family. But like I said, I don't want to get into that here. It's really, it's really not relevant to anything that we're doing. I totally respect if you don't want to watch it. I think she would respect if you don't want to watch. Just don't watch. It's totally okay.
Yeah.
But just probably not really the time or the place.
Yeah. We appreciate
Wonder
it.
if T would donate one of her personalities to someone who don't have one.
Like, hey, I need 2 more. Can I take one of those, please?
So at the end of the day, the judge had the conversation with her, like they always do, about whether she's going to testify or not. You know what I mean? Did you watch the end of it or no?
I barely know.
So he's doing the whole speech like, it's totally up to you. It's your right. You have the right to testify. He asked her, like, are you of sound mind? Are you medicated? Blah, 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 blah. And then he asked her about like her education, which she does say she has the doctorate and so on. So hopefully, otherwise she's lying to the judge. So, but I'm like, it made me think, like, is she going to testify?
You know what? Okay, let's say she does. What do you think, Dave? What's the, could that hurt or harm? In your opinion?
I don't know. Who's going to testify?
Right.
Is Taylor going to testify? Does Maria testify? If Taylor's the main personality, then how does Letitia live the life most of the time?
Yep.
Do you see what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. How would she be able to testify to this? How would she be able to be cross-examined on her, like, on these multiple personalities? Is that even, like, do they even do that? Like, how does that one question?
Does she go up there and call them to come and testify with her?
Right. Like, do they say, okay, hey, now we're clicking into Jasmine. We want to know what Jasmine said this day. Or, hey, we're clicking into Maria.
Do it. So do it. She's going to investigate Liberty University. You should.
You definitely should.
I just don't know who would testify. And I don't know if she would call the other ones. The other thing that does come up, and somebody brought it up in chat earlier, was she tries to say in these interviews that Maria is the one who attacked the guard in the van on the transport. But interestingly, they go and they play that because this doctor had actually not seen it, she said. So they play that clip, and there's no Spanish accent.
Nope.
There's nothing that represents what she says that Maria is.
She does not.
And if Maria was a fucking Russian sniper, she really sucked at fighting.
Yeah, because she would have been able to take all of them out, not just get out of her little slippery handcuffs and shit. You know what I mean? Like, that would have, I think it.
I agree.
Yeah, totally agree.
She's wanting to testify.
I agree, Debbie. I totally agree.
I think she's gonna.
I just don't know how that works for her.
If she testifies, it's not going to the jury next week. I can tell you that. It's going to take forever to have her on the stand. We thought Alec Murdoch was on there for a long time. She's going to be on there for flipping ever.
Okay, hold on. One more question. Do you think the defense would put her up there so she could pull, not saying they would know she's going to pull the stunt, but knowing their client, to think that she could pull some type of insanity, personality styled stunt up on that witness stand? What do you think happens from that point?
They don't have a choice. If she says she wants to testify, they have no choice but to let her up there.
But, like, let's say she's up on that stand and loses her shit. Then how does that work for the defense? Like, let's say she gets up there and acts insane, or actually goes. If she goes up there and acts like she has a different personality, I don't know if anybody's going to believe her. Right. So that this would hurt the defense, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I think that I totally understand why people want to testify on their own behalf. And it does suck because people who do testify on their own behalf are typically considered narcissists because they want people to hear their side. But then the other problem with that is if you are telling the truth, why don't you want people to hear your side? And why wouldn't you want to testify? But typically the ones who do end up testifying statistically are the narcissists.
Yep.
And she's a narcissist.
Yep.
Let me see. How would she testify if she's pleading insane? There's no possible way she wouldn't be a sound mind to testify. Oh, that's a great question.
Huh?
That's a great question.
That's
You
what
have to be of sound mind to testify. And if she says she's insane, how does she testify?
How does
Maybe
this
it doesn't matter. Maybe she doesn't have to be of sound mind because she's the defendant. I don't know. That's a great question. I love the questions from the jury. The jury's so smart.
Yes.
And I love that they get to ask questions. That's like one of my favorite. As soon as they get to like the jury questions, I'm like, okay, what do you got? I want to know. What you got.
I'm ready. I'm ready for it. Oh, thank you, Dolly Bear. Love you. She is a poor actress.
She's innocent up until she decided to plead not guilty by reason of insanity.
Oh, I bet. That's what I'm saying. These letters would be great.
It'd be a huge risk for them to tell her to act up. Well, I don't think they would. I don't think they would tell her to act up. That would be really dumb on their part.
But she performs and she likes to do stunts and she just acts on her own craziness or whatever we're going to call that. Let's say she just does that. That cannot, like, does that prove that she's freaking crazy, or does that, like, I just don't see that helping her at all. I just don't. And I just feel like that's what she's going to get up there and do. She's not going to testify as a sane person. She's going to try, and she knows this is her last ditch effort, literally. I think she's going to pull something. Last performance.
Let me see. She's all over the place. Her handwriting goes from one way to another within just a couple lines. Yes, her handwriting in all of the letters to Kit Kat and Wicked Truths and Jules are very much like that. She like writes one way and then changes it. And most people now think that these letters like were set up. Like she knew what she was about to do, and she was trying to go. She was trying to like set up this whole weird insanity, not competent whole thing.
And have all these people have these things to say, oh yeah, here she's one person here, she's another person here, da-da-da, she talked to me, da-da-da. She thought that would work.
Off subject, what do I think about Jody Sue saying that the search dogs were distracted playing with her dog? I think they hit on Somerset on them. I don't overly watch Jody Sue, and mostly because the stuff with Summer Wells' case, it just got so convoluted. Oh, lost Michelle again. It got so convoluted on social media and on YouTube. So I am subbed to her channel, but I don't know. I don't watch a lot on Summer Wells anymore unless it's like a news. I don't even watch like when Dawn and Candace go on anymore. I don't. It's just so bad. I feel like it's so muddied. I don't know who to believe and who not to believe. Now, obviously, do I think that the dogs were distracted by her dog? I don't, but it's possible because I'd have to know more about the certification of the search dogs to know how I feel about it. And I don't know that, so I don't have an opinion. But really, like I said, unless it's like something concrete that I can read about Summer Wells, I just can't do it. They just have really, her whole case has just gotten so, I don't know. It's so muddy. And she got lost. She got lost in all of it. And I don't know if anybody, very few people that I know that still actually talk about Summer and not the craziness that go around about it. So that's where I'm at with that. I respect anybody who keeps her name out there, but I don't have a lot of opinions, to be honest. Pink, the psychologist today said they tried to reach out to Harley. Harley was politely declined to speak with them, and that she wanted to get legal advice first, and then she ended up not talking with them. So they didn't get anything from her. They did talk to Al, and Al only ever says that she did go by Taylor at the beginning. Okay, Michelle's trying to fix it. To be right back. Well, I think we're going to wrap up. Michelle, if you can't fix it, I totally get it. You know, if you don't get it done in time. I have letters that begin 2 weeks after she was arrested, and no, I didn't write this lunatic. This woman is the definition of the devil, in my opinion. How could you hate an innocent child? Yes. Yes, I agree. Pink, yeah, she's been writing. Well, I don't know if she writes anybody now. I don't think she writes anybody now, but I don't know that. I don't know. At the beginning, she wrote all kinds of people, and she wrote them all differently. And if you go to the website crimecurious.com, she has like examples of all the different signatures because she signed them all different, signed them all with different names, signed them all with different types of like different style writing. I hope they burn the letters. Well, sadly, Pink, what happens is these types of things go for lots of money. It's murderabilia is what it's called. I do. I think that I think Summer is going to be one of those cases that 10 years down the road, people are going to be like, whatever happened to that little girl? If she's found, it's going to be by some random person at some random time. Thank you, KW10. Well, I appreciate that. It definitely takes a lot to go through all three of them. I would not, if I had this decision to make over, I probably would have done it a lot differently. But now I'm like, I'm so far into it. Letitia's trial is probably going to be going to see the jury by end of next week is my guess. And then Lori, I mean, shoot, it started, when did it start? April 3rd? And it's moving along pretty quickly. All three trials are actually going faster than they anticipated. So, yep, Summer Moon Utah Wells. I think about her often, but it's too hard because I just feel like you have to wade through the bullshit. And there's never any truth behind any of it. So it's like you're wading through all this bullshit to come out. It's like having a conversation with fucking Letitia Stauch or Lori Vallow. Like, what are you getting at the end of that? It's very unfortunate. Yes, they did. Nicole, they were discussing her being able to testify. He wanted to talk to her so she had the time to think about it. And because the defense will probably have the case Monday afternoon or Tuesday morning, that he was giving her enough time to be able to make the decision because it's only her decision to make. Did you hear about Don and Candace turning down the cold case? No, Angie, baby, I did not. But see, I don't know. And they're back to the same fucking shenanigans. They're all over YouTube, talking to YouTubers. I don't. I've always felt really bad with that case because I don't know. Did I create something? Did I start something with doing those interviews and then it just turned into a nightmare? I don't know. It's always bothered me a lot. And now they just think like they just go around running YouTube like it's like their playground. And no, like I said, Summer gets lost. Nobody cares. So is the prosecutor going to Reno as well? Hey, so is the prosecutor going to Reno as well for BF's deposition? Are you talking about Idaho? I don't think Bethany Funk has any exculpatory evidence per se. I think that her exculpatory evidence is going to be that she didn't see him. So you've got one roommate who saw him and one roommate who didn't. But who knows? The true crime industrial complex. Yeah. Muscles and mascara. That's so kind. Honestly, I think the biggest thing that anybody who lives in that area could do is to make sure people are aware that she's missing flyers, communication. I feel like I don't live there, so I don't know. But from people who have visited, I feel like her name gets lost, and it's lost there too. And she doesn't. People in the area didn't even know she was missing when Allie went there. She declined the interview at the time because she was still talking to her mom in jail. I agree. Yes, Chris and Josh had a good talk, and Dawn was well behaved. I just don't believe shit that he says though. I did hear about that interview. I did not watch it. I think she's loaded with info, but I don't think it's gonna be everything that his defense team is gonna want it to be. Now we're talking about all kinds of different cases at the same time. Thank you, DB. I pray Summer wasn't sold. I also pray God will reveal where Summer's body is if she's no longer alive. That's a good prayer. I have always been of the person who believes that Summer wasn't actually dead. I know. People think I'm nuts. I've never been convinced that she's actually dead. Yeah, they think they're viral. But... Okay, my dogs are starting to wrestle because they're getting restless out here with me. Thank you, TNT. I don't know how y'all are keeping up with all these trials at once. We're over 50% now, so we're in the home stretch. We've got this, but we'll be back Saturday afternoon to discuss Thursday, Friday of all 3 trials. Well, technically just Friday of Stauch because they don't have court tomorrow. But we'll be back Saturday afternoon. We'll do same thing, West, Vallow, Daybell, and finish off the week. So we'll see how it goes. Now you can hear them starting to fight now. Go back to today's court video and look at the blonde talking to Letitia's lawyers during the break and sitting behind them. I think that was her former lawyer. I'm going to go back and look. Thank you, Cinnamon Bear. Yeah, I know they do. Oh, goodness. Okay. So done with it. Really, I will have to take a look. Okay. Cinnamon Bear, yes, Chris, but it's not only Chris. Yeah, he is on the foundation. I don't know if he runs it or not. Thank you, Pink. Okay. All right. You guys go and enjoy the rest of your week. If you're just doing Stauch, enjoy your day off tomorrow. I know that Crime Curious has her live tomorrow night discussing everything up during this week up to date with the attorney Chris that joins her on Thursday night. So I will try to be over there tomorrow night. And other than that, go and enjoy your evening. Thank you. I can't believe you guys all stuck with it for almost 5 hours. This is crazy. I think we just hit a record. This is probably the longest live I've ever done. Or on this, yeah, I think so. But I appreciate each and every one of you for hanging in here and going through everything from West and Vallow and Stauch and, caring about all these kids and just being here with me. I know that there's thousands of places that you could go and thousands of channels you could listen to, and you choose to be here listening to me. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We will see you on Saturday. Good night, everybody.